I was slapped by the school beauty at the beginning and got 100 times the points. Chapter 1. Encountering the sexy school beauty among the 3 major school beauties. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, its heat unbearable. At a university, as the bell rang, students dressed in all kinds of clothes streamed out of the classroom building, accompanied by chattering discussions. Hey, have you seen the news? Meteorites aren't just falling at our school, meteorites are falling all over the country. Although the news says it's nothing serious and just a normal occurrence, I still feel like something is off. Who says it's nothing? Meteorites of all sizes are falling worldwide. If they were any bigger, maybe we'd end up like the dinosaurs extinct. While there were also discussions about what to eat, what to wear, and which mall opened a new store, the main topic was still the meteor shower that occurred during the second major class earlier that morning. The sudden meteor shower spread globally, and at that moment, even the sky looked somewhat dim. Some of the meteorites were as small as marbles, some as large as basketballs, and others even as big as yoga balls. At their school, a meteorite about the size of a yoga ball had fallen more than an hour ago. I heard that the meteorite crashed into the 3rd floor of a certain building, and one guy got knocked out from it. Hey, I heard that too, but I don't think he got knocked out. With a meteorite that big, if it really hit someone, they'd be turned into mush, right? Of course, it's just a rumor. Maybe that guy just got scared and fainted. It's embarrassing for a grown man to faint over something like that. Come on, you're acting tough, but if a meteorite fell near me, I'd probably wet myself from fear. Exactly. It's not a small cut on your finger. If that were the case, it'd be okay to call someone a wimp, but in this kind of situation, who knows? Don't be so quick to judge. Hearing the discussions around him, Zhao Wumian couldn't help but glance at Su Jian, saying with a smile, "Hey, you're famous now." Su Jian let out a helpless sigh and whispered back, "Let us go, quickly, before anyone recognizes me." That's right. Su Jian was the one who fainted earlier. However, he wasn't knocked out by the meteorite, nor was he scared. When the meteorite roared into their classroom, someone screamed, and many students fled in time. Fortunately, no one was seriously injured, but many desks and chairs were damaged. Then, Su Jian started to cause trouble. He had heard of meteorites but never seen one. While others were standing back nervously, some even trembling in fear, Su Jian boldly walked toward it. At first, he felt a burning sensation on his face. Su Jian thought that it was too hot to approach, but strangely enough, the heat wasn't unbearable. So, he got closer and touched the meteorite. It was warm, but not burning hot. Su Jian was stunned and touched it a couple more times. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain. It felt as if his finger had been cut by something, and blood dripped onto the meteorite. Then, an indescribable sensation surged into his heart. Su Jian felt as if something from the meteorite had entered his body. The next thing he knew, he fainted. Seeing this, the teacher had his roommate, Zhao Wumian, take him to the school infirmary. However, before they had walked far, Su Jian woke up. He didn't feel anything wrong with his body, so the two of them headed back together. The official statement had already been released saying that meteorites could fall over the next few days, so everyone chatted a bit, waited for the police to arrive, and then continued with classes. After a few sentences from the teacher, it was clear that no one was in the mood to study. So, the teacher decided to end the class and let everyone discuss the meteor shower. After all, it was just a water class, and the teacher had a laid-back attitude. And so, lunch break arrived, and the class was over. While walking along the street, Su Jian suddenly overheard a rumor about himself. He couldn't help but feel helpless. "Please, I fainted after touching the meteorite, not from being hit or scared." However, Su Jian knew that trying to explain this would just make things more complicated, so he quickly pulled his roommate along to pick up the pace. Now that it was lunchtime, if they walked slowly, they'd have to stand in line for a long time. When they arrived at the cafeteria, Su Jian and Zhao Wumian discussed it and decided to get rice with sauce. They lined up. "School beauty," Zhao Wumian nudged Su Jian, signaling him to look to the left. As a man, Su Jian couldn't resist looking. Their school had 3 major school beauties: the cold and aloof beauty, Xie the pure beauty, Bai Weiwei, and the third one, Wang Mengyao. Wang Mengyao, however, didn't have the best reputation. There were many rumors that she had many stepfathers. However, there was no concrete evidence for this. Her family wasn't particularly wealthy, yet she always wore luxurious clothes and cosmetics that Su Jian had never even heard of. So, many people, including Su Jian, believed that Wang Mengyao had wealthy men supporting her. That's why Wang Mengyao was known as the flirtatious school beauty, although her official title was the sexy school beauty. The school beauty in front of them was indeed Wang Mengyao. She was wearing a white bodycon dress that highlighted her snow-white shoulders and curvy figure. Her slim waist was mesmerizing, and her chest swayed slightly as she moved. Her long hair fluttered in the breeze, occasionally swaying as she tossed her head. She wore black striped stockings, and her long, slender legs were utterly captivating. She was a true goddess of sensuality. However, which proper girl would dress like that? Wasn't this asking for trouble? Of course, what a girl wears is her own business, and Su Jian had no right to comment. However, what Su Jian thought and said was his own freedom. Wow, she's so sexy, Su Jian muttered under his breath, looking up and down at her several times. Zhao Wumian beside him nodded in agreement. At that moment, countless people turned their gazes toward Wang Mengyao. The flirtatious school beauty certainly lived up to her reputation. While some people might privately say that she wasn't very proper, what man wouldn't love her? Her long hair swayed with each movement of her head, her legs in black stockings were long and graceful, and her alluring curves were enough to make everyone envious. Forget the boys, even many girls were stealing glances. Admiration, jealousy, lust, excitement, countless emotions swirled in everyone's hearts. Zhao Wumian nearly drooled, and when he glanced over, he saw that Su Jian was staring at her, completely mesmerized. Hey, this guy usually looks away after a glance, but now he's staring even more intently than I am. Looks like no man can resist those black stockings. Huh? What Zhao Wumian didn't know, however, was that Su Jian's dazed look wasn't because of the sexy school beauty, but because, in his line of sight, a series of numbers had appeared. 12 hours, 15 minutes, and 59 seconds. At first, Su Jian didn't know what the numbers meant, but after watching for a while, he figured it out. This must be a countdown representing hours, minutes, and seconds. Now, it had changed to 12 hours, 15 minutes, and 35 seconds. The final set of numbers continued to decrease, tick by tick, and soon became 12 hours, 14 minutes, and 56 seconds. Su Jian furrowed his brows, feeling confused. What's going on? The three-body problem? What do these countdown numbers mean? What will happen when it hits 0? Su Jian's eyes were fixed on the numbers, but to everyone else, especially Zhao Wumian, it seemed like he was still staring at the school beauty's long black legs. After the people ahead in the line grabbed their meals, they reluctantly turned to leave, clearly wanting to sneak a few more glances. After all, the nearby tables were already full, and they'd have to go to another area to sit. Once they left, they wouldn't have another chance to gaze at her. However, as they turned around, they saw Su Jian and silently cheered. What a brave man. Because Su Jian was being extremely bold. Although everyone else was looking too, they were sneaking glances or only looking when the school beauty's back was turned. If she turned around, they'd quickly look away. But Su Jian? His gaze never wavered. Even though he was walking, his eyes were glued to the school beauty's black stockings. Damn, this guy's a legend. We're all being sneaky, afraid someone might call us perverts. After all, everyone knows these things in private, but to make them public, it's a little embarrassing. But this guy, he doesn't care at all. Even Zhao Wumian, who was behind Su Jian, was feeling a little awkward. He took a step back. Don't look at me. I don't know him. I'm a decent person. Where's my phone? Right, let me play on my phone. And so, an unintentional misunderstanding happened. Meanwhile, Wang Mengyao's friend noticed Su Jian's behavior and told her. Wang Mengyao glanced back, but then quickly dismissed it. She thought, I'm so beautiful, of course people are staring at me. However, when Wang Mengyao finished getting her meal and turned to walk away, she realized that Su Jian was still staring. Hey, you're still blatantly staring at me like that? How disgusting. Wang Mengyao had a bit of a bad habit. She loved to catch guys staring at her, then watch them blush and quickly look away. Every time this happened, she felt a sense of triumph in her heart. But now, she had looked at him several times, and Su Jian was still staring, his expression even furrowing. What does that frown mean? Does he look down on me? For some reason, a feeling of irritation suddenly bubbled up inside Wang Mengyao. That's why she walked straight over to Su Jian. Chapter 2, The Slap from the School Beauty, and My Instant Retaliation. Damn! Zhao Wumian, standing beside Su Jian, quickly nudged him, signaling for him to pay attention, but Su Jian completely ignored him. Although some people didn't believe it or thought it was boring, Su Jian kept staring at the series of numbers. After all, these numbers were floating in the air, and no matter where he looked, they appeared in his line of sight. This made Su Jian feel a little uneasy. Golden Finger? He'd read many novels, but what was this countdown timer about? Su Jian frowned, confused, and puzzled. For some reason, Su Jian had a feeling that something very terrifying would happen once the countdown reached 0. But what exactly would happen? Hey, what are you looking at? Wang Mengyao said arrogantly. Huh. Su Jian looked up and noticed that he had been staring at her legs all along. However, Su Jian wasn't looking at the school beauty's black stockings, he was looking at the countdown timer on them. He just didn't want to move his gaze, but he didn't expect it to be misunderstood. Without thinking much, Su Jian replied, I'm not looking at you. Su Jian turned his head in a different direction and continued staring at the numbers in his view. For Su Jian, these numbers were far more interesting than the school beauty. Can the school beauty make floating countdown numbers appear in my sight? Heh. However, hearing Su Jian's response, Wang Mengyao sneered. Not looking at me? Your eyes are almost popping out, and you're telling me you're not looking at me? Even those around them didn't believe it. Come on, brother, just admit it. There's no need to lie. Men, we get it. Wang Mengyao didn't know why, but Su Jian's cold attitude annoyed her, so she directly mocked him. Is this the modern man? Too cowardly to admit what he has done. Heh. Zhao Wumian, seeing this, quickly apologized, saying, Sorry, my friend might have a few screws loose. I'll apologize on his behalf. Zhao Wumian felt embarrassed because many people around them had turned to look. Although Su Jian's lie wasn't right, the school beauty was overreacting. So what if he looked at you for a second? Would that cost you a piece of flesh? Why do you have to come over and mock him? It's really frustrating. Many people watch you anyway. If you were to mock everyone who looked, you'd be busy all day. Wang Mengyao ignored Zhao Wumian, gave Su Jian a cold look, then tilted her head, nose up, and arrogantly said, Heh, men, what ugly creatures you all are. People like you are a waste of air. Look at what you're wearing. I bet it's South All Street Market stuff, huh? Such a poor loser. I must have lost my mind to be talking to someone like you. Ooh, what a downgrade. We're leaving. Wang Mengyao called her friends and was about to turn to leave. However, Su Jian, feeling furious, snapped. Though he'd been staring at the countdown, he could still feel the outside world to some extent. I may not have money, but does that mean I deserve to be called a poor loser? And how are men ugly? So you're a feminist, huh? You look down on men, so do you look down on your father too? Su Jian was boiling with anger. Hearing Wang Mengyao's mockery, Su Jian turned his head, his gaze now sharp with dissatisfaction as he glared at her and said, You've got quite a filthy mouth. Do you think you're that awesome? I told you I wasn't looking at you. I just didn't look at you anymore. Don't push it. Su Jian's words immediately widened the eyes of those around him. Their jaws almost dropped to the floor. Damn, this guy is a legend, they thought. Who dares to point at a school beauty like that? Su Jian did. If it were anyone else, they'd just take the insult from the school beauty, maybe apologize meekly, or turn and walk away without saying a word. But for Su Jian, a school beauty was something to look at, not something to worship. He wouldn't be a lickspittle. So, when faced with her mocking, Su Jian didn't hold back, directly pointing at her nose and scolding. You. Wang Mengyao turned around, her face red with anger. Due to her anger, her chest even bounced a little, drawing the gaze of many perverts. What do you mean? What do you want? I'm telling you, I did it if it's my fault, but if it's not, don't throw your trash on my head. Su Jian said boldly. Heh, fine. Then tell me, what were you looking at? Wang Mengyao sneered. What am I looking at? None of your business. I wasn't looking at you, Su Jian frowned, feeling that today's situation was hard to resolve. Should I tell them I'm looking at a countdown timer? If I tell them the truth, they definitely won't believe me. But if I say nothing, they think I'm just being stubborn. Damn, why didn't I just look somewhere else earlier? Now it's impossible to explain. Heh, this guy is clearly just making excuses. I've been standing here the whole time, so I have some say in this. I can prove that guy was staring at the school beauty's black stockings. TSK, why is he denying it? Just admit it, we're all looking at her. No one is going to laugh, but denying it when you're clearly looking is kind of disgusting. We all know it. Either he thinks he is too good to be like us, or he is just trying to get the school beauty's attention. Damn, that makes sense. This guy has got some tricks up his sleeve. He was really pissed off by this crazy school beauty. It seems like the saying the vast sky and the ocean are just fairy tales is true. If you take a step back, they will never take a step back. Instead, they'll push forward directly. Give them an inch, they take a mile. That's exactly what these people are like. Since that's the case, Su Jian didn't care anymore. You insult me, I'll insult you back. After cursing, Su Jian felt much better. He acted like nothing had happened, shifting his gaze back to the countdown timer. Finally, he let out the frustration. Damn it. Damn, this guy has got some guts. Is this what you men are like? Not magnanimous at all. Why don't you just die? Exactly. Men are such petty creatures. It's just a couple of insults. Can't you just take it? A crowd gathered, and after hearing Su Jian's cursing, people started to discuss it aloud. On the other side, Wang Mengyao, who was being cursed at, was even more enraged. She stretched out her hand, trembling, and pointed at Su Jian. No girl can stand being called a bitch to her face, right? Whether it's true or not. So Wang Mengyao directly placed her tray on a nearby counter, marched over, and slapped him hard. Slap! The sound of the slap stunned everyone again. Su Jian, the one being slapped, looked at Wang Mengyao in shock. He had thought the whole thing would end with a few insults, but to his surprise, she actually slapped him. He had let his guard down and got distracted, only to be slapped across the face. And then, in the next instant, an overwhelming rage surged into his mind. The pain on his face reminded Su Jian that this was real. He had been slapped in front of everyone. In front of a crowd, he, a grown man, had been slapped by a woman. Humiliation. Shame. Anger. Damn it. WCNMD, my mom s never slapped me, and you dare slap me? Think you've got some guts? Slap. Su Jian immediately retaliated with a backhand slap, hitting Wang Mengyao's face with all his might. They gave you the title of school beauty, but you still don't know who you are, huh? Since childhood, even his parents had never slapped him. But now, he had been slapped by a woman, in front of a crowd, with a highly insulting slap across the face. Su Jian was absolutely furious. He couldn't stand it any longer, and without thinking, he slapped her back. Still not satisfied, Su Jian cursed loudly and slapped her again, even harder this time. Slap! The first slap landed on her left cheek, but this time, he hit her with a front hand slap on her right cheek. Wang Mengyao, who had been slapped, hadn't even had time to react when another slap hit her. She lifted her head, her seductive lips slightly parted, and stared blankly at Su Jian. The surroundings fell silent for a moment. In a noisy cafeteria, silence was a rare sight. But now, a quiet vacuum area had formed around Su Jian. What did I just see? Someone slapped Wang Mengyao, the school beauty? Oh my god, why didn't I record that? This is huge. How could he be so ruthless? That Wang Mengyao, one of the top 3 school beauties, the lover in countless men's fantasies. I'm speechless. This guy has no self-awareness. The school beauty got slapped. Sisters, we have to expose him. We can't let men walk all over us. We have to condemn his actions. Why can't all men just disappear? Disgusting men, why doesn't he just die? Su Jian's actions shocked everyone. After a moment of silence, the chatter erupted like a bomb going off. No one mentioned that Su Jian had slapped back because Wang Mengyao slapped him first. They were all discussing how Su Jian slapped the school beauty twice. Clearly, Su Jian's actions were looked down upon by the crowd. As for being slapped by the school beauty, come on, being slapped by the school beauty is like a reward, okay? Unaware of his place. We wish we could be slapped, but we don't get the chance. Don't take advantage and still act like a saint. Chapter 3. They barked and I was afraid they would bite me. You. Wang Mengyao touched her hit face, and then her eyes became red and swollen. She looked very aggrieved. She pointed at Su Jian with one trembling hand, with an extremely angry look on her face. But at this moment, she was still a little confused. Was I beaten? I was beaten. I am the school belle. She is one of the 3 most beautiful girls in the school. Wang Mengyao and the others were in a state of confusion, but Su Jian looked at Wang Mengyao and said coldly, I really don't have money, so it's okay to say I'm a loser. Although the truth hurts people a lot, it's not that I can't accept the truth, but you have to use such an insulting word as stinky loser. Actually, it's okay. Just curse me a few times. It doesn't hurt. I've cursed you too. In my opinion, we are even now. However, this makes you insult me even more. Actually, I really don't want to get entangled with a shrew like you, because it's meaningless except making myself angry. I just wanted to endure it. But even my mother has never slapped me, and you dare to slap me. You are so awesome. It seems that neither your biological father nor your stepfather has ever taught you the principles of life. In this case, let me teach you. Su Jian shouted coldly, then took a step forward and grabbed Wang Mengyao's neck. Ho. Wang Mengyao, whose neck was strangled, felt like she couldn't breathe. Her face turned red and she beat Su Jian helplessly with her hands. As expected of Wang Mengyao, who has many stepfathers, the cosmetics she uses are definitely high-end. This skin feels extremely soft and silky. If Su Jian had not been in a state of rage and had not used a lot of force, perhaps even a light pinch would not have been enough to hold it in place. Fuck, let go of the school beauty. Why are you like this? As a man, can't you be more generous? Ha ha ha, look, sisters, this is a man. He actually wants to hit a woman. Brother, you've gone too far. This is your fault in the first place. Put the school beauty down immediately, admit your mistake, and beg for her forgiveness. Su Jian frowned and laughed in anger. He raised the corners of his mouth, looked around, and said softly, "My fault." Su Jian sneered, shook his head slightly, and showed a disdainful expression on his face. He didn't intend to argue with this group of people because it was pointless. If we trace the root of this matter, it was indeed caused by Su Jian looking at the school beauty. But aren't you dressed like this just to be seen by others? Some feminists would say, it is my freedom to wear whatever I want. Who showed it to you? However, there are some clothes you can wear in private, and since you wear them out, don't blame others for looking at them. What you wear is your freedom. But where my eyes look is also my freedom. There is no point in tracing this matter back to its source. At this point, the biggest factor is still the quality of this campus beauty. In fact, Su Jian was also very confused. Why would there be such a person among college students? He thought she only existed in novels. The cause and effect of the matter are clear at a glance, but who is right and who is wrong is a matter of opinion. However, Su Jian was too lazy to say anything to these audiences, because, "You are licking dogs, I am not." Su Jian sneered directly. Those women want to stir up conflicts between men and women and even trace the issue of gender equality, while most of the men who protect the school beauties are just bootlickers. Su Jian's words successfully angered the onlookers. Some people, although they are bootlickers, do not allow others to say that they are bootlickers. This is the ridiculous yet tough dignity of a bootlicker. Fuck, what the hell are you talking about? There are so many of us. Do you believe that we can drown you with our spit? Damn, do you have any manners? You have no manners at all. Oh, I guess what the school beauty said is right. This guy's parents are trash. They never taught him benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness. His mouth is really ugly. Ladies, we also despise people who hit women. Please don't implicate us. That's right. This is his personal behavior. People like him don't deserve to be men. Just ask the teacher to expel him. The abuse from the crowd did not affect Su Jian's mentality. In fact, he had wanted to experience what it felt like to be cyberbullied a long time ago. But now, it's just the verbal attack of 20 or 30 people. It's too mild. It was impossible not to be angry, but in Su Jian's opinion, these people were really pitiful. She's just a woman. Why should she be worthy of your protection? Has she made any contribution to the world, the country, the nation, and the society? What qualifications does she have to be protected by you? Just because she's pretty? Just because she is a useless school beauty? The merchant women do not know the sorrow of losing their country. Now, merchant women are not only women, but also many useless men who have become stupid because of reading too much. Su Jian didn't know what kind of feeling he had inside, depressed, dull, repressed. He found that he didn't understand these people's thoughts at all. Perhaps this is also a problem left over from ancient China. People on the border work diligently to defend their country, while these people in the mainland, while enjoying a good life, mostly focus their attention on these ridiculous and useless things. What a pitiful, hateful, and shameful group of people. Su Jian couldn't help but sneer. He really couldn't understand these dogs. Do you think she would allow you to sleep with her just by saying a few nice words? No, they care about money. If you say a few nice words, people may just look at you. Since you can't even get on her bed, why on earth should you protect her? Just for that one glance? Shame. Disgrace. What a bunch of pathetic and childish dogs. Su Jian sighed, and then the anger in his heart was suddenly calmed down. He suddenly felt disappointed with the thoughts of some people in this society, but he was alone. Just like what the school beauty said, he was just a poor loser, so what could he do? What could he change? At this moment, Su Jian suddenly felt lonely. He felt out of tune with this world. Su Jian released his right hand that was holding the school beauty's neck, then turned and left. Have a meal? I don't want to eat anymore. Let a group of dogs ruin your appetite. Cough cough. Wang Mengyao, who was released, took a quick breath and then coughed twice. It was obvious that Su Jian had pinched her neck very hard just now. In fact, if Bai Yu didn't still have a little bit of rationality, he would definitely punch her in the face. Kneel. Slap. Su Jian didn't know how these two behaviors appeared to women, and he didn't even know what other men's mentality would be when faced with these two behaviors. But for him, any of these two behaviors was the greatest insult to his dignity. In fact, Sometimes, dignity must be abandoned. Su Jian knew this truth. He also knows that in this society, dignity is not something you can have just because you want it. But at least, when he was slapped in the face, Su Jian felt that he could maintain his dignity. You just wait for me. Wang Mengyao pointed at Su Jian, who had his back to her, and said harshly in a hoarse voice, "The rumors are of course true." So Wang Mengyao looked at Su Jian viciously, and in her heart she had already planned to let a godfather deal with him. Although we live in a harmonious society, it is still very easy to get someone if you really want to. Fighting and killing is the lowest level of means. Prevent him from graduating, or do something to his graduation thesis. Worst case, find out what his parents do and make sure they can't find a job. Finally, he made him kneel in front of him and beg him to spare his family. This is the mid to high-end method. Even if you know that I am messing with you, you have no evidence. Everybody is standing here. I'm going to make you speechless. And I can even sue you for defamation. On the other side, Su Jian turned around, glanced at Wang Mengyao, then sighed, turned around and left. Oh, what an unexpected disaster. Su Jian admitted that he was impulsive. But Su Jian didn't regret it. By the way, my name is Su Jian, and I'm studying XX at XX College. From a distance, Su Jian's voice came. Fuck, he's so arrogant, someone exclaimed. He's afraid that the school beauty will take revenge on him and he won't be able to find anyone. Damn it. Obviously, Wang Mengyao also thought that Su Jian was provoking her. You're a loser, and all the valuables on your body cost you no more than 500 yuan. Why are you pretending to be so nice to me? Buying a pair of shoes these days costs at least 300 or 400, right? As for me, this pair of black leather boots of mine is worth $20,000. What can you compare it with? Boom. Wang Mengyao was very unhappy and punched the air with her right fist. However, with a bang, her fist hit the plate she had just put on the cabinet. The dinner plate hit Wang Mengyao with lightning speed. The soup and rice instantly fell onto Wang Mengyao's black stockings. Fortunately, the dishes and rice were not very hot. If they had just come out of the pot, Wang Mengyao's legs might have been burned. When everyone around saw this, they said, "Fuck, let me go, I want to lick the school beauty clean." Wang Mengyao looked at the soup and secret recipe on her legs, and felt that her feet in her boots were a little sticky. Ah! The soup got into my shoes. Wang Mengyao collapsed and screamed with her head in her hands. She felt extremely wronged, so she didn't eat her meal, walked out of the cafeteria and went back to the dormitory as if she was escaping. And there were 2 red palm prints on her face. A few minutes before the school beauty knocked over the dinner plate, Zhao Wumian looked around and felt at a loss. Who can tell him why things have developed to this point? Forget it. Let's slip away while no one is paying attention to me. Zhao Wumian slowly retreated. After leaving the cafeteria, Zhao Wumian hurriedly caught up with Su Jian. Oh my god, why are you walking so fast? Zhao Wumian said breathlessly. Zhao Wumian is 1.76 meters tall and of normal weight, but the atmosphere just now was too depressing, coupled with the sprinting, which made him a little breathless. Are you waiting to be besieged if you don't leave quickly? Su Jian said with a smile. Zhao Wumian glanced at Su Jian. There was no trace of anger on Su Jian's face. He even smiled when he replied to him. Zhao Wumian touched his head and asked, "What's going on?" As a bystander, I'm a little scared. As a participant, you don't have any reaction at all. But in this case, Zhao Wumian also said jokingly, "I thought you weren't afraid." Su Jian hugged his shoulders and said in a playful manner, "I was so scared. Didn't you see that there were schoolbells licking dogs all around? They were barking and I was so scared that they would come up and bite me." Ah. Zhao Wumian paused. You are really straightforward. If you let those dogs... No. If you let those people know that you called them dogs, they would definitely come up and bite you. Oh no, they would come up and beat you. Fuck, you led me astray. As a schoolbell, isn't it normal for her to have some bootlickers? Especially since Wang Mengyao is dressed so sexy, she must have the most bootlickers among the 3 school beauties. Zhao Wumian gave up. Forget it, I'll yell too. There aren't many people around, so it should be fine. Su Jian nodded in agreement. The 3 campus beauties, one is cool, one is pure, and one is sexy. They all have their own characteristics. But it is no surprise that there are not many dogs who like the first 2, and those who do are just because their personalities have stepped on the XP of those people. As for this sexy schoolbell, she has a lot of supporters. Maybe the dogs who are licking the first 2 are licking this sexy schoolbell while licking the cold and pure schoolbell. Su Jian shook his head and said, "It is because there are more and more people who like to lick dogs that there are more and more princesses who don't know who they are, eh?" Zhao Wumian didn't say anything. After they walked for a while, Su Jian said. If you're hungry, go eat, or just go back to the dormitory. You don't have to accompany me. As for me, I'll go out for a walk. Zhao Wumian nodded. Okay, then I'll go back. People are made of iron and food is made of steel. You should also go get something to eat. You said they were licking dogs, so there is no need for you to starve yourself because of a group of dogs. New. Su Jian waved his hand, then walked towards somewhere along the campus street. Meanwhile, Zhao Wumian thought about it and decided not to follow Su Jian. He felt that although Su Jian looked fine, he was still a little angry inside. At a time like this, it would be better to let him calm down, or let his girlfriend go over and accompany him. I'm a grown man, so forget it. As for contacting his girlfriend, I don't have her contact information. Su Jian didn't have a girlfriend his whole freshman year, but who would have thought that he's already dating his second girlfriend before the first semester of his sophomore year is even over? But no one has ever seen his first girlfriend, so this guy might be bragging. He clearly only had one girlfriend, but he insisted on saying he had two. But think about it. Su Jian is 1.82 meters tall and weighs only 60 kilograms. He is tall and good-looking. Although he is not as popular as other celebrities, he is still handsome. It is normal for him to have a girlfriend. But I'm not bad, right? Well, I'm always nervous talking to girls. Damn. Oh, no, why am I thinking about these things? The most important thing now is to think about what to eat. This is the real misfortune for me. I didn't even have lunch. Well, if I go back to the cafeteria, I guess there is nothing to eat there. Even if there is, I'll have to queue up again, so I might as well go back and eat instant noodles. Thinking of this, Zhao Wumian turned around and went back to the dormitory. However, what Zhao Wumian didn't know was that not long after they left, the school beauty knocked over the dinner plate, splashing the water all over her. If they knew, they would definitely laugh at it with glee. Meanwhile, Su Jian slowly came to the grass by the river and lay down. Chapter 4. Does the protagonist's girlfriend have to betray him from the beginning? The school where Su Jian is located covers an area of approximately 5,000 acres. There are no mountains or forests, and the school is divided into 4 areas: east, west, south, and north. There are several dormitory buildings and the East District Canteen in the East District. There are several dormitory buildings, the West District Canteen and the library in the West District. The North District has the college buildings, office buildings, and the North District Canteen. The South District has several laboratory buildings, a comprehensive gymnasium, a medical clinic, and a large playground. The teaching buildings are located in the Middle East and West areas. In addition to the above-mentioned buildings, there are several small basketball courts in the dormitory area, and green areas occupy about 30% of the school area. There are 5 or 6 small woods, and there is 1 gate each in the east, west, south, and north. In addition, there is a river running through the school, which flows in from the northwest. There is a large lake called Mingshan Lake in the east of the northern area. Finally, the river flows out near the south gate. The total area of the river and the lake is estimated to be about 100 acres. At this time, Su Jian came to the North District and lay on the lawn around Mingshan Lake. Although this is a lawn, there are also many lush trees scattered around. It's still cool under the shade of the trees. There were quite a few people around, including a young couple, a man, and a woman, and several women sitting together with a piece of cloth spread on the ground, having a picnic. Basically, there is a small group under every tree. As Su Jian lay down, he sighed. Fortunately, I came early, otherwise there would be no shady place. Su Jian lay quietly on the lawn, looking at the blue sky through the lush leaves. The breeze is floating and the green grass is lush. Although there were many people around and it was not quiet, Su Jian's heart gradually calmed down. Zhao Wumian guessed correctly. Su Jian was indeed very angry. The slap from a school beauty, the insulting words from a school beauty, the accusations from the NC lickers around who only follow their appearance, and even the depression about certain problems in this society. This made Su Jian very angry. Very angry. But what can he do? Beat someone? It's illegal. Curse. It's not powerful enough. Who knows, while cursing, you might end up making yourself even more angry. It's really frustrating. If you have something to do, just do it. I'm a dead man. At most, I can trade 1 for 1. Who would bother with you? Either you knock me down, or I scare you away. Now, we are all civilized people, right? Hey, forget it. There's no point in saying so much. I slapped her twice on the spot. It felt good, but I don't know what the school beauty will do to me next. Su Jian sighed. What will the school beauty do? Call the police and then leave me with a criminal record? Or find someone to beat me up? Or put pressure on the school to make me drop out? As for telling the teacher and asking the teacher to give him some punishment or something, please, Su Jian slapped her twice. And in public. As a school beauty who cares so much about her reputation, how could she let Su Jian go so easily? So the school beauty will definitely do something, and it won't be such a low-level method as complaining to the teacher, which only losers would use. Forget it. If the enemy comes, we will fight him. If the water comes, we will block it with earth. I only have one life left, so at most I can find someone to take it with me. It's fine as long as I don't lose anything. Su Jian said so, then closed his eyes and felt the comfortable breeze on his face. The river flows, the wind blows, and the leaves rustle. In his mind, Su Jian remembered the school beauty calling him a stinky loser and a poor bastard. In fact, who doesn't want to live a good life? Who doesn't want to travel during the holidays? Who doesn't want to buy nice clothes and wear nice shoes? But no money. Su Jian smiled somewhat bitterly. Say those people are licking dogs, and then they are unhappy. But isn't it the same for me? Poor bastard, stinky loser. Isn't this also the reality for you? But I don't want to listen either. People are all the same. No one likes to hear the truth. Su Jian thought helplessly in his heart. Wow. After an unknown amount of time, footsteps suddenly sounded beside Su Jian. Someone is coming. Su Jian thought to himself, then opened his eyes and glanced at the person who came. Why are you here? Su Jian asked with a smile. The visitor was his current girlfriend, Jiang Zuoyan, who was 164 centimeters tall and weighed 43 kilograms. With this height and weight, she was undoubtedly very thin. Her looks are definitely not as good as the school beauties. Otherwise, how come there are only 3 of them in the school? But Su Jian likes her very much. In Su Jian's opinion, what he likes is the best. They have been together for 2 months now, and Su Jian feels that it is really easy to get along with Jiang Zuoyan, as if the two of them have a telepathic connection and can think of everything together. Jiang Zuoyan rolled his eyes, then took a step forward and sat next to Su Jian. I heard someone slap the school beauty twice in the cafeteria. That's pretty cool. Jiang Zuoyan sat on the ground with his legs bent. He placed his right hand on his legs, supported his head, and looked sideways at Su Jian with a smile on his face. Is this spreading so fast? He beat a woman, and the woman who was beaten was a school beauty. Do you think the news would not spread quickly? Jiang Zuoyan said with a smile. TSK, she deserves to be beaten. Su Jian snorted coldly, and then said indignantly, she should be grateful that this is a society ruled by law. She really gave me face for slapping me. Even my mother has never hit me. Who is she? If I didn't want to break the law, I would definitely punch her dozens of times to let her know why the flowers are so red. By the way, Yun, I was slapped in public. It caused me a lot of psychological distress. I really need someone to comfort me now. Su Jian covered his heart and said pitifully. Jiang Zuoyan rolled his eyes, said nothing, and just looked at Su Jian with a smile on his face. Seeing this, Su Jian knew that he couldn't deceive her anymore. Well, although Su Jian did have some hatred towards that school beauty, he fought back on the spot after all, so he was not that hurt. Even a little secretly happy. Except for the stepfathers of the school beauties. Who among you has ever hit the school beauty? Hey, man, I have fought before. But you are my girlfriend. How dare you not comfort me? Su Jian glanced at Jiang Zuoyan and pulled her over when she was not prepared. Tilda. Jiang Zuoyan screamed, and the next moment, she was pulled into Su Jian's arms. Okay, you're making fun of your husband, right? Su Jian stretched his hands to both sides of Jiang Zuoyan's body and tickled her armpits. Haha, don't scratch it, it's too itchy, haha, don't scratch it, I was wrong, okay. Jiang Zuoyan was ticklish, very ticklish, so when Su Jian tickled her, she surrendered. Su Jian took back his mischievous hand and snorted coldly. See if you can still laugh at me. You only know how to tickle me. If you have the guts, don't tickle me, Jiang Zuoyan said with his neck stiff in Su Jian's arms. Su Jian looked at Jiang Zuoyan's little face and was slightly stunned. The weather was hot, and although the fight was short, Jiang Zuoyan's face was flushed. Although Jiang Zuoyan was not a school beauty, she was in Su Jian's heart, so looking at such an attractive little face, Su Jian felt a burning sensation in his lower abdomen. So, Su Jian lowered his head and kissed her. Jiang Zuoyan pushed Su Jian with both hands, but it was of no use. Su Jian opened his eyes, looked at Jiang Zuoyan's slightly nervous face, smiled slightly, and then hugged him tighter. Only after kissing enough did Su Jian let go of Jiang Zuoyan. You. Jiang Zuoyan's face turned even redder. She looked around and said shyly, there are so many people around, what are you doing? Su Jian raised his head and said proudly, my wife, what's wrong? Bah, I'm just your girlfriend. How can I be your wife? Jiang Zuoyan spat. Oh, then what's wrong with me kissing my girlfriend? Su Jian said again. You, hooligan. Jiang Zuoyan stared at Su Jian viciously with his little face. Su Jian looked at Jiang Zuoyan, who was pretending to be serious, and felt amused. Then he tapped Jiang Zuoyan's mouth twice like a woodpecker. Hey, you're so annoying. Haha. Su Jian laughed, and then said, By the way, why are you wearing this dress again? Su Jian frowned and looked at Jiang Zuoyan's shirt. Jiang Zuoyan was wearing a black short-sleeve shirt, but it was a little small and couldn't even cover Jiang Zuoyan's flat belly. What? Was it a belly-bearing outfit? As Su Jian spoke, she pulled her clothes down, but found that she couldn't pull them down anymore because the clothes were too small. Su Jian was very unhappy when he saw this, so he pulled Jiang Zuoyan into his arms and hugged him tightly. As for Jiang Zuoyan's lower back, Su Jian blocked it with his arms, but Su Jian was also quite thin, so he couldn't block it tightly, but he had to do it anyway. My girlfriend, no one else can see. I am domineering, I have obsessive-compulsive disorder, and I am a male chauvinist. Jiang Zuoyan looked at Su Jian with an expression like a child protecting his toy, and felt amused, but also felt warm inside, and couldn't help but lie on Su Jian's chest. The two of them lay under the tree, enjoying their time together. As for the school beauty, it seemed to have been forgotten. On the campus network and in various mobile phone groups, the incident of the school beauty being beaten attracted widespread attention. Su Jian's identity was soon exposed, and then Su Jian, and even the class he was in, was cyberbullied. However, Su Jian didn't even check his phone and had blocked it long ago, so he was oblivious to the matter. But even if Su Jian opened his phone, he would sigh, Wow, it spread so quickly. Although Su Jian didn't turn on his phone and didn't respond, it doesn't mean that there will be fewer people scolding him. It's horrible that a man would beat a woman. Wow, the school beauty is so pitiful. Look at the red and swollen palm prints on her face. Why doesn't this man just die? Is this the quality of modern men? He must be an orphan, right? This kind of person must have terrible parents. Maybe his parents are just trashy country folks who have no manners at all. No, I'm confused. Wasn't it the school beauty who hit someone first? How come it's all this guy's fault? Fuck, there's a dog here. Sisters, there is some garbage here that doesn't know right from wrong. The school beauty hits you because she's giving you face and rewarding you. Why are you resisting? What a rubbish. You're still defending this guy, right? Did he hit the school beauty? There are people who defend this guy, which shows that you're not a good person either. Sisters, go after him. Even if a few people said that this incident was not caused by Su Jian, they would be rushed to tremble in fear the next moment. At this moment, comforting the school beauty and insulting Su Jian became politically correct. However, the person they were cursing was lying under a tree and cuddling with his girlfriend. Dog barking. Su Jian didn't listen at all. Note, this girlfriend will most likely not betray you as you want to see. These two are very sweet. I'll choke you to death. Chapter 5. If you make me angry, I will fight you to death. By the lake, on the lawn, in the shadow of the big trees, a man and a woman embraced each other and fell asleep. The warm sunshine made the lawn like a comfortable rocking bed, lulling them to sleep. In a daze, time seemed to pass faster, and before I knew it, it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Then, the bell for the first class in the afternoon rang. There are at most 4 classes during the day in college, and each class lasts about 100 minutes, which is equivalent to 2 classes in middle school. So it is said that teachers in college have an easy time. Su Jian said, You are really a rip-off. Jiang Zuoyan opened his eyes sleepily, and then stretched like a cat that had just woken up. Hey, be gentle. Look at your clothes. If you stretch, your underwear will almost show. Su Jian, who had just woken up, saw this, and his originally confused mind instantly became clear. He quickly stretched out his hands and pulled Jiang Zuoyan's clothes down. Hee. Jiang Zuoyan smiled slightly and leaned sweetly on Su Jian's shoulder. Su Jian put his arm around Jiang Zuoyan's waist and looked at the lake calmly. Jiang Zuoyan is very thin and has a small frame. Perhaps all Jiangnan girls are like this. Su Jian doesn't know if the waists of the 3 school beauties are slender, but Jiang Zuoyan definitely is. Su Jian didn't believe in the idea of a slender waist before, but now, he thinks Jiang Zuoyan's waist is indeed a slender waist. It is really too thin. Not counting his mother, cousin, and other relatives, Su Jian has touched the skin of 3 girlfriends. Not just the kind of shaking hands, but the kind of touching from top to bottom. I want to talk about the first 2 girls. The skin of his current girlfriend Jiang Zuoyan feels very smooth, like the finest silk, and although it is summer, her skin has a hint of coolness, and there is not a trace of fat on her waist. This feel really makes Su Jian love her. Bang! Suddenly, Jiang Zuoyan knocked away Su Jian's mischievous right hand. Her face flushed as she said, "Why are you moving your hand up in public?" Su Jian smiled awkwardly. "Ahaha, sorry, I moved it up subconsciously." Jiang Zuoyan said angrily, "Don't you think I'm too young? Why do you still want to touch me?" Su Jian leaned close to Jiang Zuoyan's ear and whispered, "It's just a small thing, so you should touch it more. Maybe it will grow bigger." Jiang Zuoyan's face flushed. "Rogue. Hooligan, is there a possibility? Let's say, is there a possibility that the face here is small?" Su Jian laughed and kissed Jiang Zuoyan. Then he looked at the lake and said seriously, "Yun, do you believe in intuition?" Jiang Zuoyan glanced at Su Jian. Seeing how serious he was, Jiang Zuoyan relaxed his mind and said, "I don't know either. I'm half believing and half doubting. This thing is sometimes quite accurate, but sometimes quite unreasonable. For example, during an exam, my intuition tells me that I did well, but I ended up doing poorly. Sometimes it tells me that I did poorly, but I ended up doing well. It's outrageous, but there are times when it's accurate, like when I'm walking and I feel there's danger, and then the danger really happens. So I'm skeptical about intuition." Su Jian nodded and understood what Jiang Zuoyan meant. Indeed, intuition is something that is sometimes accurate and sometimes not. We cannot trust it completely, nor can we completely distrust it. But Su Jian looked at the numbers in his sight. There were only about 11 hours left. With a simple guess, even an elementary school student could figure out that the countdown would end at 2400 hours tonight, or midnight. Su Jian couldn't help but sigh. Which normal person would have a string of numbers appear in his eyes? And the countdown ends at midnight, which doesn't seem like a time when good things would happen. What's wrong? Do you have any good or bad intuition? Jiang Zuoyan leaned against Su Jian, his head slightly raised on Su Jian's shoulder, looking up at him like a docile kitten. Su Jian thought about it and didn't say what he felt. Instead, he scratched Jiang Zuoyan's nose and changed the subject. "We both have no classes this afternoon. How about going out to play?" Jiang Zuoyan stared at Su Jian's eyes for a moment, then smiled slightly and said, "Okay. Don't you want to keep asking? If you ask a few more times, I'll tell you." Jiang Zuoyan hugged Su Jian's arm, laid his head gently on Su Jian's shoulder, and then whispered, "If you want to say it, you will say it naturally." Su Jian was stunned for a moment. He couldn't quite explain his feelings at the moment, but it must be the satisfaction and happiness of being trusted. "The girlfriend I found this time. Very nice. It's not about meeting the wrong person at the wrong time. It's not about meeting the right person at the wrong time. It's about meeting the right person at the right time." Su Jian smiled slightly and said, "I just have a hunch, but it's okay, I'm here." Su Jian placed one hand on Jiang Zuoyan's back and passed the other hand through Jiang Zuoyan's knee joint, picked him up like a princess, and then held him in his arms. Jiang Zuoyan did not resist. When Su Jian hugged her, she just put her arms around Su Jian's neck and looked at him with a smile the whole time. "Wait a moment, I'll think about where to go." Su Jian hugged Jiang Zuoyan and closed his eyes to rest, while Jiang Zuoyan leaned gently on the lower left shoulder of Su Jian. However, in fact, Su Jian was not thinking about where to go for fun, but was struggling with the countdown to the light blooming in the endless darkness after he closed his eyes. What on earth is this countdown? The reason why Su Jian saw the countdown in his sight was not because he didn't want to tell Jiang Zuoyan, but because he was afraid that Jiang Zuoyan would not believe it. Another reason is that the countdown ends in the early hours of tonight. Anyway, we will know what will happen at 12 o'clock tonight, so there is no need to let Jiang Zuoyan worry, right? Although one of them lived in the East District and the other in the West District, Su Jian felt that this was not a problem. Su Jian can hardly solve any problem that can be solved with money. But if it's something else, that's not necessarily the case. If something really happens, it's just across half the campus. Is it that difficult? No matter how hard it is, he will go to save her, even though they had only known each other for 2 months. But she is his current girlfriend. That's all. About half an hour later, Su Jian took Jiang Zuoyan's hand and left the school. "Let us find a place to eat a hamburger first." After all, Su Jian hasn't had lunch yet. After calming down, hunger instantly surrounds Su Jian. Then the two of them went shopping in the mall, just browsing without buying anything. This was speechless to Su Jian, because if you want to go shopping, you must buy something. If you don't buy anything but just browse, isn't it a waste of time? But Jiang Zuoyan liked it, so Su Jian chose to accompany her. Finally, the two went to the karaoke room. Jiang Zuoyan liked to sing, But Su Jian didn't, because he was tone deaf and his singing was only slightly better than the howling of ghosts and wolves. So Su Jian thinks singing is shameful, not because the act of singing itself is shameful, but because Su Jian's singing is not good. So when others ask him to sing, Su Jian always has a shameful and embarrassed feeling, which is only directed at him personally, not at others. Whenever Su Jian sang in a ghostly and howling voice, Jiang Zuoyan would giggle beside her. Su Jian was indeed very embarrassed, but there were only 2 of us here, so why should I be afraid of you? So he just touched her all over, tickled her, kissed her, touched her, and hugged her from time to time, making Jiang Zuoyan's face blush. It's just that we were in the wrong place and we haven't been together for a long time. Otherwise I would have executed you on the spot. After singing until around 9 o'clock in the evening, both of them felt their voices were a little hoarse. Although they hadn't had dinner, neither of them was hungry, so they took a taxi back to school. The school dormitory building was closed at 11 o'clock in the evening, so it was better to go back early. At about 10 o'clock, the 2 returned to the school, and then walked hand in hand along the lake for a long time. As college students, there are no restrictions on dating, so there are quite a few young couples by the lake. As they walked, Su Jian felt that the back of the woman in a couple not far ahead looked a lot like his ex-girlfriend, but they had been together for less than a month, just over 20 days, and Su Jian didn't have any feelings for her anymore, so he walked past leisurely, as if they were strangers. Su Jian would not confuse dating with marriage, but he still takes every relationship seriously. However, sometimes, being serious does not necessarily lead to results, so although he is serious, Su Jian does not think that this relationship must be accomplished in one step. In this way, even if they break up, Su Jian will only be slightly sad for a short while. Su Jian said that things like crying for a week after a breakup in high school would never happen again. The 2 walked by the lake, and Jiang Zuoyan was the first to ask, "Aren't you worried about what Wang Mengyao will do?" "Very worried." "Regret it?" "Without." "Can't you say a few more words?" Jiang Zuoyan looked at Su Jian angrily. "You always speak so concisely. Do you hate me?" "Ah." Su Jian touched his head awkwardly and said, "Okay, I'll tell you the truth. I don't know what that school beauty is going to do to me, but if she wants someone to beat me up, I won't just sit there and wait for death. If there are a lot of people on the other side, I'll just beat anyone I can get. I don't want to suffer any loss. If the school beauty intends to use money and power to pressure me, then I have no choice but to sit back and wait for death. But please don't push me into a dead end. I don't want to break the law, but that doesn't mean I won't break it. If you really push me into a dead end, I'll just go in with a knife and come out with a knife." Looking at Su Jian's serious expression, Jiang Zuoyan was stunned for a moment and asked, "You want to kill someone?" Su Jian said calmly, "I said, that's when she pushes me to the brink of death. After all, my life will be ruined if she does that. So if she insists on pushing me to death, I will definitely drag her down with her." "This is a society ruled by law," Jiang Zuoyan said seriously. Su Jian thought for a moment and asked, "Do you think that as a person with no money and no power, what else can I do to defeat them except risking my life?" Before Jiang Zuoyan could speak, Su Jian sighed again and said, "Well, in fact, it seems that I can't beat them even if I risk my life. It depends on my luck. If I'm lucky, maybe my death can be meaningful. But if I'm unlucky, maybe I can only exchange for the life of a small minion, which is a bit of a loss." Chapter 6 Shackle signed, "Don't worry about collecting." Jiang Zuoyan looked at Su Jian in a daze. She suddenly realized that her boyfriend seemed a little scary. He knew everything and understood everything, but he still did it. He knew that the consequences of hitting the school bell could be very serious, but he still did it, just because the school bell slapped him first and he wanted to vent his anger. He knew he shouldn't be so angry, but he would rather bear serious consequences, even at the cost of the rest of his life, to do this. Such a person should not live in today's legal society. Jiang Zuoyan thought in his heart. There is a demon living in his heart, and this demon is suppressed by his rationality. But when someone violates the demon's dignity and does not give the demon a chance to survive, he will reveal his hideous and terrifying side. Wang Mengyao, please don't commit suicide. He is now bound by shackles, and these shackles are the law and morality. You must not cut these shackles off. However, what Jiang Zuoyan didn't know was that the shackles in Su Jian's heart were soon broken by another thing. At about 10:40, Su Jian sent Jiang Zuoyan back to the dormitory. The lights by the lake were dim, so few people recognized Su Jian. But downstairs in the dormitory building, the lights were on and many people recognized Su Jian. He was the one who slapped the school beauty twice. Many people looked at Su Jian with disdain. Beating a woman was an act that was very hateful, and the woman being beaten was actually a school beauty, which made it even more hateful. However, What made Su Jian a little strange was that most of the people who looked at him with resentment were men. This is really strange. I hit women, so shouldn't there be more women who resent me? It seems that even if some people know that the school bell won't even look at him, he will still be a loyal dog. Su Jian was very confused about what they were thinking, but he didn't care. He only cares about those who care about him or those he cares about. What does other people's opinions have to do with me? Right and wrong are very important to Su Jian. But I guess in the eyes of some people, it's not important. The two stood downstairs of the dormitory, hugging each other. After thinking for a while, Su Jian couldn't help but reminded them, "Don't go to bed too early tonight. My intuition tells me that something will happen at 12 o'clock tonight. Be careful." Jiang Zuoyan nodded and smiled sweetly. "Well, okay." Su Jian repeated again, "It's just a hunch, it may not be accurate. If nothing happens at 12:10, you should go to bed quickly." "Aha. If something really happens, don't worry, I will climb out the window and save you." "Oh, I know. Just go back. If you don't leave now, you can't go back," Jiang Zuoyan dissuaded. "Okay, I'm leaving now." After kissing goodbye, Su Jian drove an electric car back to the East District. There were only 5 minutes left before the dormitory manager closed the door, and he was quite accurate in timing. On the way back to the dormitory, many people looked at Su Jian, and even his roommates teased him. How does it feel to hit the school beauty's face? Su Jian would answer if he could, and remain silent if he couldn't. On the one hand, he really didn't have any feeling. He didn't just touch it, but slapped it directly. Not to mention the feeling, his hand even hurt a little. On the other hand, he always had a feeling of uneasiness. And as the countdown in his sight decreased, Su Jian felt more and more uneasy. To outsiders, Su Jian seemed absent-minded, so his roommates thought that Su Jian was scared and stopped pestering him. Come to think of it, if you hit the school beauty and you don't know how she will retaliate, you will definitely be scared and absent-minded. However, what they thought was completely inconsistent with Su Jian's facts. Less than an hour. Looking at the countdown in his sight, Su Jian's inner panic was magnified to the maximum, and he even felt something pressing on his shoulder. "It's so uncomfortable, I can hardly breathe." I don't know why, but Su Jian always has a feeling in his heart. Something very dangerous, serious, and far-reaching will happen tonight. Su Jian frowned, then stood up and walked out of the dormitory. Although I don't know what will happen, but it's better to be prepared. Boom, boom, boom. Su Jian knocked on the door of the dormitory next door. With a click, the door opened and an ordinary man appeared in Su Jian's sight. Su Jian couldn't remember his name, because this person had such a low presence. Some people might not believe it. After all, it has been more than a year. How could you not remember the name of your classmate? But this is the fact. Not all students in the same class have good relationships with each other in college. You have to know that people in a class come from all over the world, and there are all kinds of people. So it is normal to meet a few people with different values. In addition, there may be some other reasons. For example, if you are otaku, then you may not recognize all the people in the next dormitory except your roommates. Or someone speaks too little. He is a otaku and stays in the dormitory all day long. He doesn't speak during class activities and just stays aside by himself. Few people can recognize such a person. Or other various reasons. But Su Jian was not here to look for this person. After opening the door, this person turned around and went back to his desk, and then continued playing games. Su Jian didn't care about anything else and went straight to a fat man. "Hey, Mr. Zhong, I remember you have a military shovel, right? Can you lend it to me for a night?" "Haha, that's right. I not only have a military shovel, but also a multi-purpose tool knife, a multi-power telescope, an AWM, an M4A1 carbine." Upon seeing this, Fatty Zhong quickly stood up and opened his closet while speaking. Su Jian was helpless and even wanted to turn around and leave, because Zhong Sheng was a chatterbox, and the AWM and carbine he mentioned. First of all, let me make one thing clear. The appearance is real, but the bullets used are water bullets. This guy is a big military fan, and he can talk about all kinds of military weapons at will. But Su Jian feels that many of these things are confidential, and the things he talked about should just be made public and everyone can find them on the internet. However, this guy's family seemed to be quite rich, so he bought a lot of weapons. But in Su Jian's opinion, except for the military shovel, the other things really have no killing power. Especially various water bullet guns, unless they hit vulnerable places such as the temple, eyeballs, and penis, they cannot kill with one shot. So Su Jian was only interested in his military shovel. However, Su Jian was helpless, because every time he talked to this person, no matter what he said at the beginning, after a few words, he would definitely lead you to some military product, such as the maximum range of a certain rifle of several hundred meters, or a certain telescope or something. This time, Su Jian started talking about the military shovel, which aroused his chatterbox. Let me tell you, this military shovel of mine is of top-notch workmanship. The shovel head is made of high-carbon manganese steel, and the support rod is made of high-density aluminum alloy. In addition, the shovel head can be replaced with an axe, awl head, harpoon, multi-purpose knife, etc. If you are out in the wild, this box can basically meet most of your survival needs. Fatty Jong took out a silver aluminum box from the closet, and inside the box was the military shovel that Su Jian wanted. When I opened the box, I found quite a lot of things inside. In addition to the things Zhongsheng mentioned, there were also tourniquets, half-finger gloves, a bundle of ropes, a waterproof high-intensity flashlight, etc. Su Jian didn't want to listen to Zhongsheng's nagging, so he took the box and ran out. I'll return it to you tomorrow, and you can play with me all night tonight. You're so cool. Zhongsheng gave a thumbs up and said, "You have good taste. He must be handsome. But be careful not to hurt yourself. Also, don't forget to return it to me tomorrow." "Got it. I'll definitely return it to you." If nothing happens, Su Jian returned to the dormitory and started assembling the military shovel without paying attention to his roommate's surprised looks. "Hey, Su Jian, what are you doing?" Zhao Wumian came over, took a look at the military shovel parts in Su Jian's hand, and asked, "Oh, this is Zhongsheng's military shovel, right? I've heard about it a long time ago. What do you want to borrow it for?" "Be on guard," Su Jian said concisely. Soon, Su Jian finished assembling the military shovel in his hand. "This thing is not troublesome. Just take it out, align it front and back, screw it on, and tighten it." The support pole of this military shovel has 4 sections, with a frosted and non-slip surface. Including the shovel head, it is about 120 centimeters long. There is a cover at the end of the support pole, which is also very useful. It has the functions of an attack hammer, the kind of small hammer used to break windows, a survival whistle, and a fire stick. However, Su Jian felt that he should not need these things. The shovel head is pentagonal, about 16 centimeters wide and 3 millimeters thick. It is very hard and has a sharp tip. It can be used to shovel things. One side is sharp for chopping, and the other side is serrated for sawing wood. There are several holes on the shovel, which can be used to remove nails, screw-in screws, etc. Although the shovel head can be replaced, Su Jian did not plan to use other things, such as awls, harpoons, multifunctional knives, etc. Su Jian simply discarded them. After all, the shovel itself can meet most of Su Jian's needs. If a disaster really breaks out, other accessories cannot be removed. In addition, the axe and flashlight can be assembled together. The total length is about 35 centimeters, which is just right to be held in one hand. You can chop in front and illuminate in the back. Hey, it's really fun. Su Jian also wanted to wear half-finger gloves, but these gloves were custom-made for Zhongsheng according to the size of his hands, and Zhongsheng was a fat man, so for Su Jian, they were a bit too big and didn't fit his hands well. And these gloves seem to have not been washed for a long time. They have a smell. Thinking of this, Su Jian frowned, then took out wet wipes and paper towels with some disgust, and carefully wiped the shovel and axe several times. TSK, if a disaster really happens, Zhongsheng, you are such a good person. Looking at the multifunctional military shovel and the lighted axe ready in his hands, Su Jian couldn't help but smile. If no disaster occurs, then everyone will be happy. But if a disaster really happens, then Zhongsheng is really very polite and a good person. You know what? This military shovel is really cool. When I have money in the future, I will want one too. Zhao Wumian on the side said with some envy. A military shovel. No man can resist it, right? So cool. Su Jian didn't reply, but smashed the shovel on the table. Boom. This scared the other roommates, but Su Jian laughed when he saw the military shovel that had sunk several centimeters into the table. If a disaster really erupts, unless it's an earthquake or a volcano or something like that, there's no way to resist it and we'll just have to wait to die. But if there is a zombie crisis or something like that, Su Jian doesn't dare to say that he can survive to the end, but he can definitely live longer. This thing is a sharp weapon. Firearms are not allowed to circulate in the market, but such lethal weapons should not exist either. Su Jian was filled with emotion. He looked at the countdown in his sight and saw that there were only 10 minutes left. Su Jian was very uneasy, so he took out his cell phone and sent another cautious message to Jiang Zuoyan. Jiang Zuoyan smiled back. Su Jian looked out the window and murmured, "Yun, don't be careless. I hope my intuition is wrong, but what if? What if something really happened? You must wait for me. If something really happens, I will find you as soon as possible." Su Jian did not go to bed either. He was seen sitting on a chair, holding a military shovel tightly in both hands, looking at the countdown in his field of vision with a cold gaze. 5 minutes. 1 minute. 10 seconds. Chapter 7. The countdown ends and the disaster begins. There are only 10 seconds left in the countdown within sight. 10, 9, 8. Looking at the countdown in his sight, Su Jian couldn't help but start counting down in his heart. The fear in my heart is growing bigger and bigger. This torture of being confused about the future is really too terrifying. What will happen in the future? What will the world look like? Volcano, earthquake, tsunami, heavy rain, landslide. Still, are you safe? Su Jian was surrounded by tension and fear. His heart seemed to beat faster. His blood was flowing rapidly. Su Jian even felt like he couldn't breathe. The unknown is the most terrifying. But the next moment, Su Jian, who was full of nervousness, suddenly smiled. This smile seemed to deflate the air, and he temporarily forgot the tension and fear in his heart. I only heard Su Jian talking to himself. If there really is a global disaster, then I won't have to worry about the school beauty's revenge. Unexpectedly, at this most critical moment, the first thing that Su Jian thought of was actually related to the school bell. However, it is a pity that Su Jian was not thinking about the beauty of the school bell, nor was he fantasizing about anything. Instead, he was thinking that after the disaster, the school bell might not have the time or energy to cause trouble to him. Although this is indeed very likely, Su Jian is indeed a little unromantic. However, it can also be seen from this that although Su Jian has thought of everything, he does not want to be so drastic unless he is at the end of his rope. After all, a harmonious society should be based on peace and people, and human life is more important than anything else. But if a disaster strikes, that's not certain. Regardless of whether it is a mountain flood, tsunami, earthquake, or rainstorm, it is normal for a few people to die in such a situation. But Su Jian would not kill anyone for such a small matter. He was the successor of socialism, a three-good youth, and an outstanding youth of the contemporary era. Su Jian just won't sit there and wait for death, and won't be too sanctimonious. If someone targets him or betrays him, he will never give that person a second chance to target or betray him. However, if a major disaster really happens, won't the ordinary people in this world be the ones who suffer? So Su Jian didn't know what his mentality was right now. Looking forward to it, or not looking forward to it. Coming to the balcony, Su Chen looked out the window at the dormitory building next door, where many dormitories were still brightly lit even in the early morning. He smiled and said, "Forget it. Why think so much? Don't worry about whether the disaster will break out. Even if it does, what can I, alone, do in the face of a huge disaster? What is to come will eventually come. For the entire Earth, the actions of 1 or 2 humans are insignificant and of no use at all." Sometimes, when I read novels about online games coming to life, I feel speechless. What on earth did you do to make such a big thing happen so early after your rebirth? If someone dies in Country M, what impact will that have on Country Z? If the person who died was Joe, then maybe people would still express their feelings, but if he was just an ordinary worker, or a beggar, then the people in Country Z might not even know his name. If this is the case with 2 countries, then what is the human race to the entire Earth? The butterfly effect is not something that any butterfly can produce. It requires a combination of special factors such as a special environment, a special butterfly, and a special event to cause that special effect. So no matter what I do, it won't change what will happen after the countdown ends. If that's the case, then I can only passively accept it. I just hope that the people I care about can give me more time. Looking at the dim starry sky, Su Jian smiled slightly, then tightened the military shovel in his hand. This thing can give him courage. Just as Su Jian was nervously watching the countdown in his sight, 2 white bodies were colliding with each other in a hotel outside the school. A female voice sounded, brother who, you have to vent my anger for me. MM. Another somewhat dull male voice sounded, he is just a poor bastard from a small place. Your brother Tiger can easily kill him. You serve me well tonight, and I will send someone to deal with him tomorrow. Who? Brother who, don't kill him directly. First, make him kneel down and kowtow to admit his mistake. Then, find a way to kill his parents in front of him, and then kill him last. I must make him regret it. Okay. Brother Tiger has promised you. Come on, turn over and lift your legs. You have practiced dancing for real. You are so flexible. Do the splits. Brother Tiger, if you can kill that damn stinky loser, I have other tricks up my sleeve. Brother Tiger, I'm really looking forward to it. Su Jian naturally didn't know that someone outside the school was thinking about how to deal with him. At this moment, looking at the countdown that had returned to 0 in his sight, his heart seemed to stop. However, nothing happened. Call. Although a little disappointed, Su Jian still breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing happened. Okay. Boom. However, just when Su Jian was feeling lost, a loud noise that came from nowhere entered everyone's mind. It was as if each of them had a bell in their mind, and then a mysterious force rang the bell. Deafening. The pain was severe. Then, a grand, serious, and solemn voice resounded in everyone's mind. Humanity. Protect this planet. This is also to protect yourselves. What do you mean? Hey, did you hear that? It feels like someone is talking in my head. Am I hallucinating? Fuck, I heard it too. They said we need to protect the planet. What does that mean? Su Jian's 3 roommates were also a little stunned, but just after they said a few words, a mysterious force suddenly swept across the planet. This force seemed to be some kind of special magnetic field. Logically, humans should not be able to feel it, but the strange thing was that everyone felt this mysterious force. It was like a gust of wind, sweeping across all terrain, all humans, and all buildings. Then, countless people around the world screamed. Su Jian and Zhao Wumian looked at their other 2 roommates holding their heads and screaming, and their hearts were instantly filled with confusion. No, Li Qingzu, Wang Bin, what are you 2 yelling about? Zhao Wumian asked in confusion. Su Jian, who was standing aside, remained silent. He clenched the military shovel in his hand, narrowed his eyes, and looked at the 2 screaming roommates with a cold gaze. Although Su Jian couldn't figure out the situation, speaking directly into someone's head. It shouldn't be something that can be done casually, right? And it seems that he was not the only one who heard the sound. At least Zhao Wumian next to him also heard it. Even the exclamations coming from outside told Su Jian that more people heard those 2 sentences than he imagined. So can Su Jian assume that everyone on this planet heard it? Being able to speak a few words in the minds of all human beings is not something that science can explain. It seems that the world is really going to change. Roar tilde 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 tilde. Suddenly, Li Qingzu and Wang Bin, who were sitting on chairs playing games, roared like wild beasts. The next moment, they suddenly raised their heads and looked at Su Jian and Zhao Wumian. Hiss. Su Jian couldn't help but take a breath, because his 2 roommates looked completely different at this moment. Veins bulged all over their bodies, their eyes were bloodshot and unfocused, and 2 fangs extended from their upper jaws, which looked like tiger fangs. This, zombie. Su Jian was a little confused. Apart from the fangs, the 2 roommates looked a bit like zombies. But do zombies have fangs? Aren't they only possessed by zombies? Is it a combination of zombies and undead? My goodness, is it that the zombie cheated or that he had an affair? What should this thing be called? Sad? Or sad? Fuck, Li Qingzu, Wang Bin, what happened to you 2? Zhao Wumian shouted in confusion. Zhao Wumian's shout attracted Li Qingzu and Wang Bin at this time. They twisted their necks stiffly, and then looked at Zhao Wumian with bloodshot eyes emitting a strange green glow. Roar! Li Qingzu and Wang Bin howled like wild beasts, then jumped directly from their chairs towards Zhao Wumian. However, as the space was too small, they did not jump out, but were tripped by the chairs instead. By the way, their dormitory is the type with a bed above and a desk below, but the desk is not vertical but horizontal, and the wardrobe is located opposite the table. If you look at it from the side, the wardrobe, bed, and desk almost form a shape. Overall, it seems to save space, but the seats they sit in are very small, so Su Jian and his friends have complained about this sand design more than once. However, no one expected that this narrow design, which they had complained about countless times, actually saved their lives in disguise at this moment. Hey, what are you guys doing? Li Qingzu and Wang Bin were tripped and fell heavily to the ground. The dull thud made Su Jian and Zhao Wumian feel pain when they heard it. But even so, they stared at Zhao Wumian fiercely and made whining sounds like barking dogs. It's the kind of whining sound a dog makes before it lets out its final loud woof when it's angry. Seeing the 2 of them looking like they were determined to fight to the death, Zhao Wumian was very confused, so he said that in surprise. A few seconds passed, so Li Qingzu and Wang Bin struggled to stand up again. After standing up, they opened their mouths and pounced on Zhao Wumian without hesitation. Fuck! Although he didn't know what was going on, Zhao Wumian didn't intend to sit there and wait for death. However, the dormitory was too small, and if he stood up and hid now, he would not be able to escape. This is not outdoors. When facing an enemy rushing towards you, you can choose to squat or jump to the side to avoid it. This was indoors, and in a small dormitory at that, so it was too late for Zhao Wumian to hide. So Zhao Wumian rolled his eyes, stood up and pushed the gaming chair forward to block them for a few seconds. Then Zhao Wumian opened the closet and went straight in. This disgusting dormitory design that they had criticized was unexpectedly useful in this situation. Chapter 8 World Gamification and 100-fold Points. After getting into the closet, Zhao Wumian even heard some knocking sounds, but the closet door was pulled outwards, so if you knocked on it like this, you would never be able to open it in your lifetime, unless you were Tyson, who could smash the wooden closet door, which was about 1 centimeter thick, with one punch. Hey, Li Qingzhu, Wang Bin, what are you two doing? If you wanted to scare me, you've already succeeded. There's no need to continue. Zhao Wumian shouted loudly in the closet, but there was no human voice responding to him, but instead more manic roars and more violent knocking sounds. In the dark closet, there was only a tiny ray of light coming in from a gap. Although Zhao Wumian was not as tall as Su Jian, he was stronger than Su Jian, so it was very uncomfortable for Zhao Wumian to curl up in this narrow closet. The narrow space, the curled-up body, and a hint of inexplicable fear made Zhao Wumian extremely irritable, so he shouted directly. Fuck, are you sick? Su Jian, you are outside. Don't you have a military shovel? Give them one. What is Su Jian doing at this moment? While Zhao Wumian was crawling into the closet to attract Li Qingzhu and Wang Bin, he quietly opened the door and walked out of the dormitory. Su Jian wants to run away. No, he's gathering intelligence. Coming to the corridor, Su Jian heard all kinds of shouts. Lao Li, what's wrong with you? Damn, why are you biting me? Help. My roommate has gone crazy. It's over. Is this a zombie? Damn, it's the end of the world. Haha, it's the end of the world. The future belongs to me, eh? Fuck, you actually dare to bite me. I'm the king of the future. I'll hammer you to death. Shit, I don't have a weapon. I can't kill it. Don't come over. Don't come over. Various screams, cries for help, and shouts echoed throughout the dormitory area. Su Jian was slightly stunned, and then couldn't help asking himself, is this acting? No, this can't be acting. The next moment, Su Jian shook his head, denying his ridiculous idea. There must be advance notice for acting, but he didn't receive any notice. Moreover, someone was talking in his head just now. Although he didn't know who it was, he could speak in the heads of everyone in the world. He must be a god, right? Also, Su Jian turned his head and took a look inside the room. Li Qingzhu and Wang Bin were still knocking on Zhao Wumian's wardrobe. If these two people's current behavior were really acted out, even if they couldn't win the Best Actor award, they could at least get a nomination for Best Supporting Actor, right? Su Jian looked up at the sky again. It was boundless and there was a blood moon across the sky. When did the moon turn red? Su Jian was stunned, then shook his head and said with a smile, forget it, it doesn't matter, it's not important anymore. Su Jian held the military shovel tightly in his hand and walked towards Li Qingzhu and Wang Bin. Zhao Wumian was cursing loudly in the closet, and this just helped Su Jian attract the zombies' attention. Although Li Qingzhu and Wang Bin look like a fusion of zombies and undead, most people still think of zombies as the kind that wear Qing dynasty costumes and jump around, so Su Jian finally decided to call these monsters zombies. Monster. Yes, monster. Regardless of whether they were disguised or not, now, in Su Jian's subjective consciousness, they must be monsters. Because of this, Su Jian's murder would not be considered a violation of the law. Su Jian raised the military shovel, pointed it at Li Qingzhu's neck, and then swung it down fiercely. Boom! Stuck in the neck bone. Su Jian felt the texture and said silently, don't get me wrong, Su Jian has never killed anyone, but he has killed chickens, cows, and sheep, so he knows the feeling of a weapon being stuck in bones. They are both lying on the ground, so it's hard to use too much force. Otherwise, if I lift them high up and chop them down directly, this military shovel can easily chop off their heads. Su Jian said as he pulled back. Although Zhao Wumian's shouting attracted the attention of Li Qingzhu and Wang Bin, after being attacked, Li Qingzhu stood up directly and ran towards Su Jian with convulsions all over. Obviously, for monsters like zombies, sound will attract them, but after being attacked, the hatred is transferred. Luckily, there's only one. Su Jian looked at Wang Bin, who was lying in the closet, and felt lucky. Su Jian is quite brave, but when he suddenly encounters something like this, it is more important to be safe, so it is best to be able to deal with it one-on-one. Call. Su Jian walked out of the dormitory directly and stood in the corridor. Then, Su Jian took a deep breath and looked coldly at Li Qingzhu, who was running towards him. Li Qingzhu, I'll give you a chance. If it's fake, then stop immediately and I'll pretend nothing happened. But if you run out of the dormitory, I'll hit you with a knife. No, a shovel. If you run out of the dormitory, I'll hit you with a shovel and I won't make a mistake. Li celebrated the silence. Li Qingzhu, who looked like a zombie, simply raised his head and rushed toward Su Jian slowly with a roar. His two fangs looked like the fangs of a real beast. There was still a wound on Li Qingzhu's neck left by Su Jian. Blood was flowing out of the wound, staining his clothes red. Even though he was seriously injured, Li Qingzhu did not cry out in pain. He even rushed towards Su Jian regardless. In Su Jian's heart, he was even more convinced that Li Qingzhu and the others had turned into monsters. Boom! Zombie Li celebrated by stepping out of the dormitory. Understood. Su Jian took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the military shovel in his hand, then aimed at Li Qingzhu's neck and chopped it hard. From this moment on, the world has really changed. Puff! The military shovel in Su Jian's hand was well made and extremely sharp. When Su Jian swung it vigorously, Li Qingzhu's neck flew into the air, and blood spurted several meters away, directly splashing onto the ceiling of the dormitory corridor. Boom, boom, boom. Li Qingzhu's bloody head rolled on the ground for several times, and finally stopped slowly after hitting the wall. His headless body fell to the ground directly, and blood spurted out. In the blink of an eye, a large area of the ground was dyed red. Su Jian felt nothing inside, no desire to vomit, and even felt like laughing. As expected, novels and the like are all lies. It's just killing a creature that looks like a human. Why is it disgusting? Although the smell of blood is not pleasant, if you use hot water to scald the hair of livestock, the smell will be even worse and more disgusting. Su Jian curled his lips, very confused by those remarks that one would have to vomit for a long time after killing someone. But the next moment, just when Su Jian wanted to go into the house to kill another zombie, Su Jian suddenly froze in place. Tip: you successfully killed a monster within an hour. The system panel is opened, and you get a reward treasure chest. Note: the reward of the reward treasure chest is fixed. Tip: to open the system panel, the host needs to think about it subjectively, but you may not have experience for the first time, so you only need to shout open panel. Interesting. Someone was talking in his mind again, and this time, Su Jian was slightly stunned, then raised the corners of his mouth and said excitedly, open panel. Just like the legendary virtual online game, several lines of text actually appeared in front of Su Jian. Su Jian. Personal information. Male. 20 years old. Height 182 centimeters, weight 60 kilograms. Personality sizzle, kind sizzle, dark sizzle, suspicious sizzle, affectionate sizzle, odd personality. Hobbies, click to view more. Basic attributes. Strength 12 affects attack power, strength, etc. Agility 11 affects movement speed, attack speed, casting speed, etc. Physical 14 affects physical strength, endurance, defense, etc. Intelligence 13 affects magic power, has nothing to do with one's intelligence. Note: the limit of each attribute of ordinary humans is 30, and the attributes of ordinary adult men are between 10-15 under normal circumstances. Combat power evaluation, F. Mall, click to view not yet open, will open at 1 o'clock. Warehouse, reward treasure box 1. Tip: the warehouse opens automatically, with a volume of 1 cubic meter. Zazizi, system disorder. System disorder. Bite. Tip: due to some special reasons, you have obtained the special ability 100 times points. The specific effect is that the points obtained through the system, such as points obtained from killing, tasks, treasure chests, etc., will be increased by 100 times. Note: the right of interpretation belongs to the system. Tip: please open the reward box as soon as possible. Is the world really being gamified? When Su Jian looked at his personal attributes, a crackling sound of electricity suddenly rang frequently in his mind, feeling like an old-fashioned TV with poor contact. A weird personality. That's a good summary. Seeing that the personality had changed many times and finally settled on a weird one, Su Jian became very happy. If there hadn't been a pile of blood on the ground, he would have wanted to roll over. As for the following information, in addition to his preferences, there are also many descriptions about him personally, including but not limited to appearance, preferences, personality, etc. It is indeed personal information and the summary is very accurate. 100 times points? What is this? When Su Jian learned that he had obtained the ability to multiply points by 100, he was very confused. What was the use of this thing? How did he get it? Is that the meteorite? Su Jian suddenly thought of the meteorite at noon. It was that meteorite that made him unconscious for a short while. This made Su Jian a little famous, but unfortunately, it was soon overshadowed by the incident of him beating up the school beauty. Forget it. Let's open the treasure chest first. Although I don't know what the points are used for now, they should be the currency in the mall, right? In this way, my 100-fold points will really take off. It's like two people are working, in the same place, in the same position, but one can only earn 3,000 yuan, while he can earn 100 times more, which is 300,000 yuan. How many things can he buy with that? TSK, I really hope it's not currency, otherwise. Su Jian smiled slightly, then said angrily, how else are you going to let others live? Ha ha ha. Su Jian laughed arrogantly twice, then without wasting any more time, he took out the treasure chest from the warehouse. This warehouse is like a storage ring, the kind of thing that can be found in fantasy worlds and online game worlds. In short, the feeling Su Jian had when he took the things out was very mysterious. It suddenly appeared in my hand, which was really fun. The treasure chest is silver white in color, square in shape, 50 centimeters long, 20 centimeters wide, and 30 centimeters high. The lid of the treasure chest is a semi-cylinder with a radius of about 10 centimeters. The treasure chest was not locked, so Su Jian opened it directly. Golden legend. Ah, it's not glowing. Su Jian thought it would light up when he opened the box, but in the end there was no reaction at all, which was a waste of his mood. Tip. You have opened the reward treasure chest and obtained the following 3 items. You can only obtain these 3 items. 1. Reward 100 points. Sizzle, 100-fold increase. You have obtained 10,000 points. 2. Temporary opening of the temporary discount mall. Please use it as soon as possible. The discount mall will be closed at 1 o'clock. 3. Identification technique. Strengthening. Volume 1 Campus Initial Chapter 9. Welcome to the world of disaster. The treasure chest in Su Jian's hand was silver white, square, 50 centimeters long, 20 centimeters wide, and 30 centimeters high. The lid of the treasure chest was a semi-cylinder with a radius of about 10 centimeters. The treasure chest was not locked, so Su Jian opened it directly. Golden legend. Ah, it's not glowing. Su Jian thought it would light up when he opened the box, but in the end there was no reaction at all. It was such a waste of energy. Tip. You have opened the reward treasure chest and obtained the following 3 items. You can only obtain these 3 items. 1. Reward 100 points. Sizzle, 100-fold increase. You have obtained 10,000 points. 2. Temporary opening of the discount mall. Please use it as soon as possible. The discount mall will be closed at 1 o'clock. 3. Identification technique. Strengthening. After opening the treasure chest, it suddenly disappeared. The disappearance out of thin air surprised Su Jian again, and then confirmed the idea of gamification of the world. Otherwise, I'm just dreaming. But it doesn't matter whether the world is gamified or just a dream. Su Jian knows one thing. That is, he can probably do whatever he wants. Su Jian smiled, then looked at the 3 items that suddenly appeared in his hand. One was something like a treasure bag, with some rustling sounds inside. It looked like this was 10,000 points, and judging from the situation, it was most likely used as money. It's only 10,000 points. You can put them all in this fist-sized treasure bag? Before Su Jian could think too much, the treasure bag disappeared, and then a points column appeared on the panel with 1W written on it. That's good, otherwise I'd have too many points and nowhere to put them. Su Jian sighed, then looked at the score column that suddenly appeared on the panel, touched his chin, and murmured. If it's a normal game, there must be pets, mounts, skills, equipment, professions, and other things, right? But there is no corresponding description on the panel. In this case, either there is really nothing, or it is like the current points, you need to have the corresponding things before it can be unlocked. Su Jian smiled slightly and said in amazement, it's quite interesting. Then, Su Jian looked at the other 2 things. They were 2 cards, slightly larger than playing cards, with patterns of the universe on the back. They looked very mysterious and beautiful. On the front, one said discount mall and the other said appraisal technique enhancement. Su Jian ignored the appraisal technique and directly chose to use the discount mall. On the one hand, the former actually has a time limit, so why not watch it quickly? What if the time limit is 10 minutes? Don't waste time. On the other hand, one knows what identification is used for as soon as one hears it. Although one does not know what the suffix enhanced means, it is probably just adding some other things to the basis of identification, which is not a big deal. After using the discount mall card, Su Jian found that another screen appeared in front of him. At the top were a few rules, and below were detailed products. Discount mall. Note 1. The discount mall is only open for 1 hour, and the current remaining time is 53 minutes and 43 seconds. Note 2. All items in this store can be exchanged for points. Everyone who opens this store will receive a 10% discount on the first item exchange. Zizi. System error. You cannot enjoy this discount. Note 3. Please redeem your desired items as soon as possible. After the discount mall is closed, even if there is a chance to open it next time, there is a high probability that the products in it will be replaced. Product list. 1. Demonic sword 7 evils Tang horizontal sword only weapon. Redemption points 1W. Inventory 1. 2. Skill plunder only skill exchange points 7k. Inventory 1. 3. Items coin of choice only item. Redemption points 5k. Inventory 1. 4. A random rare class card. Redemption points 4k. Inventory 100. Note: do you want to gamble? You might get a super strong and rare job. 5. 1 random skill card. Redemption points 3k. Inventory 1000. Note: come on, let us take a gamble and give it a try. 6. 1 customizable weapon. Redemption points 2k. Inventory 10,000. Note: if you open the discount store early, it should not be difficult to get 100 points within an hour, so this is for you. By the way, this weapon can be dropped. 7. Bloodline Awakening Potion. Exchange points 1k. Stock unlimited. Note: you can buy this thing later, but I have to say that if you use the discount now, you can take it away for only 100 points. How about it? Want to bet whether you have special blood? 8. 1 random item. Redemption points 100. Inventory unlimited. Note: anything could happen. A flower, a powerful item, anything is possible. 9. F-level attribute strengthening stone. Exchange points 10. Inventory unlimited. Note: choose 1 attribute from the 4 categories: strength, agility, physique, and intelligence. 10. F-tier equipment enchantment stone. Exchange points 10. Inventory unlimited. Note: choose an effect such as armor breaking, speed, sharpness, toughness. 11. F-rank healing potion. Redemption points 10. Stock unlimited. Note: if you are injured or afraid of being injured, healing potions are your best choice, but this is only an F-level healing potion. 12. F-tier antidote. Click to view more items. Su Jian first frowned and looked at the things in the mall, then raised the corners of his mouth and chuckled. It seems that the world has indeed been gamified. Classes, skills, weapons. Although it is hard to accept, this is the only possibility. The world is gamified. From now on, we will no longer talk about science, but fantasy. And there are more monsters like zombies. For many people, the gamification of the world is not too difficult to accept, but it is really hard to accept that the scientific values that have been established for many years have been destroyed in one day. Su Jian looked at the items in the mall, focusing on the first 3 items. The only weapon, the only skill, the only item. Wow, it looks very powerful. Su Jian curled his lips, then turned his gaze to the identification technique. I didn't look at it just now because I was afraid that this mall would only be open for a short time. Although the 1-hour limit doesn't seem too much, it's just an appraisal, so a few seconds won't make a difference. Identification technique. Strengthen. Effect. Can identify the relevant attributes of characters, equipment, props, and other items. Supplementary note 1. You can see the attribute panels and skills of creatures within 2 levels. Normal identification can only see the same level. For example, if you are F level, if you have enhanced identification, you can see the panels and skills of people within E level, while normal identification can only see those within F level. Supplementary note 2. Enhanced identification does not occupy a skill slot generally. Each person has only 5 skill slots. Supplementary note 3. More gaps. Please explore on your own. The enhanced identification technique kindly told Su Jian the difference between it and the ordinary identification technique. After Su Jian looked at it for a while, he smiled and said, "Everyone can only have 5 skills, so you can't just learn skills at will in the future. But if the number of skills is limited, there should probably be items like skill erasure and skill forgetting, right? Well, even if there is, it probably won't be cheap." Su Jian touched his chin and muttered to himself. Although there were not many hints about the gamification of the world, Su Jian had gained a lot of information so far. For example, first, there are only 4 personal attributes: strength, agility, physique, and intelligence. Attributes such as luck, charm, and critical strike are not involved. However, it does not rule out the possibility that these are hidden attributes that require you to use special means to unlock them. Oh, by the way, the upper limit of each attribute of ordinary people is 30, so can I understand that the boxing champion's strength is only a little more than twice higher than mine? Second, the combat power value should be a very important attribute, and it should be in the form of letters like AppDef. 1 letter should represent 1 level. I just don't know how many sub-levels each level has. The minus sign after my combat power value is really interesting. Since there is a minus sign, It's not too much to have a plus sign, right? So at least 3 levels. Third, we can learn skills. The source of the skills is not known yet, but it is likely that they are obtained from the mall and by killing monsters. Although we can only have 5, from the general situation, we can know that there should be special means to increase the skill bar, or skills like enhanced identification that do not occupy the skill bar. Fourth, except for the first 3 items in the discount mall, all other items can be purchased in the mall that opens at 1 o'clock. It can be speculated that weapons, props, skills, professions, and potions can be purchased in the mall. Among them, Su Jian is most interested in professions. What kind of professions will there be in this real disaster game? It's really curious. Su Jian quickly considered the current situation and then murmured. From the current situation, due to some special circumstances, at midnight, the Earth has become a game. If you kill monsters, that is, zombies, within an hour, you can open your personal panel and obtain a system. I guess the person who kills the monster an hour later will also be able to obtain the system, but they won't get the 3 rewards we have. TSK, your game is really difficult. If you had explained it clearly in advance, I guess at least 1/3 of the survivors would have taken the initiative to kill monsters, right? At the very least, they would have understood what was going on. But if you didn't say anything, when the disaster struck, even more people would have been terrified and afraid, and would have avoided it. After all, Su Jian smiled slightly, and then said in a rather pretentious manner, "Not everyone is like me." No more than 10 minutes after the start, Su Jian hunted the monster and activated the system. Su Jian did not dare to say that he was the best in the world. After all, there were billions of people in the world. Even if only 1/10 of them survived, there were still hundreds of millions of people. It was very normal for quantitative changes to lead to qualitative changes. Therefore, Su Jian did not think that he was the best at all. But he must be among the best. But I have a golden finger that can increase my points by 100 times. Haha. Su Jian laughed twice, full of hope for the future. There is no doubt that points are the money in the system. So when others get 1 point, he can get 100 points. How terrifying is that? Now everyone is in the same situation, doing the same job and the same position, but in this case, Su Jian's salary is 100 times that of others. TSK, what the hell are you guys doing? Su Jian, where have you been? Come and help me. In the dormitory, Zhao Wumian's shout interrupted Su Jian's wandering thoughts. Su Jian then remembered that there was still a zombie in the dormitory. By the way, although it sounds like a long time, the whole process from Su Jian entering the house to attacking the zombies, luring the zombies out, and finally killing them and studying the panel, actually only took 5 minutes in total. Strictly speaking, 5 minutes is not too long. A game may take 20 to 30 minutes. It may take 1 or 2 hours to read a novel. 5 minutes is really not that long. But Zhao Wumian couldn't stand being trapped in a closet. For him, it is indeed a bit of an exaggeration to say that every day is like a year. But it is more or less difficult. So Zhao Wumian became a little anxious when he didn't hear Su Jian's reply for a long time. He still can't figure out the situation. Why did these 2 roommates suddenly change and pounce on him? Wasn't Su Jian there too? Why didn't you bite him? Here it comes. Su Jian yelled. In the dim sky, with a blood moon across the sky, a headless corpse lay quietly in the corridor where the lights flickered. When the cold wind blew, its head rolled up like a football, and drops of blood dyed the ground red. The scene was horrifying. If someone saw this scene, they might even faint from fright. However, Su Jian seemed to be fine. He calmly stepped over the corpse and walked into the dormitory with the corners of his mouth raised in a wicked smile. Su Jian's eyes sparkled in the red moonlight. Su Jian swore that he had never been so excited since he was a child. The world of gamification. Hey, it's too fascinating, isn't it? Just at this moment, Su Jian had just stepped through the dormitory door. After entering the door, there was a bathroom on the right and a sink on the left, with a relatively large mirror on the sink. Su Jian turned his head and looked at himself smiling in the mirror. Under the red glow of the blood moon, Su Jian's smile was extremely bright, just like a child who got a toy he wanted very much. However, the spots of blood on Su Jian's face made the smile look a little scary. Coupled with the somewhat gloomy environment, he looked like a ghost demanding revenge, extremely terrifying. However, all this did not affect Su Jian himself. He stared at himself in the mirror for a few seconds, then made an invitation gesture very gentlemanly and said to himself in the mirror, "Welcome to the world of catastrophe." Su Jian raised his head, looked at the mirror silently and seriously, then raised the corners of his mouth and smiled evilly. This scene was as if Su Jian in the mirror had come to life. He saw something funny and then laughed. Chapter 10 Is my behavior difficult to understand? DA. Su Jian slowly came to the second zombie. Zhao Wumian's roar firmly attracted the zombie's attention, which gave Su Jian great convenience. Su Jian picked up a military shovel, aimed it at the zombie's neck, and then swung it down with force. This time the chop was as smooth as cutting tofu, and with a swish, the zombie's head was chopped off. Hint: you have killed a corpse dyer and obtained 1 point. Zizizi. You have obtained 100 points. 1 point per zombie. Su Jian touched his chin and said, if I want to get the first 3 items, I need a total of 32,000 points. In addition to the 10,000 points I have now, I also need to kill 220 zombies. Oh, now it's 219. There are still 48 minutes left, which is enough. Su Jian glanced at the countdown in the discount mall, nodded, and then shouted to Zhao Wumian in the closet. Stop shouting and come out. Gah! The shouting in the closet stopped abruptly, and then Zhao Wumian carefully pushed open the door and glanced at the outside world. Although there was no knocking sound, the dim night was covered with a layer of red under the illumination of the red moon, which made Zhao Wumian, who was in fear, very panic-stricken. He always felt the howling and cold wind outside, which was extremely terrifying, so Zhao Wumian did not dare to open the wardrobe directly. Stop wasting time and come out quickly. However, Su Jian opened the closet door and pulled Zhao Wumian out. There are only more than 40 minutes left now, so time is still quite tight. More than 10 minutes have been wasted. We can't waste any more. Ah! Su Jian's actions frightened Zhao Wumian, causing him to scream involuntarily. Maybe he also thought Su Jian was a zombie. No, why have you suddenly become so timid? Su Jian complained speechlessly. Aren't you usually very brave? Don't you still fall asleep to ghost stories sometimes? Why do you become so cowardly when something really happens? After hearing Su Jian's words, Zhao Wumian opened his eyes carefully and glanced at Su Jian stealthily. Only after confirming that Su Jian was safe and sound did Zhao Wumian breathe a sigh of relief. As a result, when he looked down, he saw Wang Bin's headless body. Fuck, you killed him. Zhao Wumian pointed at Su Jian and shouted in horror. Su Jian was speechless. It seemed like you were the one who asked me to give them a shovel just now, right? As a result, I did this, and you were still scared after you came out. What the hell were you scared of? However, although they told you to give them a shovel, they didn't tell you to cut off their heads with the shovel. Which normal person would be as calm as you when seeing a corpse? Su Jian himself was not afraid at all, but rather a little excited. Freaks like you can't be counted on one's fingers, but they are definitely very rare. All right, stop wasting time and hurry up and follow me. Su Jian waved his hand, motioning Zhao Wumian to follow him. Ah. Oh. Zhao Wumian nodded in confusion, and then followed Su Jian like a puppet. After walking out of the dormitory, Zhao Wumian saw Zhao Qingzu lying on the ground, who was also headless. At this moment, Zhao Wumian finally realized something. He whispered, Su Jian, you have killed 2 people. Why don't you turn yourself in? Su Jian turned around, rolled his eyes, and said speechlessly, follow me first, I will talk to you while we walk. Ah. Oh. Zhao Wumian followed in a daze. Su Jian took Zhao Wumian downstairs and explained the current situation. Except for the 100 times points, Su Jian told Zhao Wumian everything he could. Su Jian talked about everything, including speculations about the gamification of the world, the activation of the system, and even information such as the discount mall and appraisal techniques. What? You said our world has suddenly become gamified? No, don't joke about that, Zhao Wumian said in confusion. Didn't you also hear those 2 sentences? And our 2 roommates have turned into zombies. Why don't you believe it? Su Jian explained helplessly. In Su Jian's opinion, this is obviously something that is very easy to accept. It has been gamified, and it can even be said to be the end of the world. It's just such a simple little thing. What's unacceptable? Forget it. I won't waste my time talking to you. Go kill a zombie later. After you turn on the system, you will definitely believe it. Ah. System. Can I have one too? It's highly likely that you can. This system is not something that only the protagonist in a novel can have. It seems that everyone can have it. However, this is just my guess. You will know when you try it later. I believe that as long as you turn on the system, I won't need to waste my words. After all, you have subconsciously rejected what I am saying now, so it will be useless for me to say more. Zhao Wumian was still a little confused, but it was just as Su Jian said. If the system could be turned on, he would most likely accept Su Jian's statement. If it couldn't be turned on, it could only mean one thing. Su Jian, crazy. However, Zhao Wumian recalled the state of his other 2 roommates just now. Subconsciously, He had already believed what Su Jian said, but the gamification of the world was too sudden, right? Also, even if the world is gamified, how do you manage to kill people in the first place? The two roommates only changed a little in appearance, but overall, they looked no different from humans. Did you just kill him? Are you a psychopath? Although he had a lot of complaints in his heart, Zhao Wumian nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go kill one later." Zhao Wumian took a few deep breaths and cheered himself up. If what Su Jian said was true, then he could also activate the system after killing the zombies. But if what Su Jian said was false, no, I can't think about it anymore. What if it's a lie? With Su Jian's decisive and ruthless character, he won't kill me to silence me, right? Zhao Wumian swallowed nervously and said, Su Jian, what are we going to do? Su Jian had an axe on his waist and held a military shovel in both hands, swinging it from time to time. It seemed that he was trying to adapt to the weight and attack method of the military shovel. Su Jian resolutely walked in front, which made Zhao Wumian a little confused. Although Su Jian was talking about the gamification of the world, in Zhao Wumian's opinion, if what Su Jian said was true, then isn't this the end of the world? The end of the world has come. Can't we just wait patiently for rescue? Su Jian, who was walking in front, said without turning his head, "Oh, didn't I tell you? There is a discount mall. The first item can be discounted by 10%. Zhao Wumian said nervously, So, does the discount on items in the discount mall have anything to do with you going downstairs now? So hurry up and attack to get points." Su Jian turned around and glanced at Zhao Wumian in confusion, as if to say, "Is my behavior difficult to understand?" Su Jian turned around and continued to move forward, but he still explained calmly. In the discount mall, the Blood Awakening potion for number 7 costs 1,000 points. With a 10% discount, it costs 100 points. I can buy it with the 100 points given by the system. But there is still so much time before the mall closes. I must try to see if I can buy better items. The 6th custom weapon requires 2,000 points, and the 5th random skill card requires 3,000 points. If I use the 10% discount, I only need to kill 100 or 200 zombies. Why shouldn't I give it a try? This is a school dormitory. Although some people do not live on campus for various reasons, there are definitely many people who do. In this case, we can go directly to the dormitory aunt to get the key to the entire building. Then, can't we hunt zombies and earn points? Although Su Jian's target is the first 3 only items, others don't know that he has 100 times the points, so Su Jian just said that his highest target is the 5th random skill card, and the minimum is the 7th Blood Awakening potion. Zhao Wumian was trembling a little. He glanced at Su Jian in horror, then gritted his teeth and said in a trembling voice, You said you want to kill another 100 or 200 people. Human. This is a monster. It's a zombie. Su Jian looked back at Zhao Wumian and replied in confusion. Zhao Wumian was slightly stunned. Yes, these are all monsters. What's the harm in killing them? As long as he is not a human, just kill him? Apart from dog lovers, would anyone feel sad about the death of a dog? No, some people even wanted to stew the dog. The same goes for other animals such as rabbits, cats, tigers, and lions. Apart from those who love these animals, does anyone care about their death? The situation now is that since those people have turned into zombies and monsters, they can be killed. Why would I be moved and frightened by Su Jian's words? Zhao Wumian thought of the 2 roommates who had just died, and then he shuddered and understood why. Because although they turned into monsters, they still looked like humans, so he couldn't control the fear in his heart. If there was a dog in front of him and the dog posed a threat to him, he might just kick it to death. But if there is a human in front of him, he might resist, but he will not have the intention to kill him. There is no other reason, just because he is a human. Zhao Wumian glanced at Su Jian, who had his back to him, and thought to himself, but why can he be so cruel as to kill someone? Is Zhao Wumian a saint? At least for now, not really. He just can't control the fear in his heart. Just like Su Jian said not long ago. Not everyone is like him. So Su Jian is a cold-blooded person? Not really. He just has a strong ability to adapt. Soon, Su Jian brought Zhao Wumian to the dormitory aunt's room. Almost every dormitory manager of each building lived near the lobby on the 1st floor, which is the room next to the main entrance of the dormitory. Su Jian knocked on the door. There was a roar and a noisy sound as if something was knocked over in the room. Then, there was a violent knock on the door. Hey, the dormitory manager has also changed. This is really troublesome. It looks like she's going to break in through the window. Su Jian sighed. The dormitory manager is an aunt after all. Although most people will not have any bad thoughts about her, there will always be a few perverts when there are too many people around, so the dormitory manager must lock the door before sleeping. If the dormitory manager had not mutated, Su Jian would have just knocked on the door and asked her to open it. But since she had mutated, he could only break in through the window. Fortunately, there was a window next to the door, and even more luckily, there was a window breaker behind the handle of the military shovel. Volume 1 Campus Initial Chapter 11 I Kill Zombies. What are you afraid of? Bang! Thanks to the window breaking hammer behind the military shovel, Su Jian broke the window easily. With a series of crackling sounds, Su Jian smashed all the broken window fragments down. During this time, the zombie aunt also came behind the window, then slowly grabbed Su Jian with both hands, and even made a roaring sound from her mouth. Hey, stop making trouble, Su Jian said helplessly. Forget it, I'd better kill you first, otherwise it will be inconvenient to climb through the window later, Su Jian said again. Zhao Wumian, who was standing by, seemed to have not recovered yet. He was shivering all over, as if he had just come out of the swimming pool and was blown by the wind. After hearing Su Jian's words, Zhao Wumian looked over. Su Jian hung the military shovel on the zombie aunt's neck, and then used it as a hook to hook the zombie aunt over. However, since there was a wall some distance below the window, the zombie aunt only had her upper body sticking out. It looked like a person was lying on the window frame. The next moment, Su Jian pulled out the axe from his waist, aimed at the zombie aunt's neck, and swung it down with force. Puff! Just like a butcher cutting fish on a chopping board, a strange sound was heard, and then the axe in Su Jian's hand penetrated 1/3 of the zombie aunt's neck. Blood gushed out, staining Su Jian's clothes, as well as the surrounding ground and walls red. Even a few drops of blood splashed onto Zhao Wumian's face. Zhao Wumian was stunned, his mouth slightly open, staring at the scene in front of him motionlessly. The next moment, Su Jian raised the axe in his hand and swung it down again. Puff! The zombie aunt's head tilted and hung in the air. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that there was still a little bit of flesh and skin attached to her neck. A few more drops of blood splashed onto Zhao Wumian's face, and this time, a few drops of blood entered Zhao Wumian's mouth. Ah! Zhao Wumian trembled all over and screamed loudly, then fell to the ground, rolling and crawling backwards until he hit the wall of the corridor and stopped with nowhere to retreat. Kill monsters? At this moment, Zhao Wumian was filled with fear. Kill monsters or something. Get lost. Zhao Wumian's pupils widened, cold sweat broke out all over his body, and his body trembled uncontrollably. His screams became even louder as they spread along the corridor. By the way, after Su Jian killed his 2 mutated roommates, the screams in the school became much quieter. Su Jian guessed that either someone had killed his mutated roommate directly like him, or he had been bitten. Of course, it is not ruled out that some dormitories have been completely mutated and there is no need to scream, and some dormitories have not been mutated and are still sleeping. However, Su Jian felt that most people might have been bitten or had hidden themselves. Otherwise, after killing the zombies, they would gain system benefits. Once the discount mall was opened, why not come out to hunt zombies? However, Su Jian didn't seem to realize that people are different. Zhao Wumian's scream was so loud that Su Jian looked at him with a puzzled look before he even swung the last axe. Su Jian asked in confusion. Why are you so scared? Are you that scared? In Zhao Wumian's eyes, there was such a scene not far away. In the dim night, a butcher held a hook in his right hand, tied up a woman's body, and then held a short axe in his left hand and chopped off the woman's head. However, because the axe was not sharp, the woman's head was not completely chopped off. Thanks to that little bit of flesh and skin, the woman's head was still connected to her body. That little bit of flesh and skin was like a rope, hanging the woman's head, so the head kept turning in the air, and from time to time, the eyes looked at Zhao Wumian. Blood splattered everywhere. In the dim night and under the red moonlight, the scene in front of them seemed like a horror movie of extreme horror. Zhao Wumian collapsed. He had never seen such a bloody scene in a movie. You ask me why I am so scared. I also want to know why you are so calm. While screaming, Zhao Wumian felt a fishy sweet taste in his mouth. Then he remembered that a few drops of blood seemed to have fallen into his mouth just now. Zhao Wumian's throat moved slightly, and the next moment, he vomited. The almost digested dinner made a filthy mess in the corridor. Su Jian looked at Zhao Wumian's slightly embarrassed figure, shrugged, then shook his head in confusion and said softly, "What a strange person." Zhao Wumian, who was standing by, did not hear Su Jian's muttering because of his inner fear and vomiting. If he had heard it, he would definitely complain, "You are the weird one." Here, Su Jian did not use an axe. After all, it was just a piece of flesh and blood, and it was not convenient to chop it with an axe. So Su Jian simply reached out and pulled off the head of the zombie aunt, and then threw it to the ground indifferently. Then, Su Jian continued to smash the glass. After completely breaking a window, Su Jian jumped and jumped in. The light could still be used, but Su Jian just came here to look for the key. After turning on the light, he needed to adapt to the dim environment again, which would be a waste of time. So Su Jian turned on the flashlight behind the axe, and soon, Su Jian found the key in the cabinet. There are 7 keys in total. Well, to be precise, 7 groups. Each group corresponds to a floor. Su Jian only took the keys for the first and second floors. There are about 60 rooms on each floor of their school's dormitory building. If each dormitory is full of 4 people, there will be about 240 people, and nearly 500 people on 2 floors, which is definitely enough. Looking at the key in his hand, Su Jian squinted his eyes, did some mental arithmetic, and murmured, "There are still 40 minutes left in the countdown. If we kill 1 zombie per second, that would be 2,400 zombies. But this is the ideal situation. Taking into account the time it takes to open the door and find the key, on average, it's good to kill 1 in 3 seconds. But if there are 4 zombies in a dormitory, I will separate and kill them for safety reasons, so it will be a waste of time. Besides that, people get tired. At the beginning, I might swing the military shovel very hard, and maybe even kill a zombie with 1 shovel, but the more time it takes, the more time it will take. Besides that, there may be living people in some dormitories. Although I'm sorry to say this, living people will waste my time. After all, if they all turn into zombies, I can kill 4 of them in one go." Su Jian narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and said, "In this case, let's calculate it as 1/10. In other words, theoretically, I can kill 240 zombies. But in fact, I only need to kill 120. Well, that's good. If you can do it my way, in addition to the first 3 items, I can probably exchange for something else." Su Jian nodded secretly, then without wasting any more time, he opened the door and went out. "What? Climb through the window? Can't you just open the door and go? There's a pool of blood under the window. What if I slip and hit my head? Be sure to be careful. Hey, stop vomiting." Su Jian kicked Zhao Wumian and said with some disgust, Su Jian didn't mean to play around. After all, he didn't kick hard, and he only kicked the calf. Isn't it normal for acquaintances to play around like this? So it wasn't an insult. Tilde. Zhao Wumian vomited very hard, and it sounded like he was about to vomit out his internal organs. It was really scary. "No, I was the one who killed the zombies. Why are you vomiting? Are you afraid to even look at them?" Su Jian asked in confusion. Perhaps it was Su Jian's words that woke Zhao Wumian up, or perhaps Zhao Wumian had vomited so much that he had nothing left to vomit. The next moment, Zhao Wumian stopped vomiting. He took a few deep breaths, then suddenly hugged Su Jian's legs, looked at Su Jian with tears in his eyes, and said, "Su Jian, I seem to have drunk the blood of a zombie. Will I become a zombie?" No. Su Jian said. Su Jian has already learned the enhanced identification technique. It is very easy to learn the skill. He just needs to slap the card on his body. So before killing the second zombie roommate, Su Jian learned it. Then Su Jian discovered that this was not a zombie, but a monster called a corpse dyer. Corpse die. Combat power evaluation. F. Skills. Bite and infection. Assimilate other creatures through biting. Description. A very weak alien creature. Just be careful not to get bitten. I heard that a certain monster called zombie can infect people by inflicting injuries. It can even spread the zombie virus through the air. Wow, that's amazing. Unfortunately, the infected person doesn't have such a perverted ability. Although it is officially called a corpse dyer, Su Jian still prefers to call it a zombie, even if it's not as strong as zombies. All right, stop crying and stop vomiting. Hurry up and get up. After telling Zhao Wumian how the zombies were infected, Zhao Wumian stopped crying. Zombies are only infected through bites, so blood and the like don't matter. Not to mention that you only drank 1 or 2 drops. Even if you drank too much, you would probably just have diarrhea, which is nothing. Seeing Zhao Wumian's shaky legs, Su Jian said helplessly, "Looking at you like this, I don't expect you to kill monsters. You open the door, and I'll kill the monsters. Let me be frank with you. Don't say I didn't take care of you, brother. But look at yourself. I was the one who went to kill the zombies, but you ended up scaring me like this. I'm really impressed. There are still many good things in the discount mall. If I only rely on the 100 points given, I can also buy the Blood Awakening potion with the help of the 10% discount. However, people are always greedy. If I don't make it clear, what if Zhao Wumian has a grudge in the future? In fact, Su Jian is not afraid of betrayal, but if possible, he hopes that he can trust more and more people. In most rebirth novels, whether about online games or doomsday stories, 80% of the characters die because of betrayal. Su Jian felt that he would not die like that. He even wondered why such stupid people existed in the world. In the end of the world, the only person you can trust is you. How is it possible for someone to be so kind to another person at the end of the world? Even in real life, there shouldn't be such people, right? Su Jian was puzzled, very puzzled. But while he doubts others, he also trusts them, but he always keeps something in reserve. This move is to prevent others from betraying. If there is no betrayal, everyone will be happy. But if there is betrayal, Su Jian does not think that he is a soft-hearted person. Isn't that the case with other people? Su Jian was very confused. Of course, for Su Jian, the way he deals with the betrayal in the harmonious society of the past and the betrayal in what is now considered doomsday are definitely different. Volume 1 Campus Initial Chapter 12 System. You still say it is not targeting me? Give you another pair of scissors. Su Jian handed the keys to the first and second floors to Zhao Wumian, and also handed him a pair of scissors that he had taken from the table in the dormitory manager's room. The keys to each layer are in a big bunch with a big ring in the middle, and the keys are tied with ropes. The scissors were given to Zhao Wumian so that he could cut the keys. Otherwise, later on, there are so many keys, if they are mixed up, you will have to look for them again. Wouldn't that be a waste of time? If Su Jian saves a little more time, he may be able to kill one more zombie. For others, one zombie may only be 1 point, but for Su Jian, it is 100 points. In the discount mall, one attribute is only 10 points, and that is 10 attributes. Attributes. Thinking of this, Su Jian was slightly stunned. He now has 10,200 points, so he can definitely stack up the attributes first. If you stack the attributes, won't it be faster to kill zombies? This is completely equivalent to compound interest. One step faster, every step faster. Others will automatically get a 10% discount when they buy their first item, so they most likely won't spend their points. But Su Jian is fine. He can't enjoy this discount, so why not spend his points and strengthen himself? Thinking of this, Su Jian quickly opened the discount mall and started buying attribute enhancement stones. Tip: each person can only purchase 5 of each attribute enhancement stone. Note: this is not targeted at anyone. Too much attribute enhancement is as bad as too little, so the maximum single attribute per day is +5. TSK, that's a problem. Su Jian was a little speechless, but he still bought 5 strengthening stones for each attribute. For 4 attributes, it cost exactly 200 points. The attribute enhancement stone was directly put into the warehouse. When using it, it was just like playing an online game. All you needed to do was pay attention. So Zhao Wumian didn't react at all. In fact, because of his inner panic, he didn't even notice that Su Jian was stunned for a moment. 20 attribute strengthening stones instantly turned into increased values on the panel. The next moment, Su Jian felt his body filled with strength. I still have 10,000 points. Do you want to spend them? Su Jian frowned and looked at the products in the discount mall. If Su Jian wanted to spend these 10,000 points, he could buy every item. But, was it worth it? It should be worth it. Su Jian muttered to himself. The higher your strength, the easier it is to kill monsters, and the more points you will get, so spending the points should be a worthwhile thing. This is called upfront investment. Since he had already decided to spend the points, Su Jian turned his attention to the discount mall. Give up all the random stuff. If I had some spare money, I would play with it, but now, every point is important, so I can't gamble. Su Jian is a very rational person. Gambling is addictive. Once you get addicted, the consequences are unimaginable, so all the random items in the mall were discarded by Su Jian. If he buys random props and the first one doesn't turn out good stuff, he will most likely continue to buy random props. After all, people always have a sense of luck. What if the next one opens something good? So Su Jian refused to gamble. It didn't matter if he had spare money, but now he wouldn't buy. In this way, Su Jian had only a handful of things to choose from. Although the items later cost fewer points, they were equally useless. So after much thought, Su Jian decided that he should just buy the first 3 items. I don't know what the coin of choice is for, but it's just a coin. It won't do much to improve my combat power. The same goes for this plundering skill. It may be very useful, but the improvement in my combat power, at least for the time being, is very limited. In this case, Su Jian narrowed his eyes and clicked to purchase the only weapon ranked number 1. Although the prefix of this only weapon is Demon Sword, Su Jian is not afraid. Reminder, you have purchased the only weapon, the Demon Sword 7 Evils Tang Horizontal Sword. A 7 Evils Tang Horizontal Sword. Quality: A. Skill 1. Drinking blood. After drinking enough blood, The 7 evils Tang Hengdao can automatically improve its quality, and there is even a chance to awaken other skills. Skill 2. Blood-sucking. During a battle, if the master is injured, Chisha Tang Hengdao will feed the blood he drank back to the master to make up for 10% of the master's injury. But please note that this method has a chance of putting you into a demonized state. Skill 3. 7 evils. The 7 evils Tang Hengdao can be enchanted 7 times. Note, ordinary EF level weapons cannot be enchanted. No skills. Zizizi. System disorder. The first 3 items in the mall should not be exchanged. Zizizi. Zizizi. Correction failed. Seal the 7 evils Tang Hengdao. Unseal when the host's strength reaches E rank. Zizizi. The price of looting skills and choice coins has risen to 10,000 points. Su Jian blinked, confused. In the warehouse, the 7 evils Tang Hengdao was lying quietly, but Su Jian was completely unable to take it out. There was even a red circle on it, and a red slash line inside the circle, indicating that it was forbidden to use. Sealed. What the hell? I bought it with my own ability. Why did you seal it for me? Su Jian cursed loudly, attracting Zhao Wumian's attention. However, Zhao Wumian just looked up at Su Jian, then lowered his head in fear, fiddling with the scissors and keychain in his hand as if nothing had happened. I never thought that my roommate was such a cold-blooded executioner. Sorry, I'm really scared. Zhao Wumian said in his heart. Su Jian was very angry, but it was of no avail. I thought I could improve my combat power after buying the magic sword, but it was sealed. Su Jian was really about to vomit blood. In this case, 10,000 points might as well be used to buy those rubbish. He could even spend 2,000 points to buy a weapon that could grow. If worse came to worst, he could just gamble on random skills and professions. It wouldn't give me nothing, right? Now, 10,000 points are gone. No, when you skip stones on the water you can see a few ripples, but this is nothing. If Su Jian hadn't been strong inside, he might have collapsed. 10,000 points. Forget it. For me, 10,000 points are only 100 points, which is equivalent to being given by the system for free. Even if I can't use it now, I can use it when I reach E level, right? So it can't be said to be a waste of money, but... Su Jian gritted his teeth and said, I'm still very unhappy. You idiot system. You restricted me when I bought attribute enhancement stones. You also restricted me when I bought weapons. And you still say that you are not targeting me. And you've upgraded the plundering skill and the coin of choice to 10,000 points. Are you kidding me? Originally, 120 zombies would have been enough to buy these 2, but now you need 200 zombies. Damn it. Su Jian was very unhappy, but when he glanced at the countdown, there were only 35 minutes left. Damn it, don't let me know who created this system, or I'll punch you. Su Jian took a few deep breaths, adjusted his mentality, and said to Zhao Wumian, who was not far away, Zhao Wumian, let's go. It's not that I won't give you a chance. You are too timid. Get used to it. Then wait until the last 10 minutes, and I will find a way to get you a zombie for you to kill. Zhao Wumian heard this and waved his hands repeatedly, saying in a trembling voice, No, no need, all for you, all for you. When going downstairs, Zhao Wumian was still thinking about killing a zombie later, but after seeing the scene of Su Jian killing the zombie aunt, Zhao Wumian was completely scared. I won't go, I won't kill zombies anymore. I'll give them all to you, I'll just open the door for you. Zhao Wumian trembled as he came to the door of a dormitory. He then took out the key he had just cut off and inserted it into the door lock. After opening the door, Zhao Wumian walked straight to the next room without even looking. Of course, Zhao Wumian did not open all the dormitory doors at once, but inserted the key first. Although Zhao Wumian is very frightened now, he still has some basic common sense. What if all the zombies are released, and there are only 2 of them, then don't they have to die? So after opening the door of the first dormitory, Zhao Wumian just inserted the key and looked at Su Jian. He would only open the door of the next dormitory after Su Jian dealt with the zombies in the previous dormitory. Su Jian shook his head and said, I really don't know why you are so scared. Zhao Wumian shouted in his heart, Is this normal for me? We are all young people living in a harmonious society. Who would kill people directly when encountering danger? Although the person you killed was not a human, he looked like a human. Why did you chop off someone's head with just one shovel? Roar. The 4 zombies in the first dormitory slowly crawled out. Forget it, I'll kill them. 1 zombie gets 1 point. You don't want such a huge benefit. Looking at the slow movements of the 4 zombies, Su Jian said nothing more. He picked up the military shovel and rushed forward. There is a saying about social development that goes, if you stand on the right spot, even a pig can take off. Now, the world has become a game, and even monsters like zombies have appeared. So in the future, there is a high probability that the world structure will undergo large-scale changes. Isn't this the trend? Even pigs can fly, but you have to do something too, right? Su Jian also gave up. He had already said it several times, but Zhao Wumian was just afraid. What could he do? The environment in this dormitory is quite messy. Su Jian took a look and found that although there were a lot of things in this dormitory, the degree of messiness was a bit abnormal, so these 4 zombies were most likely bitten and infected. Because there were a lot of things in this dormitory, the 4 zombies had a hard time taking every step and fell down several times. Perhaps they were smart, and when they realized they couldn't walk anymore, they just crawled out like spiders. However, if you crawl out one by one, aren't you just asking for your lives? Su Jian raised his knife and shoveled them down, one by one. After all attributes increased by +5, Su Jian felt extremely powerful. Even if the shovel hit his neck bone, he could cut it in half. Su Jian, who was in the midst of the killing, did not notice that after he bought the only weapon ranked first in the discount mall, the inventory of various items in the mall began to decrease rapidly. Volume 1, Campus Beginning, Chapter 13. Can you sleep like this? Puff. After destroying 4 zombies in a dormitory again, Su Jian rubbed his sore wrist and said, Zhao Wumian, wait a moment, let me rest for a few minutes. Oh, okay, Zhao Wumian responded, and then put down his hand that was about to open the door. Zhao Wumian glanced at the corridor. Hiss. There were corpses all over the ground, and there was a thick black color between the corpses. The lighting at night was not very good, but Zhao Wumian knew very well that the black color between the corpses was actually blood. The whole corridor was filled with a strong smell of blood. At first, Zhao Wumian found it very difficult to bear. His throat even felt itchy and he wanted to vomit, which forced him to cover his mouth and nose. But as time went by, Zhao Wumian had to admit that he had adapted to it. Zhao Wumian glanced at Su Jian, who was sitting on the ground, and the fear in his heart almost overwhelmed his reason. He didn't understand why Su Jian killed more than 100 people, monsters in a row, but it seemed like there was no effect at all. Even if you killed more than 100 pigs, or chickens, ducks, geese, etc., it is impossible that you would not have any reaction at all, right? On the other side, Su Jian opened his personal panel and took a look at his points. It was 12,000, which meant that he had killed 120 zombies. And this was only 10 minutes ago. 25 minutes left. We are lucky. All the people in these 30 dormitories have mutated, and they haven't gone out. Overall, it's okay. Su Jian sat on the ground without any scruples. Even though there were several corpses 1 meter away from him, Su Jian seemed not to see them and was thinking about his own things calmly. According to Su Jian's original idea, he would kill 1 zombie per second, and then use the probability of 1 in 10 to estimate. Then, under this algorithm, he should kill 60 zombies in 10 minutes. But now, he has killed 120, which is twice his estimate. There are many reasons for this. For example, this military shovel is really sharp. It has chopped off more than 100 heads, and it is still extremely sharp. For example, all his attributes increased by +5. Although +5 may not seem like much, if you consider it in combination with Su Jian's original attribute values, it has really been enhanced a lot. For example, Su Jian's strength only had 12 points at the beginning, but after adding points, it became 17 points, which is almost an increase of 1/2. Therefore, the +5 in all attributes is very useful for Su Jian. It is too exaggerated to describe it as a complete change, but the statement that he turned from an ordinary person into a soldier is still very appropriate. Isn't there any potion to restore strength in the mall? Su Jian opened the mall and scrolled down. However, there are only 20 items in the mall, and the rest are ordinary items, such as weapons. Hey, you've turned the world into a game, and healing potions have appeared, but why aren't there stamina potions? Su Jian was speechless and could only rub his arms and shoulders to relax himself. 5 minutes later, Su Jian started slaughtering zombies again. Zhao Wumian was still responsible for opening the door, and Su Jian was responsible for killing the zombies. After the door was opened, 4 zombies crowded out. The dormitory door was not spacious, so they could only come out one by one. In this situation, Su Jian killed them one by one with a shovel, which was so easy. However, having just killed more than 100 zombies, even after resting for 5 minutes, Su Jian felt his wrists a little sore, so after only killing 2 zombies, the remaining 2 zombies ran out. Seeing this, Su Jian kicked one of the skinnier zombies. I don't know what the pattern of this mutation is. In short, the zombies all have F combat power, while Su Jian is now F combat power, which is equivalent to a difference of 2 small levels. So with one kick, Su Jian kicked the zombie back a few steps and fell to the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Jian cut off the head of another zombie with a shovel and killed it. Su Jian's kick directly pushed the zombie to Zhao Wumian's side, but Zhao Wumian's heart was stronger at this time, so he closed his eyes without saying a word. Although he didn't know what else the zombies would be attracted to, at least sound was one of the conditions that attracted them, so Zhao Wumian stopped shouting. But he still didn't dare to kill the monsters, so he had to close his eyes, out of sight, out of mind. Come. Su Jian took the initiative to speak and attracted the zombie's attention. The poor zombie had just gotten up and had not walked far when Su Jian came over and chopped off his head. If it weren't for the points, I wouldn't want to kill him. It's a bit annoying, and he's really weak. Su Jian complained speechlessly, and then shouted to Zhao Wumian, "Open your eyes and open the door." Zhao Wumian opened his eyes and opened the door without looking at anything else, because he knew that Su Jian must have killed the zombie. Although Zhao Wumian was still very scared and even thought that Su Jian was abnormal at this moment, he actually admired Su Jian in his heart. This guy is really brave. After opening the door, the two were a little confused to find that there were only 3 zombies in the room. But it doesn't matter. Even if there are 3, the probability of error will be very small. If it weren't for the narrow area like the dormitory, Su Jian felt that he would most likely not fight 4 zombies at the same time, because he was a relatively safe person. Su Jian knocked heavily on the door with a military shovel. The 3 zombies in the dormitory instantly rushed towards him with roars, and then were killed one by Su Jian. Continue. Su Jian took 2 deep breaths, feeling a little tired, but he knew that he couldn't stop. Sometimes, 1 step slow means all steps are slow. The things in the discount mall are there, and I have the incredible ability to increase my points 100-fold. Let alone other products, I must get the unique products that are hard to come by. Although looting skills and choice coins may not be able to directly improve his combat effectiveness, Su Jian has also played games. In many cases, props with special abilities are more useful than weapons. Today, the world is gamified. So for a better future, what's wrong with being a little tired now? Click. Zhao Wumian opened the door of the next dormitory. While Su Jian was fighting, Zhao Wumian curiously entered the dormitory. After visiting more than 30 dormitories, this was the first time I encountered a dormitory with only 3 zombies. So Zhao Wumian was quite curious. Did the remaining person leave the school? However, after entering the dormitory, Zhao Wumian heard a snoring sound. Zhao Wumian looked at a bed in confusion, and intermittent snoring sounds came into his ears from the bed. Fuck, you're the big brother. Zhao Wumian gave a thumbs up, said something admiring, then turned and left, opening the next door for Su Jian. However, when opening the door, Zhao Wumian would look towards the room from time to time, because it was so shocking. Can you sleep well in this environment? 10 minutes later, Su Jian stopped again. This time, he only killed more than 80 zombies. There was no other way. He was too tired. Even the military shovel in his hand was a little dull. However, there were already more than 20,000 points, so Su Jian immediately bought the plundering skill and the coin of choice. Bought at the same time. He is afraid that the system price will increase again. Mission accomplished. Su Jian heaved a sigh of relief and leaned weakly against the wall in the corridor. Too tired. Now Su Jian just wanted to have a good sleep. What are you looking at? Su Jian discovered that Zhao Wumian's eyes were fixed on a dormitory he passed by. There's someone still sleeping in that dormitory. Zhao Wumian said speechlessly. He thought the man would wake up. Zhao Wumian was even thinking in his mind what kind of surprised expression this person would have when he woke up and saw his roommate dead next to the door. Besides, if he took another step outside, he would find that the corridor was full of corpses. Will he be completely frightened? Thinking of this, Zhao Wumian had an urge to laugh. I have been extremely frightened in the past few dozen minutes. People always like to see people who are worse than themselves. For example, if you didn't do well in the exam, you will want to see someone who did worse than you. Especially since Su Jian's performance was so awesome, Zhao Wumian wanted to see a bad person even more. But Zhao Wumian didn't expect that this person was still sleeping. Damn it, how did you sleep so soundly? Are you a pig? Oh, is there still someone sleeping? Su Jian was also a little surprised. Yeah, Zhao Wumian nodded uncomfortably. If he could see other people's screams, Zhao Wumian would feel better, but now, he always felt like a waste. This is really interesting. Let's go take a look together after the discount mall closes, Su Jian said with a smile. Su Jian planned to rest for another 5 minutes to recharge his energy, and then try again in the last 5 minutes. He also had to leave 1 minute for shopping, so he only had 4 minutes to kill the monster. During the break, Su Jian glanced at Zhao Wumian, thought for a moment, and said, "Open another door." Zhao Wumian was a little confused. Didn't he need to rest? But since Su Jian had said so, he didn't ask, but went straight to open the door. I opened the door and saw 3 zombies inside. Then a wailing sound came from a bed. Help! Help! Su Jian frowned and glanced at the person on the bed. Well, it was confirmed that he didn't know him. I don't know the name, but the gender is definitely male. This is a boys' dormitory. Except for the dormitory auntie, there is no female here. Su Jian sighed in his heart. In the current situation, encountering a living person usually means trouble. However, Su Jian had no other choice. He couldn't just kill him directly, right? I didn't provoke you. Su Jianxiang cheered up, went up and killed 2 zombies, leaving 1 behind. Su Jian kicked the zombie to the ground, stepped on his back, and handed the military shovel to Zhao Wumian. Come, kill him. Ah. Zhao Wumian was slightly stunned. What? Hurry up and come and kill him, Su Jian said speechlessly. Zhao Wumian carefully took the military shovel from Su Jian's hand, his face looking very ugly. Chapter 14. That guy is abnormal. But, can you not kill them? I don't want to activate the system. I'll let you kill them all. Zhao Wumian asked nervously. Hurry up, don't waste time. Su Jian was speechless. It was just killing a monster. Why waste his time on it? Aim at the neck and swing the shovel down. Hurry up, Su Jian shouted. I don't dare. Zhao Wumian said with a crying tone. Fuck, are you a man? Why are you so afraid of this? Su Jian himself had killed more than 200 zombies, so he really couldn't understand why Zhao Wumian didn't dare to do it. This is a zombie, a monster. If there is a tiger that wants to kill you now, don't worry about whether you have the ability to resist. I just want to ask you, do you want to resist or not? If you say you won't resist, then you are really not very smart. Su Jian is in this state of mind now. Zhao Wumian held the military shovel that Su Jian handed to him, and his mentality, which had improved a little, suddenly began to become nervous again. Watching others kill zombies and killing zombies yourself are indeed 2 different things. What an ink stain. Su Jian frowned and directly released the right foot from the zombie's back. Then he quietly walked to a table in the dormitory and sat down on the edge of the table. If you don't dare to kill it, then let it infect you. That's just right, I can get an extra point. Su Jian said indifferently, then crossed his arms across his chest without saying a word and looked at Zhao Wumian. Freed from Su Jian's suppression, the only remaining zombie quickly stood up. In addition to sound, zombies also react to smell, so this zombie shrugged its nose like a dog, and then pounced on Zhao Wumian. Ah, shit. Seeing this, Zhao Wumian's heart beat rapidly, and then he shouted loudly, closed his eyes, and shoveled over with both hands holding the military shovel. If it was Su Jian, he would definitely use the military shovel as a knife and chop the zombies to death, but in Zhao Wumian's hands, the military shovel was used as a racket. Hualalalal. Su Jian turned around and saw that it was the only person left in the dormitory who was slowly climbing down. Hello, I'm Jiang Chen, majoring in XX at XX College. Jiang Chen said cautiously. There was no way he couldn't be careful. He saw with his own eyes that after opening the dormitory, this man killed 2 zombies in no time, blood was gushing out, and the headless corpses fell limply to the ground. Even in that situation just now, he didn't shout out, which shows that his mental strength is already very strong. His legs were still a little weak, and if he hadn't held onto the stairs, he felt like he would have fallen to the ground. Oh, hello to you too, Jiang Chen. This name is good. You sound like the protagonist. As for me, Su Jian, the one outside is called Zhao Wumian. We are in the same dormitory. As for our majors, it's useless to tell you now, right? Su Jian said with a smile. Su Jian thought that smiling could improve other people's impression of him, but what he didn't know was that at this moment, his whole body was covered in blood. After all, he had killed more than 200 zombies, so it was impossible not to have blood on his body. Not only the clothes, but also the hair and cheeks were covered with blood. With this appearance, you still smile at people? This is exactly the standard scene in movies and TV dramas where the murderer looks at you viciously and then suddenly smiles the next moment. Jiang Chen couldn't help but shiver all over, then he secretly swallowed his saliva and whispered, "Well, then, what's the situation now?" Su Jian thought for a moment and said, "Maybe I can just use the word doomsday to describe it. Can you understand that?" Jiang Chen's pupils widened, and he looked at the 2 corpses at the door of the dormitory in disbelief. So, they are zombies. Su Jian's eyes lit up. That's right, they are zombies. You are much better than my roommate. You can understand the current situation so quickly. Look at his stupid brain. I asked him to kill them, but he didn't. What a coward, so slow. Jiang Chen glanced outside the dormitory. The zombie was knocked down by Zhao Wumian's shovel. Then he closed his eyes, raised his hands one after another, and hit the zombie's head with the shovel again and again. The workmanship of the military shovel seemed to be harder than human bones, so as Zhao Wumian hit the zombie, blood spurted out from near the zombie's head. Not long after, the intact head turned into a pool of meat paste. After thinking for a while, Jiang Chen asked again, I seem to have heard the word system. Do you mind telling me? Oh, it doesn't matter. But before I explain, let me ask you one thing. Did you hear those 2 sentences? Those 2 sentences about protecting the Earth? Jiang Chen nodded. That explains it well. Generally speaking, the world has been gamified, and everyone can activate a system. Su Jian told Jiang Chen what he knew indifferently. Maybe some people think that Su Jian shouldn't do this, but in fact, Su Jian just thinks these things don't matter. After all, the 1-hour countdown is about to end. Even if he tells Jiang Chen, what can he do? The system is not exclusive to him, so other people will know it sooner or later. Su Jian doesn't care at all about this information that will definitely be made public. What's more, he had already bought the first 3 items in the mall, and the remaining items seem to be available in ordinary malls. In this case, there is no need for Su Jian to worry about other people. I already have such a big advantage. If I can still be surpassed by you, it can only mean one thing. I am a waste. Just like Li Shimin invited foreigners to come and learn Chinese culture, he had full confidence in himself, and facts have proved that in the early Tang dynasty, all nations came to pay tribute. Even though the prosperous times did not fully appear during Li Shimin's reign, no one can ignore Li Shimin's achievements. If you have to say anything, just say that future generations are trash. Li Shimin was not a fool, so he would not let foreigners learn the most amazing things, such as weapon forging. Li Shimin would not give away such core things generously. What's more, sometimes, even if you give away technology, you have to see whether the other party has the ability to make it. So in general, you can indeed say that Li Shimin was arrogant and face-conscious because he allowed people from other countries to learn from him, but you cannot put the blame on him. If you want to blame someone, blame the later generations for their lack of innovative spirit and for being all trash. This is what Su Jian thought at this moment. Very arrogant, but very correct. The foundation built by your predecessors is for you to continue building buildings, not for you to squander. Otherwise, your descendants will be labeled as waste, garbage, and prodigal son. However, after hearing Su Jian's explanation, Jiang Chen on the side widened his eyes and was dumbfounded. At 12 o'clock in the evening, he was playing with his mobile phone on the bed. Although he heard those 2 sentences, he didn't take it seriously and continued playing. It was not until he heard his roommate's screams from below that he realized the seriousness of the matter. 2 zombies that have mutated directly. The other zombie was infected by them. Jiang Chen was extremely scared at the time. He didn't understand why the 2 roommates wanted to bite another roommate, but he saw that the other roommate screamed and fell to the ground, but soon he stood up again. Jiang Chen didn't know what was going on. He could only curl up on the bed in fear, saying nothing and trembling, until Su Jian and Zhao Wumian came. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise outside the door. It turned out that Zhao Wumian had blew the zombie's head off alive. Well, to be precise, he smashed its head into meat paste. Then, Zhao Wumian did not stop, but continued to swing the military shovel, so the military shovel came into close contact with the ground, making a loud noise. Hey, that's my treasure, you! Seeing this, Su Jian hurried over and snatched the military shovel back. Looking closely, I saw that the shovel head was a little crooked. Oh my God, you are so amazing, I don't know if it can be used. Su Jian wanted to cry but had no tears. If he had known this, he would have given you an axe. I glanced at the countdown and there were still 6 minutes left. Su Jian killed 120 zombies in the first 10 minutes. After a 5-minute rest, he killed more than 80 zombies in the second 10 minutes. Even if you use 25 minutes to average it out, he killed about 8 zombies per minute. But what about Zhao Wumian? It took almost 3 minutes to kill a zombie. Su Jian sighed, feeling that he was really asking for trouble. Forget it, forget it. Next, I will kill it myself. Su Jian waved his hand and continued walking towards the next few dormitories. Zhao Wumian had already inserted the keys to the remaining dormitories into the keyholes, so it didn't matter whether Zhao Wumian was there or not. It was just a matter of 1 or 2 seconds to open the door. The time was not a big deal. What Su Jian needed was just the time to find the key. Although he didn't rest for 5 minutes, Su Jian felt that it was enough, so he cheered up, took a deep breath, and opened the door of the next dormitory. Here, Zhao Wumian seemed to have just come to his senses. He opened his eyes, looked at his bloody hands, then looked at the zombie whose head was smashed into a pulp under him. He let out a wow and vomited again. There was nothing left in Zhao Wumian's stomach to vomit, but he still vomited some liquid, which should be stomach acid. Zhao Wumian's eyes were red and swollen, and there were even some tear marks due to vomiting. It seems that Zhao Wumian was really scared. Su Jian, who had killed 4 zombies at the side, saw this and murmured in confusion, "Is this a normal behavior after killing someone?" Su Jian shook his head, very confused. Anyway, he didn't vomit, so he thought he was normal. Since my performance is normal, then Zhao Wumian's performance is abnormal. Su Jian curled his lips, opened the door of the next dormitory, and continued killing. Jiang Chen, who was in the dormitory, slowly walked out of the dormitory after seeing Su Jian leave. Although there were 3 corpses at the door of the dormitory and even the strong smell of blood kept stimulating his taste buds, Jiang Chen still held back. Jiang Chen came to Zhao Wumian and handed him a bottle of water, which he had taken from the table when he came over just now. Zhao Wumian raised his head, with traces of tears on his face, but when he saw Jiang Chen, he suddenly smiled strangely. Jiang Chen's scalp was tingling. "What are you laughing at?" Zhao Wumian pointed at the corridor, and Jiang Chen turned his head and took a look. Boom! Jiang Chen instantly felt a chill running up from the soles of his feet to the back of his head, making his scalp numb and giving him goosebumps all over his body. Corpse! A corridor full of corpses. The walls were covered in blood, and countless headless corpses were piled up in the corridors. You know, Su Jian had several dangerous situations. Although he finally wiped out all the zombies' bodies were blocking his way, so Su Jian threw the bodies wherever he passed by like throwing away garbage. This also means that the corridor at this moment looks like the most terrifying horror movie. The dim night, the bloody moonlight, the countless piled up corpses, the blood-stained walls and glass. A whiff of bloody smell drifted into Jiang Chen's nose, and he realized that the bloody smell he smelled just now was not entirely from his 3 roommates, but from the entire first floor. Tilde. Jiang Chen's throat surged, and the next moment, Jiang Chen knelt on the ground helplessly and vomited. Zhao Wumian looked at Jiang Chen's miserable condition and laughed even more happily. "Sure enough, I am the normal one." Zhao Wumian glanced at Su Jian, who was fighting zombies not far away. "That guy is abnormal." Chapter 15 Shopping, Panels, Bullying. Plop. Su Jian fell to the ground helplessly, and the military shovel was thrown aside. Damn, it's finally over. There were only a few dozen seconds left in the countdown. In these last few minutes, Su Jian killed another 30 zombies. Together with the ones left over from before, he had a total of 3,300 points. 100 times the points. Why would yes? Su Jian was really too tired. Su Jian managed to hold on until the end. If Su Jian was in the perfect condition at the beginning, it would not be a problem for him to kill 50 or 60 of them in 5 minutes. But now, he only killed 30. I never thought that one day I would be so tired from something like this that I couldn't even lift my hands. Su Jian complained, then quickly opened the mall and started shopping. Fortunately, the mall did not require manual operation and could be operated with consciousness. Opening, closing, shopping can all be operated with consciousness. What the hell? Why are the 4th and 5th items sold out? Su Jian looked at the virtual mall in front of him in surprise. The 4th ranked random rare occupation card was sold out, and even the 5th ranked random skill card was sold out. There are only 9 of the 6th customizable growing weapons left in stock. Fuck, hurry up, give me a custom weapon. Although Su Jian already has a very powerful magic sword, the problem is that it can only be used when it reaches E level. On the one hand, Su Jian didn't know when he could become E level. On the other hand, the attribute thing could only increase by +5 per day at most. It would definitely not happen in a certain period of time. But if he wanted to use the magic sword, it would definitely take some time. During this period, Su Jian must of course buy a weapon. And this kind of growing weapon can be traded with others in the future even if Su Jian does not use it. But if Su Jian just bought a random weapon, anyone who has played the game knows that low-level equipment is only useful when the game is first launched. As time goes by, low-level equipment becomes very cheap. So after comprehensive consideration, it is better to buy a weapon that can grow. This thing holds its value. And it's only 2,000 points, not expensive. Su Jian bought it quickly. Hint, it is detected that you have a weapon. Do you want to directly change this weapon into a growable weapon? Su Jian responded and looked at the military shovel not far away. The quality of this military shovel was really good. Su Jian estimated that it might cost tens of thousands of dollars to buy it. If the brand name effect was taken into account, it might be even more expensive. But at this point, it's also a little worn. Looking at the military shovel, Su Jian smiled and said, "This is it." Although they have only been together for a short time, this military shovel is pretty good. Su Jian finds it very easy to use. Moreover, it has so many functions. It can be used for shoveling, chopping, smashing, and slapping. It can even open beer and tighten screws. Using this thing as a growth weapon is quite profitable. Renovation in progress. The ignition function is removed, the whistle function is removed, and the window breaking cone function is preserved. Modification completed. Ever since Su Jian chose to turn this military shovel into a growable weapon, it has been surrounded by a circle of shining light. At this moment, the light faded. The overall appearance of the military shovel has not changed much, but it has become one piece. The original military shovel can be assembled and disassembled. In addition, there used to be a cover behind the handle of the military shovel. Only after opening the cover could you find the window breaker. But at this moment, the cover was gone, and only the window breaker was exposed outside. As for the ignition and whistle functions, they were gone. Su Jian didn't care about these two small functions. Su Jian looked at the military shovel. It originally had no panel, but now it had an extra panel. Multifunctional military shovel growth weapon. Quality, F+. Explanation 1. Oh no, who on earth was using this military shovel? It was stained with so much blood in such a short time. It was almost turning into a magic weapon. However, it was precisely because it killed so many people that it reached the terrifying level of F+ as soon as it was transformed. Note 2. This weapon has no skills and cannot be enchanted. Perhaps it will have skills and enchantment slots when it grows to a certain stage in the future? Note 3. To grow to F++ level, you need to fuse 3 F+ level weapons, one each of a stick, an axe, and a knife. I see. After F rank there are F+ and F++. It seems that not only the combat power of the characters, but also the quality of the equipment is divided in this way. If, as expected, F is the lowest level, then F++ should be the strongest level. In other words, there are 5 levels in the F level, and then the E level. Su Jian thought about it for a moment, then quickly opened the mall and started shopping. There are only 20 seconds left. Bloodline Awakening Potion, 1,000 points, buy it. Others don't have money to gamble, but I do. It would be best if I gamble it out, but it's okay if I don't. I earn points pretty quickly anyway. 300 points left. Let me see. Random props? I don't want to gamble on this thing. I can buy 3 with 300 points. It's not fun. Why don't I buy 10 or 100 and open them together? It's boring to open only 1 or 2 blind boxes. Enchanted stone. Forget it. The military shovel is useless. The demon sword can be used, but it is sealed now. We'll see when it is unsealed. Anyway, you can buy it in an ordinary shopping mall. I looked again. Hey, the 19th item turned out to be a clothing set. The regular version is worth 1 point, the waterproof version is worth 10 points, and the dustproof version is worth 10 points. Okay, I'll buy one of these. I want both waterproof and dustproof. 20 points, and you're asking me if I agree? You're underestimating me. Well, but let us be honest, if it was someone else, ordinary clothes would cost 1 point, which means they would have to kill a zombie to buy 1 piece of clothing, which is still quite expensive. But a waterproof suit costs 10 points? That's almost as much as a healing potion or an antidote potion. Well, if you calculate it this way, this thing is really a luxury item. The 20th item. OMG, it's the entire warehouse capacity. This thing has the same function as a storage ring, so I must buy some. 1 point for each cubic meter below 10 cubic meters, and 10 points for each cubic meter above 10 cubic meters? Let me think about it. Okay, give me 18 cubic meters, which is exactly 99 points. There are still 180 points left. Give me 9 tubes each of healing potion and antidote potion. A few seconds after Su Jian made the purchase, the discount mall was closed. Call. It's your business. I've bought it anyway. What a great harvest. Thinking that he had not yet looked at the second-ranked plundering skill and the third-ranked coin of choice, Su Jian immediately opened the warehouse and started checking. Plunder. Level. None. Effect. The human you kill will drop all his items. Supplementary note 1. Under normal circumstances, killing someone will give you a scarlet treasure chest. When you open the treasure chest, there is a certain probability that you will get some of that person's points and warehouse storage, that is. That person's points and warehouse storage will be stored in the scarlet treasure chest, and after you open it, you will get 1% to 100% of the items depending on your luck. Supplementary note 2. The plundering skill allows you to plunder all of this person's items 100%, and even the skills and professions he has learned will be presented in the form of cards. Hiss. After Su Jian read the effect of the plundering skill, he was stunned for a moment. In fact, he had no idea what it was at first, but 2 additional explanations made Su Jian understand the horror of this skill. Even the skills and professions that others have already learned can be revealed. Isn't this too terrifying? Learn it, even if it takes up a skill slot. Choose coin. Quality. None. Effect. When you are faced with opposing situations such as left and right, front and back, right and wrong, you can use the decision coin to choose how to proceed. Additional note. This equipment is bound and cannot be dropped, given away, or discarded. After being a certain distance away from the host, it will ignore space and distance and automatically return to the warehouse. Su Jian touched his chin and looked at the coin in his hand. This coin was slightly larger and thicker than a 1 yuan coin, and had an angel printed on one side and a devil printed on the other. That is to say, if I am walking at a Y-shaped intersection now, can I use a coin to choose how to go forward? The angel symbolizes safety or good luck, and the devil symbolizes danger or disaster. Interesting. Although these two things did not increase my combat power, they are really very useful. After packing up everything, Su Jian looked at his personal dashboard. Su Jian. Personal information. Click to view. Basic attributes. Strength 17, Agility 16, Vitality 19, Intelligence 18. Combat Power Evaluation, F. Skills 1-5, Plunder no rank. Special Skills, Identification and Enhancement, 100 times the points. More, click to view. Points, 0. The first hour is a preferential time, which can also be understood as novice time. After the time is over, the remaining points will be reset to 0. Warehouse 19 cubic meters, 7 Evil Tang Sword Sealed, F+ Multifunctional Military Shovel Growth Capable, Props Choice Coin, F Level Healing Potion 9, F Level Detoxification Potion 9, Blood Awakening Potion 1, Waterproof and Grey Black Men's Suit 1. Looking at the pile of things in the warehouse, Su Jian couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. At this beginning, no matter what game it is, it's not an exaggeration to say that it takes off, right? Su Jian glanced and saw the healing potion. Then Su Jian was stunned. Healing potion. Grade, F. Note. It has a certain healing effect on F-level creatures. The highest degree of healing is for F-level creatures, and the lowest degree of healing is for F++ level creatures. It may only have some effect of restoring physical strength. Su Jian took a deep breath and wanted to curse. I was just looking for a potion to restore my stamina, but your healing potion can restore my stamina? Fuck. Su Jian vomited blood, then took out a bottle of healing potion and drank it viciously. Su Jian closed his eyes and felt it, and found that it could almost relieve half of his fatigue. After all, Su Jian is only at F level now, and there is still 2 levels away from F++ level. However, fuck, if you had told me earlier that it could restore my strength, I would have bought it. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Su Jian couldn't help it. He stamped his feet and shouted. There are no descriptions of the items in the discount mall. Simply put, you are given the name of the product and it is up to you whether to buy it or not. Su Jian wasn't injured, so why did he buy the healing potion? But who knew that the healing potion could actually restore physical strength? You should have said it earlier. If you had told me earlier, would I have bought it? 1 bottle restores half of your physical strength. I drank more than 10 bottles of yours in just this hour. Doubling the points may not be possible, but increasing them by 1/3 is definitely no problem. Grass. Su Jian felt that this system was really targeting him in every way. Buy a demon sword and seal it. Buy an attribute enhancement stone. The flow is limited. I didn't buy the healing potion, but it turns out I can restore my strength. Grass. Su Jian now really wants to know why the world has become gamified and who created this system. Because he really wanted to punch this guy. No one bullies others like you. Chapter 16. Drink quickly. I still have to save my girlfriend. Chapter 16. I'm going to save my girlfriend. When Su Jian was hunting zombies and purchasing various goods. Not far away, Zhao Wumian and Jiang Chen also slowly raised their heads. At this time, their eyes were slightly red and swollen, and snot and saliva were hanging near the corners of their mouths. They still feel nauseous, but after vomiting for so long, there is nothing left to vomit. This. He did all this. Jiang Chen asked nervously. Zhao Wumian nodded. Yes. This. Jiang Chen looked back at the corridor full of corpses, his heart filled with panic. Then, he looked at Su Jian not far away. Jiang Chen really didn't understand why this person could do this so calmly. Like Zhao Wumian, he also thought Su Jian was a strange person. Even if these people have turned into zombies, it is impossible for a normal person to slaughter them immediately, right? Do you know what his family does? Jiang Chen asked with some stammering. Zhao Wumian thought for a moment, shook his head, and said, I don't know. Who would ask others what their family does for no reason? But his family must be poor. I'm not belittling my roommate, I'm just stating the facts, and he seems to be a single parent. Jiang Chen was immediately confused. This didn't sound like anything special. Although children from poor families have to grow up early, they don't grow up like this, right? Could it be that the single-parent family environment has distorted his psychology? Otherwise, even if you are a killer, you can't be so indifferent after slaughtering so many lives, right? Just when Jiang Chen was puzzled, Zhao Wumian suddenly screamed, "Ah! What's wrong?" Jiang Chen asked in confusion. "Oh, it's okay." Su Jian said there was a discount mall. I went to take a look. It seemed that time was almost up, so I got anxious and called out. Zhao Wumian said as he pointed his hands in the air in front of him. In fact, it can be operated only with consciousness, but Zhao Wumian is used to manual operation, so he couldn't help but try it. Fuck, this world is really like a game, with rare professions, skills, items, healing potions, and antidote potions. Oh my god, Su Jian is right. Jiang Chen looked at Zhao Wumian, who was shouting in a daze, and then muttered to himself, "This guy doesn't seem like a calculating person, so is there really something in his eyes that I can't see?" Jiang Chen frowned, very confused. He could accept the gamification of the world, but wasn't this too sudden? Is there really no sign at all? Bite. Suddenly, a strange voice was heard. Jiang Chen looked up and saw a tube of medicine in Zhao Wumian's hand. He subconsciously asked, "What's this?" Zhao Wumian shrugged and said, "Actually, I don't know either, but it says Bloodline Awakening Potion." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and he instantly realized that this tube of medicine must be a very important thing. Although it is still unclear what it is used for, the 4 words Bloodline Awakening are enough to explain everything. But, what is Bloodline? Does everyone have it? Jiang Chen stole a glance at Su Jian, who had just stopped and was sitting on the edge of the corridor to rest not far away. He now knows that midnight is the beginning of the gamification of the world, and in the hour after that, the discount mall will be opened. Presumably, the time is almost up by now, so he must be shopping now, right? Jiang Chen licked his lips, turned his head, and looked at the blood awakening potion in Zhao Wumian's hand with some greed. He really wanted to snatch it and drink it to see if he could awaken some kind of bloodline. After this thing awakens, it should gain some kind of superpower, right? At the very least, you have to improve your physical fitness, right? Of course, these are things that are only possible after awakening is successful. If awakening fails, there will definitely be nothing. However, Jiang Chen glanced at Su Jian not far away again, then sighed in his heart and gave up his idea. It was easy to snatch it away. The distance between the two of them was less than 1 meter, and Zhao Wumian was still in a state of shock. He didn't hold the potion tightly, so if Jiang Chen wanted to take action, the probability of success was still very high. But, what happens after success? Does it take time for you to drink it? Does it take time for you to awaken? Even if he ignored the time, Jiang Chen didn't think he could beat Su Jian. Even if he awakened some superpowers, he felt that he could not beat Su Jian. They killed. There are 60 dormitories in one corridor. If they are full, there will be about 240 people. Although there is still one dormitory that Su Jian has not opened, there must be 200 people. Do you dare to mess with a man who killed 200 people? Jiang Chen said that he didn't want to die. So, his somewhat greedy look immediately turned into envy and jealousy. Just now, Su Jian forced Zhao Wumian to kill a zombie, and then his system awakened. Why don't I have a roommate like this? Just when the two were stunned, Su Jian finished shopping and walked over with a clatter. Su Jian's physical strength had almost recovered. Since he knew that the healing potion could restore physical strength, Su Jian drank 2 bottles of healing potion without saying a word, and then recovered about 80% to 90% of his physical strength. Although 1 bottle can restore 50% of the physical strength, it seems that the closer to the full value, the smaller the increase. Therefore, the second bottle of healing potion did not restore 50% of the physical strength, but only restored 30% to 40% of Su Jian's physical strength. It seems that the weaker this thing is, the more useful it is. In fact, if Su Jian drinks another bottle, he thinks that he will most likely be able to restore his stamina to full, but that's meaningless. Isn't that a waste? Su Jian came up to the two of them and said directly to Zhao Wumian, "Look at you, if you kill it earlier, can you still challenge the custom weapon?" Zhao Wumian waved his hands and said, "Brother, I feel sick just killing one, let alone killing 100. I'm not as perverted as you." Although Su Jian forced him to kill the zombies, he really didn't blame Su Jian in his heart. In fact, he was very grateful to Su Jian. So Zhao Wumian thought about it and said, "I'll give you this bottle of blood awakening potion." Zhao Wumian used a declarative sentence. However, Su Jian shook his head and said, "No, just drink it. If you hadn't forced me to kill zombies, I wouldn't have gotten this potion, so I'll give it to you. And I think if you've awakened any bloodline, it will definitely be more useful than mine." Zhao Wumian said very seriously. Although Zhao Wumian didn't dare to kill the zombies, he knew very well in his heart that the zombies must be killed. However, he just couldn't change his ideology instantly, and he just couldn't muster up the heart to slaughter the zombies. So even though he had killed a zombie, he still didn't want to kill zombies in the future unless he had to. Then in this case, it would definitely be more appropriate to strengthen Su Jian. It's okay even if Su Jian hasn't awakened any bloodline. Because in Zhao Wumian's eyes, this bottle of awakening potion was like something he had picked up for free. Okay, stop wasting time. Why are you taking so long to kill the zombies? It's just drinking a potion, and you're still taking so long. Can't you hurry up? I still have to go save my girlfriend, Su Jian said with a frown. Su Jian never forgot about saving his girlfriend, but he was calmer and knew the priorities of the matter. This is the era of world gamification. It is no exaggeration to say that dynasties changed. During this time, some people suffered heavy losses, some brought honor to their families, and some remained unknown. A time of great contention. The strong will be strong, the weak will perish. How can you survive if you don't fight and become strong? Su Jian had no intention of fighting for power or establishing his own regime, but he wanted to live. In the future, if he wants to control his own destiny and live a good life, he must become strong. While Zhao Wumian was still frightened, Su Jian had already figured out his path. Su Jian is very rational, so rational that it is scary. Although he has a good feeling towards his current girlfriend, although he does not want to be alone, although he does not want to live alone in this world, he knows better that in the future, without strength, you will have no say. So Su Jian did not go to the West District to rescue Jiang Zuoyin immediately, but directly slaughtered zombies in the dormitory building to earn points and buy goods. However, in addition to strengthening himself, Su Jian was also very clear that if he went there in his previous state, what if there were zombies or other monsters on campus, waiting to die? And now, there is an F+ grade military shovel with all attributes +5 and can grow, as well as other items and skills. With such strong strength, Su Jian is very confident to go to the West District. What's more, I have already reminded her. If in this case, she would still die, then she doesn't deserve to stand by my side. Seeing Zhao Wumian's hesitation, Su Jian became furious. He stepped forward, took the blood awakening potion, pried open Zhao Wumian's mouth, and poured the potion into his mouth. Zhao Wumian even coughed twice because of the rough action. What an ink stain! Su Jian said speechlessly. In fact, Su Jian had another purpose in letting Zhao Wumian drink this potion, which was that he wanted to see how long it would take for the potion to awaken. Ahem. Zhao Wumian coughed twice, then he clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and sat on the ground with a red face. A few seconds later, Zhao Wumian jumped up. Looking at his excitement, one could tell that he must have awakened some bloodline. Haha, Su Jian, I have awakened the Thorn bloodline and can counterattack. Su Jian looked at Zhao Wumian's panel. Zhao Wumian. Personal information. Male. 20 years old. Height 179 centimeters. Weight 62 kilograms. Honest personality. Loyal and righteous. Click to view more. Basic attributes. Strength 13, Agility 10, Vitality 14, Intelligence 10. Combat Power Evaluation, F. Bloodline. Thorn bloodline. After receiving an enemy attack, a portion of the damage will be returned to the attacker. By the way, ordinary identification can only see the combat power evaluation of others, while enhanced identification can see the basic attributes and combat power evaluation of others. As for why Su Jian could see Zhao Wumian's other attributes, it was because Zhao Wumian did not hide them. In the panel, personal information, bloodline, skills, and other information can be hidden. After hiding, even enhanced identification techniques cannot see it. Obviously, Zhao Wumian did not hide his information. Counterattack? Not bad. Su Jian nodded, and then said, I'm going to the bathroom. You adjust to your abilities. When I come out, we'll head straight to the West District. Zhao Wumian was extremely excited at this time. He waved his hand and said, Go ahead, hurry up. Su Jian watched from the side and shook his head. Why are you so excited? You've just been beaten. Su Jian didn't waste any time. He just found an empty dormitory and went in. However, he didn't really come here to use the toilet, but to awaken his bloodline. Su Jian took out a tube of blood potion and drank it all. Su Jian is a person who trusts other people very much, but he is also very suspicious. Besides Zhao Wumian, there is also Jiang Chen outside. So in order to prevent any accidents, Su Jian took out a tube of antidote, slowly poured it into the bathroom, and pretended to make the sound of peeing. Boom! Su Jian's whole body trembled, and an inexplicable power surged into his heart. Su Jian looked at his blood column, then smiled slightly and murmured, This ability is much stronger than the anti-armor. Chapter 17 Interesting Fatty. Chapter 17 Funny Fat Man. Wow. The sound of the toilet flushing was heard, and then Su Jian opened the door and walked out of the bathroom. Su Jian did some testing and found that the water and electricity were both available, but there was no signal on the mobile phone. It seemed that the long-distance wireless communication method was useless. Su Jian estimated that this must be a major change in the Earth's magnetic field. He didn't know more specifically. Over a year had passed. Although he had not forgotten all the knowledge he learned in middle school, he had indeed forgotten a lot. When he was in school, he could calculate the power consumption of the air conditioner by himself. Now, he might not be able to calculate it even by reading the manual. Hey, where did you get these clothes? Zhao Wumian asked directly. At this time, Su Jian took off the blood-stained clothes and replaced them with a more handsome black suit, long pants, short sleeves, and a mid-length coat. Well, it looked a bit like something from an anime. Of course I bought it. In addition to the customized growing weapons, I also bought some other things, Su Jian said calmly. Even if others didn't know that he had 100 times the points, he had killed nearly 200 zombies. According to their thinking, he could buy that random skill at a 10% discount, but Su Jian could respond with reasons like he didn't want to gamble or it was sold out when he wanted to buy it. So in the eyes of others, Su Jian should be a customized weapon, with some other messy things added on. After washing his hands, Su Jian said, I'm going to the West District to see my girlfriend. Will you two come with me? Zhao Wumian nodded without hesitation and said, I'll go with you. Although Su Jian was a bit bloody, Zhao Wumian felt that it was safer to follow Su Jian. Jiang Chen, who was standing by, said in surprise, Can I go with you? Oh, it doesn't matter. There is strength in numbers, Su Jian said with a smile. If it fits, then be a teammate. If it doesn't fit. Su Jian looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, Okay, I'll follow you too. Perhaps what Su Jian did was terrifying, but assuming that the gamification of the world is true, then that means it's the end of the world. In the doomsday, people like Su Jian will live longer. Jiang Chen understands this very well. So Jiang Chen thought about it and decided to follow Su Jian. You see, my roommate is such a loser, but he got a tube of bloodline potion and even awakened the ability of anti-armor. If I get to know him better and perform better, there will be huge benefits. It's the end of the world. If people don't care about themselves, they will be punished by heaven and earth. Okay, let's go together, Su Jian said, leading the way. I always feel like I forgot something. Zhao Wumian touched his head, murmured something, and then followed Su Jian's call. The corridor was full of corpses. It would be very troublesome to go through it. Although Su Jian's clothes were waterproof, waterproofness did not mean that he had to walk into puddles. So the three of them didn't go out through the front door, but smashed the back door and got out. Now that things have come to this, it's just a matter of breaking a door. Su Jian doesn't feel any burden at all anyway. Hey, Su Jian, didn't you buy a weapon that can grow? Why are you still using this military shovel? When Su Jian used the military shovel to destroy the back door, Zhao Wumian asked with some confusion. Oh, the system said that this military shovel can be transformed into a growable weapon. I thought it was a good idea, and this shovel is easy to use, so I agreed, Su Jian explained. Zhao Wumian thought for a moment and said, Indeed, and military shovels are very useful. Jiang Chen on the side praised, Brother, your choice is really awesome. Maybe the appearance of a shovel may not look as cool as swords, spears, or halberds, but the military shovel has a wide range of uses. Most of the weapons of others can only be used for fighting, but Su Jian's military shovel can be used for both fighting and life. What's more, what if you get a sword, a spear, a sword, or a halberd, but you don't know how to use it? Just get a shovel and you'll be fine. Even if you've never used it before, you can wave it around a few times. As for other functions, you just need to become proficient in them slowly. Of course, don't argue. If you really want to argue, you can just get out a stick and everyone can wave it a few times, so this thing can't be argued about. Swoosh. At this moment, Su Jian suddenly stopped and took a look at the military shovel in his hand. Huh? What's wrong? Zhao Wumian looked doubtful. Su Jian looked at the military shovel in his hand and was silent for a moment. Then he said to Jiang Chen and Zhao Wumian, You two go to the garage and look for any unlocked cars. We can't just walk to the West District, right? Zhao Wumian shouted indifferently, What about you? I'll go back and see if Zhongsheng is still alive. Su Jian turned and went upstairs. Ah. Zhao Wumian was a little confused. He didn't quite understand why Su Jian wanted to see if Zhongsheng was alive. But since Su Jian had already left, He didn't ask any more questions and turned around to take Jiang Chen to the garage downstairs in the dormitory building. Who is Zhong Sheng? Jiang Chen asked from the side. Oh, there's a military fan in our class, Zhao Wumian replied. Su Jian has a good relationship with him. I don't feel very well. Then what is he going back for? I don't know. Do you think I can understand the thoughts of a man like him? Jiang Chen nodded. That's right. Su Jian doesn't look like someone who can understand. He is not a normal person. Forget it. Let him do whatever he wants. I'm here to curry favor with him, not to be his boss, so I'll just do whatever the big brother tells me to do. Here, Su Jian first went to the dormitory aunt's room to get the corresponding dormitory key, then returned to the 4th floor and opened Zhong Sheng's dormitory. Su Jian felt that he needed to do this, because the military shovel was lent to him by Zhong Sheng. Although all this was brought about by his own caution, in a sense, if Zhong Sheng had not lent him a military shovel, he would not have gained such a great advantage. So Su Jian felt that Zhong Sheng had done him a favor. When the door opened, a roar was heard. After seeing the environment inside the dormitory clearly, Su Jian sighed, then rushed in with a military shovel. 4 zombies. All are newborn. No infection. After beheading the 4 zombies, Su Jian respectfully picked up Zhong Sheng's head. There were a few prompts in his mind, but Su Jian didn't even read them. I'm sorry, if you were infected, I might feel guilty, but you are a newborn zombie, so it doesn't matter if you have a military shovel or not, it's useless, so you might as well give it to me. Su Jian put Zhong Sheng's head on the dormitory table nearby. There was no incense, so Su Jian simply took 3 pens and roughly stuck them on the table in front of Zhong Sheng's head. I'll burn some incense for you, and you can go with peace of mind. Su Jian bowed, then turned and left. If Zhong Sheng had not been infected, he would have saved his life to repay the military shovel's kindness. But he was infected, and he was a newborn zombie, so nothing Su Jian did would be of any use. In that case, just kill him and set him free. Is Su Jian sad? No. All in all, they spent just over a year together, but if you calculate it carefully, the time they had serious contact was very short, maybe only 1 or 2 months. In such a short time, it is impossible for Su Jian and Zhong Sheng to have a deep relationship. So Su Jian wasn't that sad. Da. In the corridor, Su Jian's footsteps were very loud because it was so quiet. In fact, about 10 minutes after 12 o'clock, the whole campus became quiet. Although screams could be heard from time to time, most of the time it was peaceful and quiet. I can't repay Zhong Sheng's kindness. I always feel like I owe him something. Su Jian was very cold-blooded, so cold-blooded that as soon as he realized the gamification of the world, he started a bloody massacre on the 1st floor of the dormitory. But he is a man who keeps his promises. If nothing happens tonight, he will definitely return the military industry tomorrow morning. However, the disaster came, the world became a game, and Zhong Sheng himself became a corpse-infected person. The military shovel has not been put back yet. Su Jian curled his lips and said, You can't blame me for this, right? The lender wanted to pay back the money, but the person who borrowed the money died. What can I do? Give the money to your relatives? I can't find them either. This doesn't count as me breaking my promise, does it? Su Jian shook his head and went downstairs resolutely. Help, help. Just when Su Jian went down to the 2nd floor, a faint cry for help suddenly came from not far away. It sounded like someone had been shouting for a long time, and the voice was a little hoarse. Su Jian turned his head and saw a head sticking out of the window next to the door of the 3rd dormitory next to the stairs, asking him for help. Their school has an independent bathroom, which is located on the left or right side of the entrance, so there is a small window next to the dormitory door for ventilating the bathroom. At this moment, this small window became the ventilation duct for this person to shout for help. Brother, how did you get out? Save me, save me. When the man saw Su Jian, he shouted immediately, Why are you in the bathroom? Su Jian walked over and asked curiously. The man said with a bit of embarrassment, I had a stomachache today, and I ran to the toilet a minute or 2 before midnight, but I couldn't get out. Su Jian took a look at this person. This should be considered a pig brain, right? It's not that he is stupid, but that he has a big head. Su Jian guessed that this man must weigh at least 200 kilograms. Then do you know what the situation is now? The fat man shook his head and said, I'm not sure, but I know my 3 roommates want to bite me, plus I listened to the shouting outside for a while, so I guess, just guess, it might be the end of the world. Su Jian nodded. Although I don't agree with this statement, it's great that you can realize this. Okay, I saved you. The man showed a look of joy, then frowned and said, Hey, buddy, I can't get out of this window, I can't get up, and I'm fat, so I'd like to trouble you to open the door. but there are 3 zombies in my dormitory. I can't let you be in danger because of me. Su Jian looked at the fat man in surprise and said, "Oh, just based on what you said, I will save you, but you have to find a way to open the door for me." Su Jian doesn't mind saving people. He really doesn't mind. If you're talking about the Virgin Mary, that's definitely not it. What does Our Lady mean? Too much kindness. To put it simply, no matter whether there is danger ahead, he will go to save people. However, Su Jian's current behavior only met half of the conditions. Although he intended to save people, he did not put himself in danger at all, so he could not be called a saint. Moreover, is it really a good thing for Su Jian to save people? You know, Su Jian is not an overly kind person. On the one hand, he saves people depending on his mood, and on the other hand, he does it to be prepared for any eventuality. Zombies are described a lot in movies, but after fighting them personally, Su Jian is not afraid of zombies at all. It's just that Su Jian is a little afraid of the number of zombies. A single zombie isn't scary, but when there are large numbers of them, they're extremely scary. There are so many of them, so densely packed together, especially with Kyushu's large population base. But what does this have to do with Su Jian's being prepared? In fact, Su Jian just wanted to prevent himself from being surrounded by zombies. Once Su Jian is surrounded, Su Jian will abandon everyone and survive on his own. Do you think the zombies will surround a small team of several people, or Su Jian alone? Of course, this was at the most critical moment. If Su Jian was sure he could escape with others, he would not abandon others. It's still the same reason, if Su Jian was the only one alive in this world. So lonely. It's scary to think about it. Having said all this, let me mention the Madonna. The Madonna is overly kind. No matter what danger lies ahead, she will go and save people herself. The Madonna means that no matter what danger lies ahead, the rest of you must go and save people. One is that although it is dangerous, he takes the initiative to save people, and the other is to let others save people. If these 2 types of people were put together, Su Jian would definitely hate the latter more. Turn your gaze back. After hearing Su Jian's words, the fat man in the bathroom thought for a moment, then said, "Okay, I'll open the door for you, but buddy, what are you going to do?" "Don't worry about what I do. As long as you open the door, I can rescue you," Su Jian said with a smile. The fat man glanced at Su Jian. Wearing all black, do you like black so much? In addition, this man should be about 1.8 meters tall. For a man, height can add a lot of points. In addition, Su Jian is not ugly, but average looking. So overall, Su Jian is still quite handsome. There was a faint smile on his face, and he looked very gentle. At least the fat man looked very gentle. The fat man gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, then I'll leave my 200 pounds of fat to you, buddy." The fat man's head sank, and then a small voice was heard. It can be imagined that the fat man must be slowly opening the bathroom door and observing whether 3 zombies are in the dormitory. There shouldn't be anyone next to him, so the fat man moved his body out of the bathroom very slowly, and then he quickly opened and closed the door. "Ha!" Looking at the fat man who had come out, Su Jian was stunned. "Didn't you ask me to save you? Why did you come out by yourself? I just asked you to open the door, not close it." Huff, huff. "Buddy, you don't need me. I can get out by myself." The fat man supported his knees with his hands, his body slightly bent, and said breathlessly, "Haha, you fat guy are interesting." Su Jian pointed at the fat man and laughed. Chapter 18. Heading to the West District, meeting a baby on the road. The garage downstairs in the dormitory. Jiang Chen and Zhao Wumian shuttled between bicycles, electric vehicles and motorcycles like thieves. At some point, Jiang Chen suddenly straightened up and said, "I think it highly likely that we won't be able to find an unlocked car." Zhao Wumian also stood up and said, "Yeah, I think so too. Everyone is afraid of being stolen, so how could they not lock their doors?" Jiang Chen suggested, "Let's wait for Su Jian to come over and break the lock. There are so many cars, even if I search around, I don't think I can find one that is unlocked." Zhao Wumian thought about it, nodded, and said, "Okay, then find a few speed bicycles." Jiang Chen didn't say anything else, and then he and Zhao Wumian picked out a few speed bicycles from the numerous vehicles. Electric cars and motorcycles require keys, which is not even considered. Soon, Su Jian came over, but looking at the fat man next to Su Jian, the 2 of them looked at each other tacitly. Unexpectedly, Su Jian went out and actually rescued another person. "Hey, have you found the car? Oh, by the way, this is Mahao." Su Jian introduced the fat man next to him. Zhao Wumian said, "We didn't find any unlocked ones. Maybe there were some, but the time was too short, so we only picked out these 3 lock speed bikes." Su Jian slapped his forehead. "Oh, blame me, blame me. How can a car be unlocked these days? But you are still very smart. You know how to adapt to the situation. Leave the rest to me. Although I can't pick the lock, I can still do some damage. Su Jian stepped forward and directly used a military shovel to break the locks of the 3 bicycles. Then he turned around and took a look at Ma Hao, who weighed more than 200 pounds, and became worried. With this weight, will it be crushed into a pile of scrap metal if I ride a bicycle? Although Su Jian did not say it explicitly, Ma Hao knew what Su Jian meant, so he took the initiative to say, I have a custom-made bicycle. Wow, that really saves trouble. Although it's not nice for me to say this, I'm really afraid that you'll crush the bike, Su Jian exclaimed. Ah, ha. Ma Hao smiled awkwardly, then took the initiative to walk to a corner and lifted out a bicycle with slightly larger tires. Well, although this is my car, I didn't bring the key when I came out. Ma Hao touched his head and said embarrassedly, Oh, that's nothing. Su Jian chopped it with a shovel and smashed the car lock. Okay, let's go. Su Jian randomly found a car and started heading towards the West District. Zhao Wumian and Jiang Chen didn't say anything and just followed. Ma Hao started a little slower because of his obesity, but he caught up quickly. When going downstairs, Su Jian told Ma Hao some information, such as the existence of the system and that he was going to the West District to rescue his girlfriend. After hearing this, Ma Hao resolutely decided to follow Su Jian. In his words, I'm so moved that you are willing to save your girlfriend at such a critical moment. I must go and help. However, Su Jian saw the light in Ma Hao's eyes. You followed me just because I was going to the girls' dormitory in the West District, right? However, Su Jian did not expose the fat man's wicked mind. Men, after all, just like that kind of thing. Money, power, women, entertainment. It's okay to have hobbies. This is a disaster. As long as you have the ability, you can do whatever you want. After the 4 of them started, Su Jian said to Ma Hao in a bored tone, You said your car was custom-made. Does that cost a lot of money? Are you a rich second generation? Ma Hao replied, How can I be considered a rich second generation? I only customized a bicycle, not a sports car, so it didn't cost much. The whole set seems to cost only about 10,000 yuan. After Ma Hao finished speaking, Zhao Wumian nodded indifferently. 10,000 yuan was indeed not a lot of money. Jiang Chen and Su Jian were shocked. Wow, spending 10,000 yuan on a bicycle is unimaginable. Ma Hao touched his head and said a little embarrassedly, It's really not much. I have a friend who spent tens of thousands to buy a pair of headphones. Su Jian's eyes widened. Tens of thousands? Just to buy a pair of headphones? Even Jiang Chen, who was standing by, was surprised and asked, Are the headphones inlaid with gold? Ma Hao waved his hand. I don't know. It seems that the sound quality of the headset is better. I don't understand it either. Su Jian sighed and said, Oh, poverty really limits my imagination. Tens of thousands of dollars to buy a pair of headphones. TSK. Anyway, Su Jian couldn't understand it. Aren't the sound effects the same? Oh, except for the surround sound. Fuck, Su Jian, look, there's light over there. Suddenly, Zhao Wumian's shout attracted the attention of the 3 people. Everyone turned around and saw a bright red light in the first-floor hall of the East District cafeteria, as dazzling as a little sun. What is that? Ma Hao and Jiang Chen looked at Su Jian in confusion. In their opinion, Su Jian knew a lot of things. But in fact, Su Jian didn't know much more than them. He was not a reborn person and couldn't know everything. Su Jian touched his chin and said thoughtfully, I don't know what it is, but won't we know it in the past? Anyway, the world has been turned into a game, so maybe this light is some kind of treasure? No one objected and followed Su Jian to the cafeteria entrance. After parking the car and getting out, everyone came to the closed door of the cafeteria and looked inside. The red light was dazzling, but they could all clearly see that in the center of the light was a treasure chest, a red treasure chest. Treasure chest. Su Jian remembered the white reward treasure chest he had obtained. Could it be that this red treasure chest represents another type of treasure chest? After seeing the treasure chest, Zhao Wumian shouted, Su Jian, treasure chest, eh? I remember when I turned on the system gave me a reward treasure chest, and then I opened 100 points and identification skills, so now this one, does it also have treasures? Jiang Chen looked at Zhao Wumian with envy. He had talked a lot with Zhao Wumian before, and learned that one could get a reward if he killed zombies within an hour, but now, there would definitely be no reward. Jiang Chen felt somewhat dissatisfied and jealous in his heart, but on the surface, he only showed an envious look. Ma Hao, who was standing by, looked at Su Jian and the other 2 with some confusion. In Ma Hao's opinion, the 3 of them should be equal, or Zhao Wumian should have more say. After all, Su Jian looks a little thin, while Zhao Wumian looks very strong. But now it seems that Su Jian has the most say. It's a bit strange. Why does Su Jian, who looks so gentle, have such a big say? Fortunately, Ma Hao didn't say what he was thinking, otherwise Jiang Chen and Zhao Wumian would definitely shout loudly. You said that this person who killed more than 200 zombies within an hour of the start of the apocalypse is gentle. Looking at the glittering treasure chest in the cafeteria, Su Jian touched his chin and did not make a decision immediately. Zhao Wumian on the side said anxiously, Su Jian, let's go. What if we get discovered? Jiang Chen and Ma Hao didn't say anything, because they both felt that they were outsiders. It would be too rude to point fingers at others when you just met them, right? Although Jiang Chen had asked a lot of questions before, those questions were harmless after all. At this moment, this was about making a decision, so he had no right to ask other people's questions, and he didn't want to cause trouble for himself. Chapter 19 Cafeteria Red Light, Strengthening Orange Cat. Su Jian, hurry up and leave. The light is so bright. What if someone else comes here? Zhao Wumian said anxiously. Although I don't know what is in the treasure chest, I can imagine that it must be a treasure. Why don't you hurry over and open it? It was placed in broad daylight and without any protection on the first floor of the cafeteria. When there were no monsters and no need to kill, Zhao Wumian acted very recklessly. Su Jian rolled his eyes at him and said, I think you want to die. Ah, why do you say that? Zhao Wumian asked with some confusion. Su Jian explained speechlessly, a treasure chest, placed right in the middle of the cafeteria. Don't you think there's something fishy going on? He was bold in the dormitory before because Su Jian didn't think the zombies would pose a threat to him. Since it was safe, he must seek the greatest benefit. But now, the cafeteria is empty, but there is a treasure chest placed in the middle of the cafeteria. In this situation, do you just rush in? You are not just a reckless man, you are completely brainless. We must be careful. Be more careful. This is a gamified world, a post-disaster world. You must take action while ensuring your own safety. Su Jian cherishes his life very much. From this situation, it's obviously a trap. Su Jian murmured. Su Jian would never dream of such a good thing as pie falling from the sky. Or rather, even if pie really fell from the sky, he would not dare to pick it up. Even if Su Jian got something that he got without any effort, he still felt it was unreal. Are you saying that someone is deliberately luring us? Zhao Wumian asked again. Su Jian narrowed his eyes, looked around, and said softly, it may not be a person. If he had heard such a sentence before, Zhao Wumian would have said, if it is not a human, then it must be a ghost? But now, in addition to human ghosts, there are also monsters. Jiang Chen and Ma Hao also shuddered and looked around. In the red night, a gust of cold wind blew by, making everyone feel a chill in their hearts. Now that I think about it, something is indeed wrong. How is it possible that you can suddenly come across a treasure chest while walking? Could it be that their luck has reached its maximum value? Zhao Wumian looked around and saw no one, so he chuckled and said, Su Jian, you are worrying too much. I think this is okay. Then go over and take a look, Su Jian suggested. Let us go. Zhao Wumian was not afraid. He broke into the room through the window and walked towards the treasure chest in the hall on the first floor with his head held high. I don't see you being so enthusiastic about killing zombies. Su Jian shook his head and said speechlessly, then said to Jiang Chen and Ma Hao, let's go, we'll follow. But even if it's not a trap, the treasure should be guarded by a powerful creature, right? Isn't this a classic routine? So you two should pay attention to yourselves. Okay, leave the rest to us. Jiang Chen and Ma Hao nodded in agreement. Su Jian swung his right hand, and a military shovel instantly appeared in his hand. When he has nothing to do, Su Jian will put the military shovel in the warehouse, which is the storage space. Anyway, it won't be used for even a second after being summoned. On the one hand, I can be lazy. Although the military shovel is not too heavy, why should I sit when I can lie down? On the other hand, it can paralyze other people. Look, I don't have any weapons in my hand, right? Come on, come and hit me. When you hit me, I will kill you with a shovel. Everyone smashed the cafeteria glass and slowly walked towards the glowing treasure chest. Zhao Wumian in front held his head high and strode forward without fear. Su Jian and the other two behind were looking around, guarding against possible dangers. However, Zhao Wumian walked to the treasure chest and nothing happened. Haha, Su Jian, you see, you were too cautious. Nothing happened. Zhao Wumian came to the treasure chest, patted the treasure chest in front of him, and then said with a laugh. Su Jian frowned, feeling something was wrong. Could it be that pie really fell from the sky? Buzz. An inexplicable sound was heard, and the treasure chest emitting a scarlet light suddenly shook. Then, the scarlet light that illuminated the entire cafeteria began to gradually recede like a solid entity. It's like a fog forms with a cup of water as the center, and then the fog returns to the cup. Swoosh! Just as the light completely disappeared, an orange figure suddenly rushed out from the right side of the cafeteria. Su Jian had been staring at his surroundings, so when he heard the sound of breaking wind, he immediately looked over. Jiang Chen and Ma Hao also looked in the direction Su Jian was looking, but in their field of vision, they only saw an orange-yellow light and could not see clearly what it was. What is that? Jiang Chen and Ma Hao exclaimed. After the light of the treasure chest faded, Zhao Wumian stretched out his hand and wanted to open it to see what treasure was inside. However, after hearing everyone's exclamations, he immediately stopped. Swoosh! A cold light flashed, and the orange-yellow figure passed directly in front of Zhao Wumian's body, as if nothing had happened. The next moment, with a puff sound, several streams of blood suddenly spurted out from Zhao Wumian's forearm. Ha! Zhao Wumian was stunned when he saw the 5 bloodstains on his forearm. What just happened? What was that thing that flew by so quickly? Su Jian on the side showed a serious expression. Although they did not see the figure, Su Jian saw it. It was a cat, an orange cat. Strengthen orange cat. Basic attributes. Strength 19, Agility 26, Physical 21, Intelligence 19. Combat Power Rating, F+. Description: a type of enhanced creature. It must be said that after being enhanced, animals are much stronger than weak humans. They start with an F+ level of combat power. If you are not confident, it is recommended to run away quickly. This orange cat has higher attributes than Su Jian in almost all aspects. Su Jian's face was unusually serious, and he cursed inwardly. Damn, this isn't how it works, is it? I've worked really hard to get stronger, but now I'm only at F level. How can a cat be stronger than me right from the start? Then lions, tigers, etc., are they F++ from the start? What Su Jian didn't know was that his guess was correct, but he still underestimated them. Animals like tigers and lions could even reach E-level combat power directly at the beginning. There is no way. In terms of physical fitness alone, humans cannot compare with animals. Of course, with such a large human population base, there might be a few abnormalities born, but individual cases cannot prove the point. Zhao Wumian, come back quickly, Su Jian shouted sternly. Zhao Wumian stared at the scar on his arm in a daze. After hearing Su Jian shout, he came to his senses and quickly retreated. At this moment, he was very cowardly. You 3 step back, I'm going to get the treasure in the treasure chest. Su Jian said seriously. When Zhao Wumian heard this, he quickly advised, we can't even see clearly, so let's not take any risks. Su Jian shook his head and said firmly, I have made up my mind, you guys quickly retreat. Zhao Wumian wanted to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he sighed, and then left with Jiang Chen and Ma Hao without saying a word. Jiang Chen said puzzledly, aren't you going to persuade him anymore? We can't even see that monster. It would be too dangerous for Su Jian to go over there. Zhao Wumian sighed and said, I can't persuade you. Su Jian is a person who is sometimes very obedient and does whatever others say, but sometimes he is very stubborn and simply won't listen to others. He seems to be determined to smash the wall if he hits it. Jiang Chen and Ma Hao heard this and thought, okay, there was no point in saying anything, so the trio just found a table outside and sat down. Ma Hao looked at the surroundings and said with a smile, if there were some melon seeds or something, we would really become a melon-eating group. Jiang Chen also smiled slightly, then looked at the wound on Zhao Wumian's arm and said, by the way, do you want to bandage it? You can't just let him bleed all the time, right? Zhao Wumian waved his hand indifferently, raised his injured arm and said, no, this thing only looks scary, but the injury is not serious. So let's talk about it later. I'm not a sissy, there's no need to seek death for such an injury. Here, although Su Jian had a serious expression, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. I'm not afraid that you have monsters, I'm just afraid that you won't come out. Su Jian licked his lips, raised the corners of his mouth, and smiled. It's just an orange cat. Although its basic attributes have been enhanced, but, as long as it can be hit, it will definitely die. Even if it's a huge rock, why don't you let him stand still and then chop him with a knife? As long as it is within the limits of human beings, that is, the attribute points are within 30, they are not unbeatable. As for points beyond 30, it is not clear and needs to be analyzed specifically based on the facts. So even though this orange cat is stronger than Su Jian, and even has 10 attribute points higher in the agility column, Su Jian still wants to give it a try. I am a very cautious person. Su Jian thought to himself, so when we encounter danger, we must nip it in the bud. Su Jian slowly walked towards the treasure chest not far away, whispering softly as he walked. If I don't kill it today, what if it reaches E rank in 2 days? Wouldn't it be even harder to kill it then? There is still a chance now, but as time goes by, I may not even be qualified to fight it. It must be killed now. Otherwise, I would not be able to sleep or eat well if such a powerful creature lived in the same area with me. So, in order for me to live a more peaceful life, this orange cat must die. Su Jian's eyes gradually became firm, and then he placed his hand on the treasure chest. Meow tilde 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 tilde. There was a sudden sound of a cat's meow. Su Jian looked up and saw the orange cat squatting on the dining table not far away. In the night, the orange cat looked at Su Jian with shining eyes. Meow tilde tilde tilde. Looking at Su Jian's left hand placed on the treasure chest, the orange cat let out a fierce cry. This time, the voice was full of whimpering, showing its inner anger. Chapter 20 Face Injury, Cruel Killing of Cat. The moment the orange cat appeared, Zhao Wumian couldn't help but exclaimed, "Fuck, it's actually a cat." Jiang Chen was also surprised and said, "I didn't expect that even the cat would mutate, and it seems that this cat doesn't seem to have completely lost its mind like a zombie." "Ma Hao, this is so surprising, it's just a cat, why can't we see its movements clearly?" Zhao Wumian added, "That cat has an F+ combat power, and we are all only F combat power." Combat power. Jiang Chen and Ma Hao looked at Zhao Wumian in confusion. Zhao Wumian touched his head and said, "I don't know how to explain it. You will know after you turn on the system. In simple terms, the system evaluates our combat power based on our 4 basic attributes." Jiang Chen and Ma Hao nodded as if they understood. On the other side, Su Jian raised the corner of his mouth, lifted his left hand from the treasure chest, and then took off his coat. Although this suit is waterproof and dustproof, it is not bad for your paws. In order to prevent the coat from being scratched by the orange cat, Su Jian put it directly into the warehouse. Then, Su Jian hooked his finger at the orange cat. "You, come here." Meow tilde 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 tilde. The orange cat roared, and suddenly turned into an orange light. Su Jian's agility attribute is 16, while this orange cat's is 26. The difference of 10 attribute points means that Su Jian can only slightly capture the orange cat's position and cannot capture the orange cat's movement trajectory in detail. As for other people, they can only see the afterimage of the orange cat running past. Su Jian narrowed his eyes, staring at the somewhat illusory figure of the orange cat, and then at a certain moment, he slammed the military shovel in his hand down hard. Su Jian could only vaguely catch the movements of the orange cat, which was not very clear, so Su Jian chose to use the military shovel in the way that had the widest impact area hitting. Bang! Got it! Su Jian showed a look of delight and was extremely surprised. Unexpectedly, the first attack hit the target. Meow tilde tilde tilde. The orange cat was knocked to the ground by a shovel, but the next moment, it jumped away. The orange cat was seen standing on a table again, with its hair standing up, staring at Su Jian viciously. Woo 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 tilde 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 tilde. The orange cat showed its sharp teeth and made angry whimpering sounds. Its eyes are particularly bright in the dark night. "Come on. I can tell you clearly, either you kill me or I kill you. I will not give up this treasure chest." Although Su Jian didn't know where this orange cat came from, it was most likely a stray cat in the school. These stray cats could more or less understand some human language. However, the stray cat probably could not understand Su Jian's long string of words. But now there has been a disaster and the orange cat has been strengthened, so Su Jian believes that this cat can definitely understand what he is saying. Sure enough, after Su Jian finished speaking, the orange cat let down its upright hair, then its pupils became sharp, and it moved its limbs, circling around Su Jian. Like an assassin looking for an opportunity. Who is playing psychological warfare with you? Su Jian smiled slightly and put his hand on the treasure chest again. This time, Su Jian raised his hand and opened the treasure chest. In fact, Su Jian wanted to put the treasure chest into the warehouse, but a prompt sounded, not allowing Su Jian to do so. Tip: this is a lucky treasure chest, which is divided into 7 qualities based on the rainbow colors, with red being the highest and purple being the lowest. The lucky treasure chest will attract creatures to gather around and improve their attributes or skills. The higher the quality, the greater the improvement. This treasure chest must be opened directly and cannot be stored in the warehouse. Once all the contents are taken away, the treasure chest will disappear. Su Jian then understood that perhaps the cat was not so strong from the beginning, but because it was the first to come to the treasure chest and thus gained an attribute increase, which made it so strong. This orange cat may have been only F level at the beginning, or it may have been very close to F+ level, and then with the boost from the lucky treasure chest, it directly reached F+ level. Good thing I planned to kill it, otherwise if I gave it enough time, The whole school would have been wiped out by this one cat, right? Meow. After opening the treasure chest, before Su Jian had time to see what treasures were inside, the orange cat not far away roared and rushed toward Su Jian. Swoosh. This time, Su Jian's attention was attracted by the prompt sound and he was stunned for a few seconds. It was during these few seconds that the orange cat rushed directly to Su Jian and scratched Su Jian's face with its claws. Although Su Jian tried his best to dodge, the orange cat still left 3 wounds of varying depths on his left cheek. Fuck, Su Jian won't be in danger, right? Zhao Wumian stood up suddenly and wanted to come over to help Su Jian, but was stopped by Jiang Chen. Well, let me make it clear in advance that I have no ill intentions, but I must say this. We are too weak. If we go there, we will most likely be held back. So let's not go. I believe Su Jian can handle it. Zhao Wumian frowned and clenched his fists tightly, but in the end, he sighed helplessly and sat down. Jiang Chen was right. He was too weak. He is such a fucking waste. Ma Hao on the side didn't say anything. Isn't it just a scratch? The outcome is still unknown. Why are you in such a hurry? Su Jian, who was standing in the middle of the battlefield, opened his eyes wide. He slowly raised his left hand, touched the wound on his left cheek, then raised it in front of him. His fingers were covered in blood. Call. Su Jian was no longer smiling playfully, but looked at the orange cat with some anger. Well, you pissed me off, damn cat. Su Jian said this in a cold voice, and then looked at the orange cat with cold eyes. There were only a few wounds, not enough to disfigure his face, but Su Jian still felt a surge of anger in his heart because he thought of the school beauty again. Comparing the two, in a sense, aren't they both slapping each other in the face? Dead cat, I'm going to tear off your limbs one by one. Su Jian said in a grim tone. Meow tilde tilde tilde. The orange cat meowed softly, and to Su Jian, it sounded like a mockery, mocking him for overestimating his own abilities and for being unable to do anything to it. Very good. Su Jian snorted disdainfully, then reached directly into the treasure chest, not caring what was inside. As long as he touched it, he would put it in the warehouse. At the same time, Su Jian's eyes were fixed on the orange cat not far away. Su Jian only touched 3 things. When Su Jian took all 3 things away, the treasure chest containing these items suddenly slowly disappeared. When the orange cat not far away saw the disappearing treasure chest, the whole cat froze in place. It actually didn't know what the treasure chest was, but it could enhance its strength, so it attacked Zhao Wumian because it didn't want others to destroy it. According to its idea, it just wanted these humans to leave, but it never expected that Su Jian would directly make its treasure chest disappear. Meow. The orange cat roared to the sky, his voice hoarse and his tone mournful. The next moment, the orange cat stared at Su Jian viciously, as if Su Jian was the enemy who murdered its father. However, can a creature like a cat really understand the depth of hatred for killing one's father? Su Jian looked at the orange cat not far away, with its waist arched and its eyes fixed on him, and sneered, come and hit me. Meow tilde 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 tilde. The orange cat roared, then stretched out its nimble limbs and rushed toward Su Jian. Su Jian slapped it with a shovel, but the orange cat seemed to understand that every failure is a learning experience, so it just jumped and dodged. Looking at the orange cat in the air, Su Jian's eyes showed a cold look, and then he stretched out his left hand and grabbed the orange cat's neck. If a cat is raised by a mother cat, you can grab the flesh on the back of its neck. As long as you grab this place, the cat will not move. But firstly, Su Jian was not sure whether grabbing the flesh on the back of the cat's neck would make it stop moving. Secondly, Su Jian could not grab the back of the cat's neck. So, Su Jian just stretched out his left hand and pinched the orange cat's neck. Meow tilde tilde tilde. The orange cat screamed and used all its limbs to instantly scratch Su Jian's left arm. The cat also opened its mouth and bit Su Jian's left hand. Su Jian seemed not to feel any pain and just stared at the orange cat coldly. Swoosh. Su Jian stretched out his right hand, grasped one of the orange cat's front paws, and then, click. Although cats are called mollusks, the bones in their claws are the same as those of humans and cannot be bent backwards. So Su Jian simply broke one of its front paws with force. Meow. The orange cat screamed and used its remaining 3 limbs even harder. From a distance, Su Jian's left hand was already covered in blood, but Su Jian seemed not to feel the pain. He just stretched out his right hand again and grasped the other 3 limbs of the orange cat. Click, click, click. Meow. Su Jian looked at the orange cat in his hand with indifference. At this moment, its limbs were hanging down in a twisted posture, and its mouth was no longer biting Su Jian, but wailing miserably. Before becoming a strengthened monster, it had always been well-fed, and no one would do anything to it even if it bit other people occasionally. But now, it feels pain. Su Jian threw it onto the dining table beside him with a sneer, put the military shovel into the warehouse, and then took out the axe that was assembled together with the military shovel. Whoa! The orange cat lay on the dining table, wailing miserably. As its limbs were broken, the cat crawled forward like a worm. Su Jian grabbed the orange cat, placed it in front of him, and said grimly, "If that school beauty slapped me after the catastrophe, I would have killed her. Or, if I knew that the catastrophe would happen tonight, I would have killed her. But I don't know anything, so I can only tell myself not to break the law and not to ruin my future for a bitch like her. But now, you dare to challenge me." Boom! Su Jian shouted loudly, then chopped down with an axe. Meow tilde 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 tilde. The orange cat screamed as its right front leg was chopped off by Su Jian's axe. Blood spurted out and the orange cat wailed miserably. If the orange cat could talk, it would definitely shout. It shouldn't be like this. I'm F+ grade, and it's only F grade. Chapter 21. Kill or Enslave. Dong 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 dong. Zhao Wumian and the other two looked at Su Jian not far away and got goosebumps all over their bodies. Gudong. Jiang Chen glanced at Su Jian, who had chopped off the cat's limbs and had been staring at the cat to see when it would bleed to death. He swallowed unconsciously and said to Zhao Wumian, He. Jiang Chen was suddenly stunned. He actually wanted to ask, has Su Jian always been so perverted? But then he changed his mind and realized that Jiang Chen was a ruthless man who had killed more than 200 zombies, leaving the entire first floor a river of blood and corpses everywhere. So there is no need to ask this question. Su Jian, he is a pervert, a devil. Now it's just torturing and killing a cat. Compared with killing more than 200 zombies in the first moment after the apocalypse, it seems like nothing. Although this scene looks a bit disgusting, it's just a cat. Just kill it. What's the big deal? Jiang Chen thought about it and asked in a different way, why does he hate that cat so much? Zhao Wumian shook his head and said, I don't know either. Even if this cat is a stray cat in the school, there shouldn't be such hatred, right? I remember Su Jian liked cats very much before. If he had enough time, he would pet cats. Then Jiang Chen glanced at Su Jian not far away and couldn't help but shiver. Ma Hao, who was standing by, frowned and said uncomfortably, Su Jian is too disgusting, isn't he? Jiang Chen glanced at Ma Hao and asked in surprise, didn't you see the scene on the first floor? First floor? What happened to the first floor? I followed Su Jian straight out. I don't know what the first floor looks like. Jiang Chen nodded, looking puzzled. If you had taken a look at the first floor, you would definitely not have said that. What do you mean? Ma Hao asked with a frown. If you ask me to tell you now, I can't describe the scene at all. You still have to see it for yourself. What I can tell you is that there are 60 dormitories on the first floor, with more than 200 people. Although most of them have turned into zombies, they are basically dead now. Su Jian killed them. What? Ma Hao shouted in shock, then looked at Su Jian not far away with fear on his face. What kind of man is he? Even though Ma Hao realized the end of the world soon after midnight, he just huddled in the bathroom in fear. But what about Su Jian? He went out and killed more than 200 zombies. This is too horrible. Ma Hao never expected that Su Jian, who was so kind-looking, would actually have such a scene. In fact, most ordinary people have the same idea as Ma Hao and his friends. Even if those people have turned into zombies, their appearance still looks very much like humans. In this case, who can do that? However, Su Jian is not an ordinary person, at least not the kind of ordinary person that the public understands. Meow tilde 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 meow tilde 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 tilde. The orange cat wailed miserably in Su Jian's palm, and even Zhao Wumian and the other two who were watching the show couldn't bear it. But Su Jian still sneered and looked at the orange cat with cold eyes. As expected, beasts are beasts after all. They have no sense of justice, morality, and shame. They only believe in force. Looking at the orange cat wailing, Su Jian did not feel any pity for it at all. Since this cat has provoked me, it must die. This is the doomsday in the understanding of others, and the era of catastrophe in my own understanding. No matter what the understanding is, in a short period of time, the law will become a decoration. In this case, do whatever you want. You're just a cat. How dare you mess with me? I can't kill you. No, that's not right. Not only will I kill you, I will also torture you to death. Just like a country that is living a good life, never forget the national humiliation? What is there to forget? We should always remember only one thing, that is, they have the thoughts of beasts, and beasts only worship the strong and fear power but not virtue. They may not show their claws now, but in fact they are just observing you. If one day you look tired, they will definitely rush up to you. Even if they cannot kill you, they will bite a big piece of flesh from you. Isn't that what they did in the past? Su Jian's idea is that for a wolf, you either kill it directly or tame it into a dog. Otherwise, don't blame it for biting you. What's the point of trying to reason with a wolf? Which NPC came up with this? Great man. Ancient man. Just kidding. Their idea has always been, I will reason with you, but if you don't want to reason with me, I will beat you, cripple you, or kill you, and then I will reason with you. In other words, the ancients and great men actually took the route of domestication. You must listen to what I say. If you don't, I will beat you. When did they tell you that you must convince others with reason? Maybe it's just talk. These great men talked about convincing people with reason, but then they punched the beasts under them. Well, your words and actions are really inconsistent. Su Jian thought, if you really showed your fist, would there still be people buzzing in your ears like mosquitoes all day long? Applying for this today and that tomorrow, don't these people just want to bully you? Destroy the friendship between the two countries? Just kidding. If you punch it, it may bare its teeth at you, but if you knock it down directly, it will only wag its tail and beg for mercy. Unfortunately, Su Jian is just one person. He cannot represent other people, let alone a country. Perhaps other people always have some other ideas, such as peaceful coexistence or the demeanor of a great power. However, Su Jian did not think that peace would always exist, nor did he think that the demeanor of a great power came from compromise. Human history is a mirror that tells everyone. The history of human development is a history of war. Peace. It will only last for a while at most, maybe a few decades, or even a few hundred years, but one day, the flames of war will start again on this planet. We've gone a little off topic. Let's get back to the topic. At this moment, Su Jian's expression was no longer stern, but he was smiling as he looked at the orange cat in his palm. It was missing all 4 limbs and was covered in blood. Its originally orange-yellow fur was dyed red with blood. It had a miserable expression on its face and was meowing as if begging Su Jian to spare its life. But Su Jian is not a pedantic person. In the past, due to legal constraints, he had to endure some things, but now, he doesn't have to endure it anymore. You make me unhappy. Then I will kill you. What's more, you're just a cat, not a rare protected animal. What would happen if I kill you? If you have the guts, get those cat lovers to come and beat me up. Meow meow tilde 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 tilde. The orange cat cried miserably and no longer even showed its teeth to Su Jian. Aren't you crazy? Come on, bite me. Su Jian laughed and stretched out his bloody left hand in front of the orange cat. He even put a bloody finger directly into the cat's mouth, but the cat did not dare to bite it. Instead, it licked Su Jian with its warm tongue. Oh, a beast? Not worth mentioning, bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. Su Jian sneered, took out a military shovel, and hit the orange cat's body with the shovel. Just kill it. That's too cheap. Bang, bang, bang. Su Jian hit the orange cat with the shovel again and again. Blood splattered and flesh flew everywhere. In an instant, the originally cute orange cat turned into a puddle of mud. Hint, you have killed an F+ level creature, which is 1 level higher than your own combat power, so you get 5 points. 100 times the points is activated, you have earned 500 points. Oh. Su Jian sneered, then took out a tube of healing potion from the warehouse and sprinkled it on his arm. Healing potions can be taken orally or applied externally. In fact, even if Su Jian did not apply it externally but chose to drink it directly, he could also recover from the injury of his left arm. However, for injuries like this that are mainly in a certain place, it is better to apply it externally, because internal medication is for injuries throughout the body. To put it simply, the medicinal power will travel throughout the body and then provide balanced treatment, while external application will focus on treating a certain place. Su Jian's left arm is the most seriously injured now, and there are some wounds on his face as well, but applying the medicine on it will be fine. If he takes it directly orally, it would be too wasteful, and even these wounds may not be completely healed. After using 4/5 of the medicine, Su Jian's injuries disappeared and healed quickly, without even a scar. This made Su Jian couldn't help but sigh. You are more useful than Jing Wanhong. Ha, Su Jian, you're so awesome. When Zhao Wumian saw Su Jian take out the healing potion, he immediately realized that he had killed the orange cat. Jiang Chen and Ma Hao, who ran over with Zhao Wumian, looked at the pile of meat paste. Ma Hao's face changed immediately and he felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. Fortunately, he covered his mouth with both hands and did not vomit. However, he did not dare to look at it any longer. He turned his head and looked elsewhere. Then his throat moved up and down and he breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps because Jiang Chen had seen more horrifying scenes, he was not so unbearable at this moment. He just frowned and looked at Su Jian's left arm. Then he looked suspicious. Wasn't he bleeding just now? How come he healed so quickly? Jiang Chen looked at the healing potion in Su Jian's hand, and his inner greed once again came to his mind, but he knew that he could not beat Su Jian, so he once again used his strong willpower to suppress his greed. But one day, he will no longer be able to suppress his greed. There's some left. I'll give it to you. Su Jian threw the remaining healing potion to Zhao Wumian. Thanks. Zhao Wumian accepted the healing potion without hesitation, and then poured it on his wound. Meanwhile, Su Jian glanced at the points column on the panel and smiled slightly. From one point on, the novice time is gone, and the conditions for obtaining points have also changed. When you were a novice, you would earn 1 point for every zombie you killed, but now, things have completely changed. You can't get points directly from killing people, but if you get them from the bloody treasure chest obtained from killing people, that's a different story. When killing monsters, if they are of the same level, you will get 1 point for killing a monster of the same level, 0.1 point for a monster 1 level lower, 0 point for a monster 2 levels lower, 5 points for a monster 1 level higher, 10 points for a monster 2 levels higher. If you fight across levels, no matter how many levels or stages you cross, you will only get 100 points. This should be easy to understand, so I 1T give examples. Volume 1 Campus Initial Chapter 22 turns out to be a funny guy. This point earning setting has both advantages and disadvantages, but for Su Jian, it doesn't matter. Even if he kills a monster of a lower level, he will still earn 10 points, which is equivalent to the income of others who fight 2 levels higher. What else is there to say? What's more, what if you complain so much that you lose all your skills? This damn system is targeting me. It restricts the purchase of attribute stones and even increases the value of goods. Is there anything it can't do? Just when Su Jian was about to look at the 3 treasures he had just obtained, 2 men suddenly came to the cafeteria door. Hey, I just saw a glow here, but as soon as I got over there, it disappeared. Do you know what happened here? An arrogant voice that sounded unpleasant rang out. Su Jian and the other 3 looked back, only to see 2 men appear at the entrance of the cafeteria, one body length apart from the other. The man in front walked with an indifferent gait, had an arrogant look on his face, and spoke with his head held high, as if everyone else owed him money. The latter, on the other hand, was a little servile. In this case, the former should be a rich second generation, right? Then the latter is his younger brother? Su Jian said in a dull tone, originally there was a treasure chest here, but now it's gone. It's obvious at first glance that this guy has no brains. Can you please not arrange such a mentally retarded opponent? Treasure chest. The rich second generation Han Yu's eyes lit up. When Han Yu was approaching 1 point, he killed a roommate who had turned into a zombie by chance, and then activated the system. After turning on the system, Han Yu immediately swelled up. Oh my god, system. I'm the protagonist. After opening the discount mall, the previous items were basically gone, so Han Yu only exchanged for a tube of blood awakening potion, but after drinking it, nothing awakened. At this time, Han Yu didn't even doubt who exchanged the previous items. Han Yu didn't think it was his problem, so he changed his mind and thought that it must be because his bloodline was too powerful and 1 bottle of bloodline awakening potion was not enough. Although Han Yu didn't have a military shovel, he still had a baton, so with the help of the baton, Han Yu successfully killed the 3 zombies in his dormitory. After going out, Han Yu was ready to deal with his lackeys, but he never expected that only one of the original 4 lackeys survived, and he was so cowardly that he didn't even dare to kill zombies. The 2 of them discussed that the dormitory was too dangerous, and the zombies were out. This must be the end of the world, right? So they left the dormitory and ran to the cafeteria. Food was definitely the most important thing. Then, halfway through, they saw a red light flashing in the cafeteria. They thought it was some treasure, but before they reached the cafeteria, the light disappeared. When they arrived at the cafeteria, the first thing they did was to look at Su Jian and the other 3. Now when he heard Su Jian say that there was a treasure chest here, Han Yu immediately thought of the reward treasure chest that he had opened before. Is this also a reward box? Can it also give out points and coupons for opening the discount mall? If I drink another bottle of blood awakening potion, can I awaken my extremely fierce and awesome bloodline? Thinking of this, Han Yu immediately asked excitedly, where is the treasure chest? Didn't I tell you it's over? Are you deaf? Before Su Jian could reply, Zhao Wumian on the side shouted rudely. Han Yu frowned and said coldly, who are you talking about, you rubbish? Oh my god, are you so arrogant? Zhao Wumian took 2 steps forward and looked at Han Yu with disdain. I may be timid to zombies, but I will strike hard against humans. Although Zhao Wumian didn't walk far with Su Jian tonight, what he saw and heard was earth-shattering and unprecedented. He also vomited all the way, and his stomach was empty and he felt very uncomfortable. Zhao Wumian in this situation was like gas, which could be ignited at any time. Han Yu's word rubbish was the straw that ignited Zhao Wumian's anger. Although Zhao Wumian is a little shorter than Su Jian, he looks quite sturdy due to years of fitness training, so he seems a bit difficult to mess with in Han Yu's eyes. Han Yu only exchanged a tube of blood awakening potion and nothing else. He wanted to exchange it, but he had no points. You know, he only killed 7 zombies along the way. The zombies level was only F, 1 level lower, with only 0.1 points, and the attribute enhancement stone required 10 points, which Han Yu could not afford. Of course, in Han Yu's eyes, the people in front of him are just ordinary people, but since they are all ordinary people, the strong ones will naturally have an advantage. Han Yu wanted to retreat, but he couldn't save face, so he snorted coldly. What? You still want to hit me? Come on if you have the guts. See the baton in my hand? Whose blood do you think is on it? I tell you, it's from zombies. I've killed 7 zombies. If you try to move me, be careful or I'll kill you like I killed a zombie. Zhao Wumian was slightly stunned when he heard this, and looked at Han Yu in surprise. Then he couldn't help but look at Su Jian, and then shifted his gaze back to Han Yu. Even Jiang Chen and Ma Hao, who were standing by, couldn't help but stare at him with laughter. Man, to be honest, your record is pretty good. At least among the 3 of us, only Zhao Wumian killed a zombie, although he was forced to do so. But the problem is, there is a big guy here who has killed more than 200 zombies. So your record of killing 7 zombies is really not impressive enough. You may not even have a fraction of theirs. But in fact, 7 zombies are really more than Su Jian's number. After all, Su Jian only killed 233 zombies. 7 is definitely greater than 3. HMH, are you scared? Han Yu had no idea what these people were thinking. He thought they were staring at him because they were afraid. You bunch of country bumpkins. Are your legs weak after seeing zombies? Who knows, maybe the 4 of you are in the same dormitory, and you are just lucky that you didn't encounter any roommates who turned into zombies. Unlike me, I fought my way out of a sea of blood and corpses. Han Yu raised his head and spoke proudly. From his tone, if you didn't know him, you would think he had killed hundreds or thousands of zombies. There are only 7 zombies. Why are you so proud? Although Jiang Chen and his 2 companions do not have this record, sometimes, what your friends do can also improve your psychological endurance. So Han Yu kept emphasizing that he had killed 7 zombies, which seemed ridiculous to them. And, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? Are you sure the 7 zombies are a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? Jiang Chen and the other 2 were speechless. Even Zhao Wumian's anger had dissipated. It was impossible to get angry at a person with a brain disease. Then at this moment, the lackey who was bending over beside Han Yu seemed to think that Han Yu's words had intimidated Su Jian and the other 3. He actually jumped out and pointed at Su Jian and the other 3 and shouted, "How about it? Are you shocked by our brother Yu's feat? I advise you to quickly tell brother Yu everything you know about the treasure chest. Maybe if brother Yu is happy, he will let you join us." "Yeah, that's right." Han Yu nodded and said, "You 4, tell me what you know. If you can help me get something good, I might eat the meat and leave some soup for you. I am the son of destiny. Follow me and I guarantee you will have the best food and the best drinks in the future. When I become the boss, you will be the first to support me. I will appoint you as protectors, second only to me and above everyone else." Fut. Zhao Wumian couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Yes, I'm sorry, I just couldn't help it." You're too. Ha ha. The child of destiny? The guardian? The one who is above all others? Zhao Wumian really couldn't help it. How could this guy be so childish? Suddenly, I can't hate you anymore. I just got a little angry and you dispersed it. You really have no self-awareness at all. Jiang Chen and Ma Hao also couldn't help laughing, but they didn't laugh as unscrupulously as Zhao Wumian. The appearance of this person seemed to dilute the fearful impression of Su Jian in their hearts. Okay, stop messing around. Su Jian on the side finally couldn't help but speak. Apart from saying one sentence at the beginning, Su Jian had not spoken a word before. In fact, he also wanted to see how the situation would develop, but he never expected that it would turn into Han Yu's show of pretense. The key to the problem is that you haven't finished pretending to be cool. Your father has killed more than 200 zombies, but I didn't feel as proud as you. You have only killed 7 zombies, but I can see that the corners of your mouth are almost reaching the sky. Su Jian also understood that this person was not a villain, he was just a funny guy. Su Jian didn't know what to say. Making a fuss? Do you think I'm joking? I'm serious. Han Yu said angrily, I really am the child of destiny. My future is destined to be bright. Su Jian said helplessly, is it because of the system? Ha! Han Yu was shocked. How did you know? Ah, no, you are cheating me. Han Yu covered his mouth and looked at Su Jian in horror. This person was really smart. He actually used this method to cheat him. But how could he guess the system as soon as he opened his mouth? I can't take it anymore. This guy is so funny. Zhao Wumian clapped his hands on the dining table and laughed even more unscrupulously, laughing so hard that his stomach hurt. Su Jian didn't know what to say. This guy was a bit stupid. It was Jiang Chen who stepped forward and introduced the information he heard from Su Jian. What? You said everyone has a system? That's impossible. Han Yu immediately denied Jiang Chen's statement. How could everyone have a system? He was the son of destiny. You must be lying to me, Han Yu shouted firmly. When did you turn on the system? Before or after 1 o'clock? Su Jian asked. 1 o'clock ago, Han Yu replied subconsciously. Oh, then you should open the discount mall, right? Didn't you notice that the first few treasures were all sold out? Su Jian said speechlessly. I saw it. Wait, what do you mean? Han Yu looked at Su Jian in surprise. Su Jian nodded. Yes, they were all bought by other people, so it is estimated that at least tens of thousands of people around the world have obtained the system. Do you still think you are the child of destiny? Han Yu opened his mouth wide, his pupils slightly dilated, and looked at Su Jian in surprise. Then, he knelt on the ground and threw his hands outward with force. No tilde 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 tilde. Chapter 23. Funny? Just a mask. Haha, Su Jian, you are so cruel. I thought I was the son of destiny, but you broke my defense with just one sentence. Haha. Zhao Wumian was laughing so hard that he almost got a stitch in the side. Looking at Han Yu shouting no, Zhao Wumian was even dubbing snowflakes falling. In his mind, Su Jian said helplessly, I thought he was a brainless rich second generation who came to slap me in the face. I was even thinking about what he would say to kill him, but I never thought that he was just an idiot. Ha ha ga. Zhao Wumian's laughter stopped abruptly. What did he hear? Did Su Jian want to kill this Han Yu? Gudong. Zhao Wumian spit nervously, then looked at Han Yu, who was kneeling on the ground and screaming because his dream was shattered, with a look of relief. You guy, do you know that you have been to the gates of hell? Zhao Wumian didn't think Su Jian was joking. Jiang Chen and Ma Hao, who were standing by, also heard what Su Jian had just said. They looked at each other with a look of horror in their eyes. This person can even talk about killing people. Ma Hao might still be confused and think that Su Jian was just joking, but Jiang Chen, who saw the tragic situation in the corridor, did not think Su Jian was joking. If Han Yu really did something, Su Jian might really kill him. After all, for such a devil, killing people is nothing to worry about. Brother Yu, don't be discouraged. They must be lying to you. You are unique in this world. You are the child of destiny. Don't doubt yourself because of his 1 or 2 words, Han Yu's lackey advised. Han Yu sobbed and said, No, what they said is true, woo-woo. Han Yu still had his judgment. He had not realized the hidden meaning behind the fact that the first few items in the mall were sold out before because he was too arrogant at the time and ignored these small details. As long as someone reminded him, he would immediately realize that he was not the only one in the world who had a system. Even those who don't have the system now may be able to activate the system by hunting monsters in the future. Han Yu sobbed, not wanting to accept this fact. He thought he was the son of destiny, but now it seems that he is just a joke. He only bought a 7th-ranked Blood Awakening potion, but how powerful would those who purchased the top 6 items be? However, what Han Yu didn't know was that in front of him stood a ruthless man who had taken all the first 3 items. Seeing Han Yu's depressed look, Su Jian said in a bored tone, Let's go, forget about him, let's go to the West District quickly. I thought there would be a plot where the rich second generation would aggressively provoke me, and then I would get angry and kill someone, but now it seems that Han Yu is just a fool and a funny guy. Even Zhao Wumian, who was standing beside him, no longer had an angry look on his face, but instead had a smile on his face. So Su Jian didn't plan to waste time with him. My girlfriend is still waiting for me to rescue her. West District? Are you going to the West District? After hearing Su Jian's words, Han Yu jumped up instantly and asked with tears on his face. Su Jian was too lazy to pay attention to him and walked past him. Zhao Wumian said happily, Yes, we are going to the West District. What's wrong? West District, I want to go too. Han Yu shouted quickly without caring about being sad. Zhao Wumian asked in confusion, We are going to the West District to rescue people. Why are you going there? Han Yu touched his head and said embarrassedly, My car is in the West District. Car? Zhao Wumian looked at Han Yu in surprise. Let's not talk about why your car was parked in the West District. It's the end of the world. You ran across half the campus for a car. Su Jian did it for his girlfriend. This reason might be worth complaining about, but it was also a relatively good reason. Maybe he just liked his girlfriend. For the sake of love, one disregards one's own safety and runs across half the campus to rescue one's lover. How touching is that? It can be made into dozens of episodes of modern drama. And now it comes to you, risking your life for a car. Han Yu said truthfully, I lent it to my friend a few days ago. I didn't know this would happen today. Otherwise, how could I have lent it out? That car is quite expensive. Does this count as someone dying for money? Zhao Wumian was speechless. Come out quickly, we are leaving. Su Jian's voice came from outside. Su Jian was not worried about attracting zombies, because the disaster broke out at midnight. Who would open the door when sleeping these days? Besides, it was quite hot that day. Wouldn't it be nice to close the door and turn on the air conditioner? Although it is possible that someone likes to open the door, or leaves the door open for various other reasons, even so, there are very few zombies on campus. So Su Jian was not worried at all that his shouting would attract a large number of zombies. There are only single digits at most, and the initial zombies move quite slowly. They can ride bicycles and walk them like walking dogs. Oh, okay. Zhao Wumian responded first, then said to Han Yu, It's up to you, but we have bicycles to ride. You can find a way to get there yourself. After saying that, Zhao Wumian walked out of the cafeteria and followed Su Jian and others towards the west area. Han Yu's lackey in the cafeteria flattered him. Brother Yu, look at them, they don't give you any face at all. They all know that you are going to the West District, but they don't even leave 2 bicycles for us. If this happened before, there would definitely be a lot of people coming to curry favor with you, Brother Yu. Han Yu raised his head and stopped sobbing. He narrowed his eyes and glanced at Su Jian and the others, then waved his hand and said, All right, stop talking. It's the end of the world. My past status is nothing. What's more, my father only earns tens of millions a year. It's not worth mentioning. The lackey beside him smacked his lips a few times and thought to himself, a few tens of millions is not worth mentioning. After being enlightened by Su Jian's words, Han Yu also regained his former wisdom. Han Yu is not a top second-generation rich man, but he can barely be considered an ordinary second-generation rich man. However, he does not like going to discotheques or bars, but instead likes all kinds of exciting sports. This excitement does not refer to the kind of excitement that comes from stealing people, but excitement like skydiving and car racing. Compared with some rich second generations, Han Yu's hobbies are indeed a bit unconventional, but perhaps it is precisely because of these unconventional hobbies that his physical fitness is very strong. So after the initial tension of the disaster passed, he immediately killed his roommate. Han Yu thought a lot at that time. If it was a farce, then he could just ask his father to take care of everything. After all, as long as he could make it appear as self-defense, the rest could be handled slowly. For example, a suspended death sentence can be changed to life imprisonment, and life imprisonment can be changed to a fixed-term sentence, and then if the person behaves better, he can be released in a few years. It's a commonplace and very simple thing. Han Yu was very smart. After his arrogance subsided, he quickly noticed that Su Jian occupied the highest position in the group of 4. But how could a poor man like him occupy such a high position? There is only one answer: iron-blooded means. So Han Yu wanted to follow Su Jian and others. It doesn't matter even if he guessed wrong. The more people there are, the more opportunities there are. Han Yu glanced at the cafeteria and noticed a puddle of mud on a table. What is this? The lackey beside him exclaimed, then vomited with a wow sound. This mixture of blood, bones, and flesh was too disgusting. Han Yu glanced around calmly. Soon, Han Yu saw 4 cat paws. Combined with the hair around the mud, it was not difficult to guess that this was actually a cat. If zombies have appeared, then there should be mutant beasts from various novels, right? So this cat is a mutant beast. Han Yu frowned, feeling that Su Jian was becoming more and more unfathomable. Cats may be docile and cute on weekdays, but in fact, their claws are very threatening. In a doomsday environment, animals should also be strengthened, right? But even so, the cat was smashed into a puddle of mud by Su Jian, which was enough to show his strength. Interesting. Han Yu raised his head and looked towards the cafeteria entrance. Su Jian and the others were just there. Let's go and see if there are any bicycles around. We can follow them, Han Yu shouted. The end of the world is approaching, and the global power will be reshuffled. And this time, the reshuffle is more thorough than any war in human history. Han Yu thought he was awesome for killing 7 zombies, but now it seems that Su Jian is more powerful than him. I just don't know how powerful this person is. Here, Su Jian and others rode their bikes straight towards the West District. With the help of bicycles, they should be able to reach the West District in about 10 minutes. After all, there is no one on the road now, so they can drive freely without having to avoid pedestrians or anything. Haha, that guy just now was so funny. When he heard that other people also had systems, I felt like he was going to collapse. His crying was so heartbreaking. Who said it wasn't true? And his showing off after only killing 7 zombies. Su Jian has killed more than 200 zombies. Hey, don't mention it. I just forgot about it. Tell me, if we tell him that Su Jian killed more than 200 zombies, will he be scared silly? I think he probably won't believe it. Yeah, that's right, we saw it with our own eyes, but he didn't, and he only killed 7 zombies, so he must think we are bragging. Zhao Wumian, Jiang Chen, and Ma Hao laughed and discussed the silly-looking rich second generation. Su Jian smiled indifferently, then turned his attention to the 3 new items that appeared in the warehouse. Pet egg, extremely cold white bear. Potential, red level. Note 1, after hatching, you can get a pet, the Arctic white bear. Note 2, hatching fluid can be purchased in the system mall. Note 3, contracting a pet requires you to have a related profession or related abilities. Chapter 24 Occupation, Skills, and Coin of Choice. The first item gave Su Jian a surprise. How can you play games without a pet? Su Jian went to take a look at the shopping mall, which was now open, and saw that there was no beast tamer profession, nor even any abilities related to beast taming. Damn, this is amazing. It turns out that beast tamer is a rare profession, Su Jian complained. There are only 6 main professions in the mall, not counting the secondary professions, namely warrior, mage, assassin, support, tank, and gunner. Among them, the mage has only 4 attributes of water, fire, earth, and wind. Well, you can tell at a glance that ice and thunder are rare professions. As for the hatching liquid mentioned in the instructions, Su Jian also looked at it. There was indeed hatching liquid in the mall, and it was divided into 7 levels. The lowest purple level required 10 points, and the highest red level required 640 points. There was actually a calculation formula for this. 10 times 2 to the power of n1. Many other commodities also have this price. Leave it there. I'll buy the corresponding hatching fluid later, and then you can just sit there and collect dust. Su Jian complained and then moved on to the next thing. A rare occupational change book, Gambler. Description, after use, you will obtain the Gambler profession. Beautiful. Why don't you give me a beast tamer profession? What's the point of giving me a Gambler profession? Also, what skills do you have as a gambler? What talents do you have? You won't tell me these? You really are a gambler. Su Jian was speechless and moved on to the next one. Skill card, Thunderous Thunder. Grade, A. Note 1, after use, you will acquire the Thunderous skill. Note 2, you can learn any profession related to thunder. The skill is very good. Although I don't know the specific effect, it should be strong. However, what the hell do you mean by restricted learning conditions? Su Jian once again felt the malice of the system. Learning skills requires career requirements, and contracted pets also require special careers or special abilities. But the question is, didn't I get this thing from a treasure chest? Pet eggs, professions, skills. The rewards in this treasure chest are distributed quite evenly, but you guys do have some relationship with each other. Su Jian was speechless, but as things had come to this point, he had no choice but to accept it passively, but he was still very unhappy inside. You said that you opened a treasure chest and got 3 items. Can't you just get a pet egg, a tube of hatching fluid, and a beast tamer career transfer card as a complete set? It's really a card collecting routine. They want to find ways to create difficulties for you. Su Jian glanced at the 3 people who were discussing enthusiastically, but did not join in. He just said in his heart, a real rich second generation would not be so stupid. Are there any rich second generations who mock and show off when they meet? Yes, but most of these people are descendants of nouveau riche, real descendants of wealthy families. They have received a good education since childhood. They may despise you in their hearts, but at least they will not show it on the surface. Don't be fooled by reading a novel and think that everyone is so brainless. If they want to mess with you, they won't let you know. They just go back and tell their subordinates. How can they mock you face to face? They even think it's cheap. So Su Jian didn't think Han Yu would be that stupid, and Su Jian also didn't believe that the man wanted to go to the West District just for a car. Even a sports car limited edition worldwide is no more than scrap metal at this time. Su Jian doesn't think that person couldn't think of this. Unless his family is a nouveau riche, and he is the kind of rich second generation who makes fun of others when they meet. It's not impossible, because if he was really a very wealthy second generation, he wouldn't be able to go to the same school as Su Jian. Although Su Jian's school is not bad, it is not among the top 10 in undergraduate studies. If he was really rich, he could definitely study abroad. After all, there are too many foreigners in China, and overseas students are just better than people with the same education level in China. So if there is a chance to go abroad, who would stay in China? Right. In addition, Su Jian always likes to assume the worst of others. So, Su Jian just thought that person was pretending. Pretend to be sad, pretend to be pitiful, pretend to be on the same side as them. Forget it, why think so much? If he really wants to do something, I should be able to protect myself now. Su Jian shook his head and smiled confidently. There was still some distance to reach the West District, and Su Jian didn't want to discuss the stupid Han Yu with the other three, so Su Jian seemed to have nothing to do. Su Jian thought about it, held the vehicle with only his left hand, then raised his right hand, turned his wrist, and a coin with an angel and a devil engraved on the front and back suddenly appeared in Su Jian's palm. The coin of choice. Since it can help me choose left, right, front, back, good, or bad, then it should be able to help me choose fast or slow, right? Su Jian narrowed his eyes and looked at the coin seriously. One side is an angel, the other side is a devil. Su Jian suddenly laughed and said, "Let me ask you, should I go to the West District quickly? Angels are fast, and demons are slow." Bite. Su Jian clenched his right fist and then gently flicked it up with his thumb. The coin of choice spun rapidly in the air, and then with a snap, it fell into Su Jian's palm. Angel. Su Jian frowned and said, "Is Jiang Zuoyan in danger now?" Su Jian tossed the coin, but this time, the coin did not fall, but went straight back into the warehouse. Su Jian frowned and took out the coin of choice again. If I want to save Jiang Zuoyan, should I go left or right? The coin of choice returned to the warehouse. Forward or backward? Angel. Go forward. Will she die in less than 10 minutes? The coin of choice returned to the warehouse. If I want to go down either road, which one is safer? Angel. Left side. Su Jian stopped trying, put away the coin, and then shouted to Zhao Wumian and the other two in a serious tone, "I'll go first, you guys do whatever you want." Amid the puzzled looks of Zhao Wumian and others, Su Jian pedaled hard on the bicycle, and then the bicycle sprang out like an electric car. Although he didn't experiment too many times, Su Jian roughly understood the role of the decision coin. Simply put, when you are hesitant about something, it will make a decision for your next action, and it will be a good decision. But if you want to predict other people's fortune, this coin can't do it. If you really want to find fault, it's clearly a road that goes forward and backward, and then you ask it how to go left and right, then it freezes and you won't be able to play. Generally speaking, it's still very good. Although it can't directly tell me what Jiang Zuoyan's current situation is, it makes me speed up and go there. Obviously, Jiang Zuoyan is in danger now. Wow, what a powerful prop. Call out. Su Jian stepped on the pedal hard and rushed to the west area. Behind Su Jian, Zhao Wumian and the other two looked at each other and asked in confusion, "What's going on?" The three of them put away their playful expressions and stepped on the pedals to catch up. However, Su Jian's attributes increased by +5, so instead of catching up with Su Jian, they were getting further and further away from him. West District. A girls' dormitory building. Tilde. Help. School beauty Xia, come and save me. Wow, I don't want to die. I don't want to become a zombie. All kinds of sharp sounds echoed in the corridor. 8 girls were seen running with their hands and feet, and behind them was a huge group of zombies, roughly estimated to be 20 or 30. These zombies were transformed from other girls. Although some of them were not wearing clothes and their private parts were exposed, at this moment, no one paid attention to their exposed skin. The zombies roared and rushed towards them. Except for the 2 girls who were leading them, the other 6 girls were terrified. The leaders of these 8 girls were Jiang Zuoyan and another beautiful girl holding an iron rod. This beauty has no clothes on her upper body, only a circle of white cloth around her chest, which restrains the huge body that is about to burst out. Her ponytail sways as she runs, making her look pure and noble. She wears black yoga pants on her lower body, which shows off her slender figure to the fullest and full of temptation. She wears a pair of black leather boots on her feet. This beauty is none other than the legendary aloof school beauty, Xia Ji. She is 172 centimeters tall, with a pair of beautiful legs that are more than 1 meter long. Compared with Jiang Zuoyan's 30A, this cool school beauty's bust is a terrifying 32C. Due to years of martial arts training, Xia Ji's weight has basically been maintained at 57 kilograms, which is a bit thin. Her flat belly and extremely clear vest line are even more eye-catching. At this time, because of the long run, Xia Ji had some sweat on her body, but this did not affect Xiaji's beauty. Instead, it added a bit of temptation to her, showing her heroic spirit. Xiaji looked back at the zombies chasing after her and said to Jiang Zueyan, "I'll stop them. You take these people to the rooftop." Jiang Zueyan was shocked when he heard this and said, "You are alone. Even if you have practiced martial arts, you may not be able to stop so many zombies, right? But this is the only way now. If you keep running, you will be caught sooner or later. Take them upstairs and then find a way to make them quiet down. By then, without the attraction of the sound, I can quickly get rid of them," Xiaji said helplessly. Because the two were talking, at this time, they had already moved from the front of the team to the back, but the 6 people in the front were just focused on running upwards, completely unaware that Jiang Zueyan and Xiaji had fallen behind. Jiang Zueyan looked at the girls in front of him who were running and shouting with some disappointment. He felt helpless, but still nodded to Xiaji and said, "Be careful, I will try to calm them down quickly." "Please," Xiaji said seriously. "If these girls don't shut up, the zombies will still follow the sound, and Xiaji's current actions will be a waste of effort, so Jiang Zueyan plays a very important role." Xiaji waved the iron rod in her hand and looked at the 6 people in front of her with some disappointment, but this was the path she chose herself and no one forced her. Buzz. Xiaji swung his long stick violently, pointing it at the group of zombies in front, and then his eyes gradually became determined. "Even if there are tens of thousands of people, I will still go." Chapter 25. The Grievance and Domineering Jiang Zueyan. In the dormitory corridor, Xiaji, with a tall and straight figure, looked like a heroic woman, able to hold her own against 10,000 men. Snap! Snap! Xiaji swung the iron rod in her hand, and with 2 snapping sounds, the 2 zombies coming towards her fell to the ground instantly. This fall seemed to cause a chain reaction, and the zombies that followed also fell to the ground one after another. Xiaji hit the target with 1 strike, but instead of using the sword, he pulled back and moved back a dozen steps while holding the iron rod. Roar! The zombies have no reason, or have very low reason. They don't know how to help up their fallen companions. They only know to roar and crawl over and step on their companions. So although the front half of the zombies fell down, the back half of the zombies rushed over, trampling on the corpses of their own kind. Xiaji stared at the zombies with a determined look, and every once in a while, she would knock their vanguards to the ground. Xiaji didn't want to kill them, she just wanted to stop them. The footsteps behind me were getting farther and farther away and smaller, and the shouting was also starting to decrease. It seemed that they had gone upstairs. Looking at the zombies in front of her, Xiaji cursed. "If I hadn't had a handy weapon and the corridor was very narrow, it wouldn't matter if you have a large number of people. Give me enough time and I will kill you all." The weapon in Xiaji's hand was the clothesline in the dormitory, a hollow iron rod. Although it was not completely without lethality, it was undoubtedly much weaker than a sharp weapon. In addition, the narrowness of the corridor also restricted Xiaji's movements. After all, if she wanted to swing the long stick, she needed a spacious environment. However, the narrowness of the corridor not only restricted Xiaji, but also restricted the movements of the zombies. Otherwise, Xiaji would not be able to stop the zombies' advance in this way. On the other side, Jiang Zueyan and 6 girls climbed up quickly. Almost every dormitory building in their school has 7 floors, and at this time, they have already run to the 5th floor. Run, run. Zombies, there are so many zombies, run. Several girls climbed up with their eyes closed, shouting as they climbed. Taking advantage of the free time, Jiang Zueyan looked back. When they separated, Xiaji was on the 2nd floor, and at this moment, she could no longer be seen. But even so, these girls were still shouting as if zombies were following them. Jiang Zueyan glanced at the 6 girls and felt very annoyed. If it weren't for you, how could there be so many zombies gathered together? Hearing them still yelling, Jiang Zueyan's mouth pursed and he shouted angrily, "Stop yelling. Run, run." However, these girls did not listen to Jiang Zueyan at all. Although they were a little exhausted, they still used their hands and feet to climb in the corridor. "Shut up." Jiang Zueyan raised his voice, and this time, the 6 girls finally quieted down. "What are you shouting for? Are you trying to show off your loud voice?" The 6 girls looked back. The zombies were gone. Although Xiaji was also gone, they didn't care. They only cared about whether they could survive safely. So they all breathed a sigh of relief. Then, someone shouted at Jiang Zueyan angrily. Jiang Zueyan felt a little chest tightness. Why should I shout? If I don't shout, will you be able to listen to me? I told you a long time ago that don't panic when you encounter zombies. Just don't shout and stay away from them. But what about you? When you saw the zombies, you immediately started shouting, which attracted more zombies. Now Xiaji is blocking the zombies' advance for you, and you still question me why I was shouting. If I don't shout, will your voice spread in the corridor and attract the zombies that Xia Ji is blocking? If possible, Jiang Zueyan really didn't want to bother with these girls, but there was no way, because it was Xia Ji who saved them all. Forget it, I don't want to say anything anymore, let's go. Jiang Zueyan took a deep breath and said helplessly, sometimes, it's not men who are belittling women, but rather that we women ourselves are not ambitious enough. Is this equality between men and women? What a joke. Let's wait and see when all the women with a screw loose in their brains die out. I'm not going to walk anymore. I'm tired, someone snorted, sitting down on the steps. Seeing this, several other girls also said they would not leave and would sit for a while before leaving. Although they were fairies on weekdays, at this moment, they did not care whether the corridor was dirty or not and just sat down. You guys. Jiang Zueyan widened his eyes and his chest rose and fell several times, showing his inner depression. There are so many zombies downstairs. Although I don't know which floor they are on now, the danger still exists. But these girls actually plan to sit down and rest when the danger has not been completely eliminated. How stupid are they? Hurry up and get up. Let's go to the rooftop first. There is only one door on the rooftop. We can. Oh, that's enough. Stop making noise. If you attract more zombies here, we'll just take a break and leave soon, the girls waved their hands and said. Jiang Zueyan was almost mad with anger. Do you know what the situation is now? Take a break? What if the zombies come here during this period of time? You bunch of losers are screaming and shouting when you see zombies. Do you have to let Xia Ji cover them then? No. Jiang Zueyan said in a serious tone. Hurry up and get up quickly. I won't leave. If you're not tired, then we are tired too. That's right. I just ran for such a long time, and it's almost 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm hungry, tired, and sleepy. Can't I take a break? Don't take chicken feathers as an arrow. School Beauty Xia asked you to lead us, not to show off in front of us. That's right. School Beauty Xia has learned martial arts and can beat several zombies. What can you do? You only know how to assign us tasks. Who do you think you are? I won't leave. I want to see what you want to do. Everyone's words were like knives, cutting into Jiang Zueyan's heart. I was clearly doing this for your own good, so how come it's my fault? Why did I take chicken feathers as a token of authority? Why am I showing off? Do you think I want to control you? Wouldn't it be better for me to just stay in the dormitory and wait for my boyfriend to come and see me? I. Jiang Zueyan felt like his lungs were about to explode. He had never thought that she would encounter such a thing in real life. Okay, you won't leave, right? Jiang Zueyan said angrily. I'll count to 3. If you don't leave, I'll shout and attract all the zombies here. You dare? The girl shouted sharply. We just want to take a break. Why do you look like you've committed a heinous crime here? What's wrong with taking a break? School Beauty Xia is stopping us down there. She's very capable. We are just taking a break. What can happen? 3. Jiang Zueyan was too lazy to say anything to them and started counting down directly. Jiang Zueyan's decisiveness surprised the girls, and then the next moment, the second to last count came. 2. Are you f***ing sick? Are you missing something in your brain? She really took the chicken feathers as a token of authority. It was obviously a good thing for them, but they started scolding Jiang Zueyan at this moment. Jiang Zueyan looked at them coldly. He did not say anything back, but directly shouted out the last countdown, 1. Jiang Zueyan took a deep breath and was about to shout when the women in front of him suddenly put their hands together and said, Okay, we are scared of you. Can't we just crawl? Jiang Zueyan stopped and looked at them coldly. These women knew that if they didn't climb quickly, Jiang Zueyan would really shout, so they could only stand up and climb up with great effort. I'm speechless. What's this woman's profession? Why is she so annoying? It seems to be circular. Cyclization. If I remember correctly, there is a lesbian couple in their department, right? They are still relatively famous. I wonder how many other couples there are secretly. TSK, maybe this woman is the same, because she doesn't have the nourishment of a man, so she has such a bad temper. A girl turned around to look at Jiang Zueyan, curled her lips and said with disdain, That's not necessarily true. Maybe there are too many men, so she's so irritable. Jiang Zueyan turned a deaf ear to them and just stared at them, telling them to go to the rooftop quickly. Listening to their dirty talk, Jiang Zueyan was furious, but he was too lazy to argue with them. If you really want to make an excuse, the most important thing you should explain is why did you bunch of trash release the zombies? More than an hour ago, at midnight, Jiang Zueyan did not go to bed because of Su Jian's reminder. She even held a fruit knife in her hand. At that time, Jiang Zuoyan even laughed at himself, wondering if he was too sensitive. Unexpectedly, at 12 o'clock, someone suddenly spoke in his mind, and then the three roommates all turned into zombies, which scared Jiang Zuoyan. However, Jiang Zuoyan was worthy of being the woman that Su Jian liked. Although she was very frightened at the time, she did not scream and shout at the first moment. Instead, she observed her three roommates. Then Jiang Zuoyan discovered that the appearance of these three roommates was a bit like the zombies in movies and TV dramas. Jiang Zuoyan was very scared, but the zombies did not attack her immediately, so Jiang Zuoyan wondered if these zombies were only attracted by sound. Jiang Zuoyan carefully opened the dormitory door, then deliberately made some noises to lure the zombies out. Finally, Jiang Zuoyan slammed the dormitory door shut. Just this series of actions is enough to show Jiang Zuoyan's cautiousness and boldness. After leading the zombies out, Jiang Zuoyan wanted to contact Su Jian, but at this moment, the world's magnetic field changed drastically and the signal could not get through. Jiang Zuoyan had no choice but to stay in the dormitory and wait for Su Jian to come. As a result, before Su Jian came over, the cold school beauty came and knocked on the door. Jiang Zuoyan didn't want to open the door at first, but after thinking about it was just the end of the world, and they were all women, so it sounded like nothing would happen, so Jiang Zuoyan opened the door. But now, Jiang Zuoyan regretted it. Chapter 26 Because She's My Woman. At 12 o'clock midnight, the disaster began. After many warnings failed, Xia Ji simply killed the three zombies in the dormitory. After turning on the system, Xia Ji was not a newbie and immediately realized that the world had been gamified. Although she was very confused and even had the illusion that she was dreaming, Xia Ji planned to rescue others anyway. But what if I don't have a weapon? Xia Ji looked at the clothesline in her dormitory and took it down to make a weapon. Not only that, Xia Ji also directly exchanged for a bottle of blood potion. Unlike Su Jian's first thought was to kill more zombies, get points, and then go shopping. But Xia Ji was thinking that even if an hour passed, she might not be able to get 100 points, so she might as well spend it directly. So Xia Ji bought the blood potion. After drinking it, Xia Ji awakened her ice bloodline. As expected of a cold and aloof school beauty, all her awakened abilities are related to coldness. However, she was too weak and could not use the power of her bloodline more than a few times. Besides, the power of ice also required practice. It was better not to use power that she had not mastered. Influenced by various factors, Xia Ji decided to fight with the iron stick in her hand. Walking out of the dormitory, Xia Ji discovered that there were three zombies in the corridor. Everyone saw them everywhere, so Xia Ji quickly found the dormitory where the three zombies originally lived. After knocking on the door and explaining his purpose, Jiang Zuoyan became her roommate. Then, Jiang Zuoyan regretted it. Xia Ji, maybe because of her martial arts training, or maybe because of her own personal reasons, was always thinking about serving the country and the people. So after bringing Jiang Zuoyan out, Xia Ji immediately went to other dormitories to rescue people. However, Xia Ji's brain seemed a little slow. She knocked on doors one by one and hoped that people would open the door for her. Jiang Zuoyan rolled his eyes as he watched from aside. Do you think they are all me? Most girls would hide as soon as they see a zombie, even if they don't scream. Who can open the door for you? What's more, after you knock on the door, the zombies will gather around. Even if there are survivors inside, they will not open the door for you. In the end, Xia Ji was able to successfully rescue 6 people because several dormitories left their keys outside. During this period, Jiang Zuoyan also volunteered to kill a zombie. The bloody scene made Jiang Zuoyan vomit on the spot. It was really disgusting. But Jiang Zuoyan knew that she had to adapt to this kind of thing. So next, Jiang Zuoyan volunteered to kill several zombies, but it was just a few points and was of no use, so Jiang Zuoyan finally just bought a blood awakening potion. At 1 o'clock, everyone rested for a while, and then Jiang Zuoyan asked Xia Ji, why don't you go to the dormitory aunt on the first floor to get the key, and then open the door to save people? Xia Ji was completely stunned at that time. Jiang Zuoyan looked at her from the side for a few seconds, then asked curiously, you didn't expect this, did you? Xia Ji is very aloof, but actually she just hates a bunch of people chattering around her, so she has a cold face, doesn't like to talk, and pretends to be very aloof. After hearing Jiang Zuoyan's question, Xia Ji blushed instantly. She really didn't expect this. So, after resting, everyone went to the first floor and got the key from the aunt in the dormitory. By the way, the aunt in the dormitory had also mutated, but Xia Ji easily killed the aunt zombie. After getting the keys, Jiang Zuoyan distributed them to other people, and then asked everyone to insert the keys into the keyholes and knock on the doors to ask if there were any survivors. But I never thought that these 6 women would actually open the door, and then start screaming after seeing the zombies. Unfortunately, All the girls in the 6 dormitories turned into zombies, and then more than 20 zombies ran out and chased them. This was Jiang Zuoyan's experience when Su Jian was killing people everywhere. If I had known earlier, I should have stayed in the dormitory. Jiang Zuoyan glanced at the 6 women climbing the stairs in front of him, feeling very unhappy. If it weren't for you 6 losers, would I be chased by zombies? And now, you are still scolding me. Do I owe you? Xia Ji is a good person, but I am not. If you dare to mess with me again, I will ignore you and let the zombies bite you to death. Jiang Zuoyan thought angrily and even clenched his fists. After about 10 minutes, everyone finally came upstairs. The red moonlight returned to its original appearance from 1 o'clock. Under the bright moonlight, even Jiang Zuoyan was a little out of breath. However, Jiang Zuoyan felt that compared with the physical tiredness, the depression in his heart was even heavier. Jiang Zuoyan felt that what she did was a good thing and was for the good of these people, but just like children do not understand their parents, these people also do not like this kind of for your own good. Jiang Zuoyan didn't care about the mess anymore. He came to the rooftop and looked towards the east area. Su Jian, come here quickly, they are making me die of anger. Jiang Zuoyan pursed his lips in a somewhat aggrieved manner. Ha! Suddenly, Jiang Zuoyan stood up excitedly, and she saw Su Jian. It would not be dawn until 4 or 5 in the morning, but the lights in the campus were still on. With the help of the moonlight, Jiang Zuoyan quickly noticed the figure riding a bicycle towards him. When you love someone, even if she is in the crowd, even if she has his back to you, you can find her in one shot. Hey, I'm here. Jiang Zuoyan shouted loudly. In fact, she knew that she shouldn't shout, but she couldn't help it. In this kind of disaster, there is someone who rushes out of the dormitory for you and crosses half the campus to save you. Who can bear it? The plot of a hero saving a beautiful girl and acting bravely to save a righteous person is indeed very cliché. But as the person involved, how could I remain indifferent? Jiang Zuoyan looked at the figure with a smile, and his heart felt sweet as if he had eaten candy. However, bang! Hey! Jiang Zuoyan tilted his head and looked towards the place where he was originally standing with some confusion. There, a girl was looking at her with a sneer. Bitch, since you want to find a man so badly, then go down and find him. Haha. The girl looked at Jiang Zuoyan with a sinister smile. But Jiang Zuoyan didn't understand why he wanted to knock her down. The school roof is very low, only about 40 to 50 centimeters high. If you are tall, it may just be above your calf, and if you are short, it may just be a little above your knees. Most people will be pushed down with a slight push. Now, Jiang Zuoyan was pushed down. Jiang Zuoyan's body stayed in the air for a moment, and then fell down with a whoosh. At the height of the 7th floor, even if he didn't die, he would become a cripple. Just at this moment, Xia Ji had just arrived at the rooftop and saw this scene. Jiang Zuoyan. Xia Ji screamed and rushed over instantly, but it was too late. Jiang Zuoyan had already fallen down. Xia Ji grabbed the collar of the woman who pushed Jiang Zuoyan down with both hands and asked, "Why did you do this? Tell me, why did you do this?" Xia Ji had nothing in her hands. She had hung the iron rod horizontally in the corridor to block the zombies' advance. But even so, Xia Ji was very strong, comparable to Su Jian, whose all attributes were increased by 5. In this situation, the captured woman suddenly felt suffocated and coughed twice. Xia Ji was indeed a good-natured man who wanted to save the country and the people. After hearing the woman's cough, he immediately loosened his grip. Xiao Shilei was able to buffer the situation. She sneered and said, "I just don't like her, so I'm going to push her down." "What's wrong?" You. Xia Ji glared at him but couldn't utter a complete sentence. Xiao Shilei's face was grim, and she said in a fierce voice, "Why did she have people running so far to save her, but I didn't? Why was she allowed to yell at me just now in the building?" Xiao Shilei shouted loudly, "Tell me, why?" "Because she is my woman." A cold voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. "Ah!" The other women screamed and looked behind Xiao Shilei in shock. Even Xia Ji looked behind Xiao Shilei with an expression of disbelief. Xiao Shilei frowned, feeling confused. She turned around and saw a man holding Jiang Zuoyan, standing steadily on the bulge of the rooftop behind her. "Ah, are you human or ghost?" Xiao Shilei was so frightened that he fell to the ground and crawled backwards helplessly. Go back a few seconds in time. Jiang Zuoyan, who fell from the rooftop, looked at the bright moonlight in the starry sky, and his heart suddenly felt extremely peaceful. "I didn't expect that I would die." Jiang Zuoyan chuckled and showed a bitter smile. She probably understood why the woman pushed her down. Perhaps it was because she had just forced them in the corridor. But it's obviously for their own good. Why does she want to kill me? Jiang Zuoyan felt very aggrieved. Good people deserve to die, right? Good people deserve to have guns pointed at them, right? He. Jiang Zuoyan laughed at himself twice with red and swollen eyes. Jiang Zuoyan turned his head and saw Su Jian. At this moment, as if crossing the distance of space, Jiang Zuoyan saw Su Jian's face directly. I'm sorry, I should have listened to you and waited for you in the dormitory. That way, I wouldn't have died. Jiang Zuoyan said with grievance. If you jump down from the 7th floor, even if you survive by chance, you will definitely be disabled for life, right? Now that the zombies have come out, although it is not very clear yet, in the future world, it is unlikely that a disabled person can survive, right? If I become disabled, you can find another one. Jiang Zuoyan said with tears in his eyes. Su Jian's face was getting closer and closer to her. The next moment, Jiang Zuoyan heard Su Jian's laughter. As long as I'm here, you won't be disabled. Swoosh. Su Jian jumped up and held Jiang Zuoyan's waist steadily. Then he spun in the air for a circle to relieve Jiang Zuoyan's falling force. Then, Su Jian tapped the wall lightly, and the two of them went up instead of down, violating Newton's law, and returned to the rooftop directly by stepping on the wall. Before reaching the rooftop, Su Jian heard the woman's roar. Why is it that my girlfriend has someone to rescue her, but you don't? Why does my girlfriend have the right to yell at you? Because she is my woman. Su Jian said domineeringly. Bloodline tighten bloodline. Specific effect, gravity control. Volume 1, Chapter 27 of Campus Initial Chapter. Repay evil with kindness. How to repay kindness. Because she is my woman. A cold voice echoed on the rooftop. When Xiao Shilei saw Jiang Zuoyan, whom she had just pushed down, come back and stand in front of her, she was completely frightened. She fell directly to the ground, and her limbs slowly moved backwards. Are you a human or a ghost? Xiao Shilei looked at Su Jian, who was holding Jiang Zuoyan. His pupils dilated and cold sweat broke out. How is that possible? This is the 7th floor. Let us not talk about how this man saved this bitch. How the hell did you get up here? Did it fly up? Su Jian ignored Xiao Shilei, just glanced at her coldly, and then asked Jiang Zuoyan in his arms softly, Are you okay? Jiang Zuoyan stared at Su Jian with his big eyes, looking at him blankly. She thought she had a narrow escape from death, and that her only life would end up as a cripple, but she never expected that Su Jian actually saved her at the critical moment. Perhaps after reading novels and watching movies, everyone has long been tired of such cliched plots as the hero saving the beauty. But it has to be said that when Jiang Zuoyan himself was in that situation and became the one who was saved, his heart could not calm down for a long time. A sense of happiness, security, shock, all kinds of feelings suddenly flooded my heart. Jiang Zuoyan's eyes were red with a trace of tears. After hearing Su Jian's question, she smiled slightly and said softly, It's okay. All the depression and anger from not long ago were released at this moment. It's great to have you. Jiang Zuoyan buried her head in Su Jian's arms, holding him tightly with both hands, as if Su Jian would disappear from her arms if she let go. This was a sense of security she had never felt before. It seemed as if as long as the man in front of her was alive, nothing would ever happen to her. She thought boyfriends were people who would run away when they encountered trouble, but this time, she found that she had found the right person. Although such an interruption may ruin the reader's feelings, I must explain it here to avoid people saying I am NTR. The heroine had a boyfriend before. They were in middle school. I won't go into details. I will write about it later. I will just say the development progress of the two of them. They had developed to the point of holding hands. They didn't even kiss. Later, because of some things, they broke up. The heroine was not raped in this incident. The heroine is a virgin. If someone can't even accept holding hands, then I can't say anything. Even though they've only been together for 2 months. Jiang Zuoyan raised her head, her little face flushed, and looked at Su Jian with a silly smile. Su Jian smiled slightly, lowered his head, rubbed Jiang Zuoyan's nose, and said lovingly, Little fool. Hint, Jiang Zuoyan's favorability towards you has reached 85. Explanation 1. Favorability between 0-10 means irreconcilable, 10-20 means ulterior motives, 20-30 means harboring evil intentions, 30-40 means harboring ill intentions, 40-60 means a chance encounter, 60-70 means an instant hit, 70-80 means deep friendship, 80-90 means sharing wheel, and woe 90-100 means being together through thick and thin. Explanation 2. Enhanced identification can show the favorability of people above 70 and below 30, while ordinary identification can only show the favorability of people above 90 and below 10. Favorability above 80 cannot be reduced, and people with favorability below 80 will have their favorability changed due to your various actions. Su Jian was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head and kissed Jiang Zuoyan on the forehead. The favorability level cannot be reduced once it is above 80, which means that, at least for now, Jiang Zuoyan is the only person she can truly trust, right? Well, I can't say she's the only one. My mother is definitely one of them. However, the system does not display my mother's favorability. There should be two possibilities. Either my mother is dead, or she can only be calculated when seen with my own eyes or within a certain range. Su Jian felt that it was most likely the latter, because his mother is not a weak woman. Although she has never learned martial arts, if she can kill someone, she will not show any mercy. After all, the world is not very fair to her, and she has long been tired of the world. Maybe at this moment my mother is holding two butcher knives and killing people all over the street. Su Jian smiled slightly, then tilted his head and looked at Xiao Shilei, who fell to the ground with a cold expression. Xiao Shilei was not very good looking. From Su Jian's perspective, she was just above normal. Apart from that, she had a lot of pimples on her face, which greatly affected Su Jian's perception. Not only that, her figure was unremarkable. She was neither fat nor thin, with a bust size that was neither big nor small. She looked very ordinary. But such an ordinary woman actually had the evil heart to want to kill another person not long after the disaster began. What a vicious heart! Su Jian hugged Jiang Zuoyan and jumped up from the balcony, then slowly walked towards Xiao Shilei. Ah, you, don't come over here. You are ghosts. You are not human. Xiao Shilei shouted tremblingly. It seemed that Su Jian's actions frightened her. But think about it, she clearly pushed the person down, but not long after, the person she pushed down actually flew up. Anyone would be confused if it were her. Swoosh! Just as Su Jian walked toward Xiao Shilei, Xia Ji suddenly stood in front of Su Jian, and then stretched out her arms like an old hen protecting her calves. Su Jian looked up and his eyes lit up slightly. Black yoga pants that look like stockings, a white tube top, a ponytail, and 1 meter long legs. What a cool girl. Su Jian looked him up and down, then said coldly, "Get out of the way." "What are you going to do?" Xia Ji asked without flinching. Su Jian did not keep his eyes on her like the others did, nor did he show any lustful eyes, which gave Xia Ji a good initial impression of Su Jian. But at this moment, she did not pay attention to those things, but resolutely stood in front of Su Jian and stopped him, because she was not sure what Su Jian would do. "This has nothing to do with you," Su Jian frowned and said in a bad tone. "I also know that she did something wrong. How about asking her to apologize to Jiang Zuoyan? It's the end of the world now. We have to face it together and not fight among ourselves," Xia Ji advised. When Su Jian heard this kind of language, he immediately laughed out of anger. Was it me who caused the end of the world? Why should I be wronged? My girlfriend almost died, and you want me to be sensible and not fight among my friends? Su Jian sneered. Do you think it's possible? Xia Ji sighed and rubbed her head in distress. Xiao Shilei had just pushed Jiang Zuoyan down. Although due to her perspective, she didn't know how Su Jian resolved the crisis. How could such a thing be resolved with just an apology? But there are too few survivors now. I know what she did was too much, but I still hope you can forgive her. I also apologize to you on her behalf. I'm sorry. Is that all? Sorry. If I'm sorry, what do we need the police for? Su Jian looked Xia Ji up and down again, then narrowed his eyes and asked Jiang Zuoyan, "Does she do you any favors?" Jiang Zuoyan thought about it and said seriously, "A little bit." What Jiang Zuoyan meant by a little favor did not mean that Xia Ji let her survive. After all, when the disaster just started, Jiang Zuoyan lured the 3 zombies out of the dormitory, so she could have stayed in the dormitory and waited for Su Jian to come. As for Jiang Zuoyan's life, she didn't owe Xia Ji anything. In fact, because of Xia Ji's saintly behavior, these 6 people released a large number of zombies, which put her in danger. If you count it this way, Xia Ji actually owed her money. If you hadn't insisted on saving people, if you hadn't asked them to get the key to open the door, would there have been so many zombies coming out? If it weren't for their stupidity, would I have been chased by so many zombies? Moreover, these people don't understand me, and even insult and mock me. Not only that, Xiao Shilei even wanted to kill me. If it weren't for my boyfriend being so powerful, I would have really died. So in general, Jiang Zuoyan doesn't owe Xia Ji anything, but Xia Ji owes Jiang Zuoyan a lot. So what is the little favor that Jiang Zuoyan mentioned? In fact, it means that with the help of Xia Ji, she activated the system. Enhanced identification and a bottle of bloodline potion. This is what Jiang Zuoyan meant by a little favor. Su Jian couldn't realize so many things in an instant, but since she had done him a favor, he wouldn't kill her. Su Jian nodded and looked at Xia Ji with a smile. When Xia Ji saw Su Jian smile, she mistakenly thought that Su Jian accepted her suggestion, so she smiled back, turned around, and said to Xiao Shilei, "Come here quickly." Swoosh! There was a sudden sound of breaking wind, and Xia Ji wanted to turn her head immediately, but before she turned completely, a shovel appeared in her sight and hit her on the head. Bang! Xia Ji suddenly felt a buzzing in her head, and then her body swayed and she almost fell to the ground. But even so, she half knelt on the ground, her head buzzing as if she had a concussion. As expected of a tough guy who can reach F rank without using a reinforcement stone. Hey, I hit him, but he didn't faint right away. Su Jian praised. Su Jian first looked at Xia Ji because of her beauty? No, Su Jian was very confused as to why Xia Ji's attributes were so luxurious. Xia Ji. Personal information. Female, height 172 cm, weight 57 kilograms, bust 32 c, kind and compassionate. Basic attributes. Strength 16, agility 17, physical 15, intelligence 14. Combat power evaluation, F. You know, Su Jian's 4 attributes are only 17, 16, 19, and 18. Although Xia Ji's physical strength and intelligence are not as good as Su Jian's, her strength and agility are almost the same as Su Jian's. Don't forget, Su Jian's all attributes are +5. In this case, Xia Ji actually has 2 attributes that are almost the same as Su Jian. This is enough to show how terrifying Xia Ji is. Looking at Xia Ji's fighting power, Su Jian narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, Xia Ji has high attributes due to years of martial arts training. Can soldiers who have undergone years of high-intensity training reach an average attribute value of 20 points? Can the legendary king of soldiers reach the limit of the F rank, 30 attribute values? Su Jian, who was originally somewhat arrogant, was suddenly poured with a bucket of cold water. At least now, there are definitely a large number of people in the world who are better than him. However, Su Jian is full of confidence in the future. The existence of 100 times points allows Su Jian to fully develop multiple attributes, and others may also be able to develop multiple attributes in the early stage, but the further it goes, the more difficult it will be for them to develop multiple attributes. Su Jian firmly believes this. So the future is still promising. Here, Xia Ji, who was hit with a shovel, knelt on one knee, covering her head and looking at Su Jian angrily. Xia Ji didn't expect that Su Jian, who was stronger than her, would launch a sneak attack. The enhanced identification technique cannot see hidden things, but it can see attribute values and combat power values, so Xia Ji naturally knew Su Jian's combat power at the first time. However, what she didn't expect was that Su Jian had no moral integrity at all. He first deceived her and then attacked her. Looking at the streak of blood on Xia Ji's face, Su Jian sneered, "This beautiful lady, do you know Confucius?" As a Han Chinese, who doesn't know Confucius? Xia Ji glared and shouted loudly, "Then do you know any stories about winning people over with virtue?" Su Jian asked again. Xia Ji frowned and didn't reply. She does know the 10 chapters of the Analects of Confucius, but the 10 chapters of the Analects of Confucius basically change every few years. You ask me about review the old to learn new things, and there must be one who can be my teacher when 3 people walk together, then I definitely know them. But what is winning people over with virtue? Who has time to read all of Confucius's remarks? It seems you don't know. Xia Ji's reaction made Su Jian realize that she didn't know this illusion, so Su Jian sighed and continued. You know, I initially thought that Confucius was trash, because I thought Confucian culture was trash, so I had some connections with him. Otherwise, how could there be a history of humiliation in modern times? But later I investigated and found that I had wrongly blamed Confucianism and Confucius. The ones who should really be scolded were those corrupt Confucian scholars. Do you know what a true Confucian disciple is? Su Jian let go of Jiang Zuoyan, then squatted in front of Xia Ji, looked into her eyes, and asked very seriously, "Just say whatever you want to say." Xia Ji shouted angrily. Although Su Jian's shovel didn't make Xia Ji unconscious, it caused her serious injuries. Her head was buzzing. If she stood up, she might go dark and fall unconscious. So Xia Ji could only use this method to mitigate the damage caused by Su Jian's shovel. Su Jian was too ruthless. With that attack just now, Su Jian was totally aiming to kill Xia Ji, but Xia Ji's fighting power was very high, so after being hit by Su Jian, she was only seriously injured. Su Jian ignored Xia Ji and said to himself, "A true Confucian disciple is not a useless person who only knows how to study, but should be able to master all 6 arts of a gentleman." So what are the 6 arts of a gentleman? Etiquette, music, archery, charioteering, calligraphy, and mathematics. Maybe there are some things you don't understand, so let me use a modern idiom to describe it, which is to be both civil and military. Confucius requires you to be polite, understand music, ride and shoot, drive, write and paint. How is it? To modern people, is it incomprehensible? Is it hard to imagine? How is it possible for one person to be so versatile? In fact, some things are bound to be eliminated now, such as driving. Now everyone drives a car. Who still drives a horse-drawn carriage? But culture is something that needs to be supplemented and deleted bit by bit. Xia Ji, who was listening at the side, really found it hard to believe. In today's society, it is not easy for a person to reach the end of a road, right? How is it possible for someone to be proficient in both music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and in both civil and military affairs? There's only one thing I want to say. Su Jian smiled slightly, and then suddenly raised his voice and shouted, "That is, the one who is good at both civil and military affairs is a true Confucian disciple. Maybe you can't reach the pinnacle of both civil and military affairs, but at least you can't be powerless. In today's words, you need to develop moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor in a balanced way. You may not be very strong in fighting, but at least you can't be pushed down by others. You may not have strong willpower, but you can't scream and shout when you have a small cut on your hand. You may not have high morals, but you have to know some of the most obvious things. You can." This is a true Confucian disciple. Those useless people who only know how to study, talk about morality, but are powerless, are not worthy of being called Confucian disciples. So that's how it is. Su Jian didn't ask everyone to be proficient in both civil and military affairs. He just didn't want anyone to be weak in some aspect. So Xia Ji also agreed with this in her heart. "But what does this have to do with you hitting me?" Xia Ji frowned, then suddenly realized and said, "Are you scolding me?" Although she still didn't know what Su Jian wanted to express, Xia Ji had a vague feeling that Su Jian was making a veiled accusation. "Am I a waste? How come I'm trash? I am a girl, and although I have learned martial arts, when this disaster just broke out, I immediately went out to rescue 7 girls. Am I still a waste?" Su Jian did not reply, and continued, "Back to the original topic, that is the story of repaying evil with virtue." Xia Ji frowned, and she suddenly realized that what Su Jian just said was all a prelude to the illusion of repaying evil with kindness. Confucian disciples are not corrupt scholars, but a group of people who are both civil and military. So what stories can there be about such a group of people? It's actually very simple. After all, the Analects is the words and deeds recorded by Confucius' disciples. I can't remember who it was, but there was a disciple who asked Confucius one day, "Master, if someone bullies me, should I repay evil with virtue? If someone bullies me, should I treat him with favor?" Guess what Confucius said? Su Jian looked at Xia Ji curiously, but Xia Ji said nothing and just stared at Su Jian coldly. What could Confucius say? Confucius is the cultural leader of the Chinese nation. For thousands of years, Confucian culture has been passed down on this land. Of course such a person would say that it is right. As a big country, how could it be possible to have no magnanimity at all? If a dog bites you, can you bite the dog back? So if someone hits you, can you fight back? That's Confucius. Su Jian glanced at Xia Ji and saw her determination in her eyes. Su Jian laughed and said, "Do you think Confucius would be right?" Xia Ji frowned. "Isn't it?" Su Jian pointed at Xia Ji and said mockingly, "Confucius said, how to repay kindness. Repay grievances with justice, and repay kindness with virtue. Put it together and it means, repay grievances with virtue, how to repay kindness. We should repay grievances with justice, and repay kindness with virtue. I think anyone can understand this, so do you want me to explain it to you?" Xia Ji opened her mouth slightly and looked at Su Jian in surprise. She was confused. Confucius actually disagreed with repaying grievances with virtue, and even said something like repaying grievances with justice. In other words, Confucius believed that if a dog bites you, you should kill the dog. Xia Ji's values collapsed. Chapter 28. No one can save the one I want to kill. Looking at Xia Ji's surprised expression, Su Jian laughed and said, "You don't believe it. It seems that you, like me before, think that these ancient people are ignorant. But I have to tell you that this is not something I made up. The internet is down now, so I really can't confirm it for you. However, these are indeed the original words of Confucius. Of course, they have also been passed down, so the truth is not certain." So, Su Jian's originally playful expression suddenly became extremely cold, like an ice cube in a cold winter, emitting bursts of chill. Su Jian stood up and said coldly, "Even Confucius, who lived thousands of years ago, said to repay grievances with justice. Why are you young people who claim to be open-minded today so pedantic? In my opinion, you are just a bunch of parasites, trash, and garbage. Repay evil with kindness. How can you repay kindness? People from 2,000 years ago could understand this, but you idiots just don't understand. If you treat trash, beasts, and people you hate and dislike with nothing more than a humble attitude and compromise, don't you think you are cheap? Xia Ji said nothing because she was confused. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been exposed to socialist values, people-oriented and people-first, but now, she finds that she is confused. But in fact, Xia Ji just thought wrong and understood it wrongly. Some people, although they have human appearance, are not human. We do need to be people-oriented, but the people here are real people, not those rubbish who spend all day thinking about stealing, slipping away, and blackmailing others. Su Jian has always felt that bad people should not enjoy the basic rights of citizens. Of course, this bad requires you to define it specifically. For example, stealing things, although it is also a bad thing, it is not very serious and cannot rise to that level. Of course, if the stolen items are national treasures and then sold to other countries, it is definitely very serious. But Xia Ji didn't think so. She believed that everyone in this world was a good person, or in other words, even bad people should be protected. This was something Su Jian didn't understand. Su Jian didn't care what Xia Ji was thinking about. He just sneered and said, "So I won't punish her too much. Didn't she knock my girlfriend down? Then I'll just throw her down and leave it to fate. If she can survive, then let her survive." In fact, I quite like the system of revenge in certain situations. It's impossible to use the same revenge system for such a thing, right? So Su Jian just said in some cases. Don't. Xia Ji was originally surprised by Confucius' remarks, but after hearing Su Jian's words, the thought of saving people immediately came to her mind. Xia Ji couldn't figure out those things for the time being, but she knew one thing. She practiced martial arts not to kill or destroy, but to protect herself and others. So when others were in danger, Xia Ji still subconsciously wanted to protect others, so she stood up directly when she got nervous, but the next moment, bang! Su Jian narrowed his eyes and hit Xia Ji hard on the back with a shovel. Puff! Su Jian had no idea what it meant to be gentle with women. He used all his strength in the shovel, causing Xia Ji to spit out a mouthful of blood and fall weakly to the ground. Xia Ji's chest circumference was 32 cm. After being hit by Su Jian's shovel, Xia Ji's towering breasts came into close contact with the ground. If Zhao Wumian were here, he would definitely complain. Is it not flattened? Even an ordinary person would not feel good after being hit by a shovel, not to mention that Su Jian accelerated a short distance in the air in order to increase the force. In terms of strength, Su Jian is a little higher than Xia Ji, and in terms of physical strength, Su Jian is 4 points higher than Xia Ji. In other words, Xia Ji's physical strength is very low, or in layman's terms, her defense value is very low. So Su Jian's shovel directly caused internal injuries to Xia Ji. If Su Jian had a serious fight with Xia Ji, it was hard to say who would win or lose. Su Jian even felt that Xia Ji was more likely to win. After all, he had never learned martial arts, while this cold school beauty had studied for several years. Her experience could completely make up for the difference in attributes. However, that was just a hypothesis after all. The current situation was that Su Jian had severely injured Xia Ji with a sneak attack, so in the following period of time, Xia Ji had no power to fight back. Even if Su Jian was not a person who would repay a favor, then just because she stopped him from taking revenge, Su Jian would have killed her as well, because many times, bystanders are more hateful than the perpetrators. Su Jian sneered, "If it weren't for the fact that you've done a favor to my girlfriend, do you think I would have wasted so much time talking to you? I'm telling you, don't push your luck too far. The favor you've done to my girlfriend ends here." Su Jian snorted coldly and wanted to walk past Xia Ji. Bang! Suddenly, an arm grabbed Su Jian's ankle. "No, don't do that. Killing. Killing is wrong and it is against the law." Xia Ji was lying on the ground, with blood even at the corner of her mouth, but even so, she stretched out a hand and grabbed Su Jian's ankle. Xia Ji knew very well that if Xiao Xilei was thrown down, she would surely die. Humanity is already in danger. We cannot afford to fight among ourselves over trivial matters. If Su Jian knew that Xia Ji defined what happened just now as a trivial matter, she would definitely be furious and beat her up. Please spare her life. I will apologize for her. Xia Ji looked at Su Jian expectantly. Su Jian looked down at Xia Ji coldly. "You don't seem to take my words to heart." Su Jian's right foot suddenly broke free from Xia Ji's right hand, and then, Baji! Ah! Everyone on the rooftop looked at the scene in front of them in surprise. Even Jiang Zuoyan looked at Su Jian in confusion. After Su Jian raised his foot, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he stepped on Xia Ji's palm and crushed it. Xia Ji screamed in pain and looked at Su Jian in disbelief. Is my appearance really worthless in his eyes? I'm a schoolbell. Can you really have the heart to do such a thing to me? From now on, No one can protect the person I want to kill. Su Jian said with a grim expression, as if he were a big villain, terrifying and daunting. Bang! Su Jian raised his foot and kicked Xia Ji in the waist. Puff! Xia Ji's figure rolled down instantly, and finally stopped because of the bulge on the roof. The violent impact made Xia Ji feel like she was going to collapse. A sharp pain came from her lower back. It turned out that a stone had hit her. A wound appeared on Xia Ji's white waist and abdomen, and blood was flowing out. At this moment, Xia Ji was in a very miserable state, covered in dust, as if she had rolled in the dirt. But more than that, it was the disbelief in my heart. How could this man in front of me be so cold-blooded? Moreover, beating women is an act that is despised by everyone, and even readers may not like to read about it, but he did it anyway, without mercy. Ah! I remember now. He was the disgusting man who slapped school beauty Wang Mengyao. I remember now. Yes, he is that despicable man. Woo! After hearing everyone's exclamations, Xia Ji raised her head with some difficulty and looked at Su Jian in surprise. She also heard about Wang Mengyao being beaten, but she did not pay too much attention to it. After all, Wang Mengyao was an undisciplined person and she did not like her. She did not want to pay attention to people and things she did not like. But I never expected that I would meet this villain that night. Starting from the time Wang Mengyao was beaten until now, it has been less than 24 hours, right? In other words, this person actually hit on 2 school beauties in a row within just 1 day. Even compared to Wang Mengyao, Xia Ji was beaten harder and more miserably. Thinking of this, Xia Ji suddenly felt a little aggrieved. Wang Mengyao at least slapped you in the face. What did I do to deserve your beating? Besides, if you have the guts, fight me head-on with real swords and guns. How can you be considered a hero by launching a sneak attack? Puff, cough cough. Xia Ji wanted to say something, but when she opened her mouth, she spat out blood. She was seriously injured. The 5 surviving girls rushed over and protected Xia Ji. However, they did not just protect Xia Ji, they even advised her, "Don't worry about it anymore, you have done your best." Xia Ji looked into the distance with tears in her eyes. She already had a sense of what was going to happen next. Here, with no one blocking him, Su Jian walked towards Xiao Shilei calmly. No, don't throw me down." Xiao Shilei shook his head and shouted in panic. "In fact, I don't want to do this either. I don't even understand why someone like you exists." Su Jian didn't mind wasting some time talking to her, because he really didn't understand why someone like her existed. Just because you were jealous of a woman whose boyfriend went out of his way to rescue her, you pushed her off the roof? As for yelling at you or something, Su Jian doesn't think that Jiang Zuoyan, who is so weak and fragile, would do such a thing, unless you were at fault first. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Shilei was in a panic and quickly knelt down in front of Su Jian, kowtowed and shouted, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, please forgive me, I just lost my mind, I have mental problems, I really know I was wrong, woo, please don't throw me down." Su Jian shook his head and said, "I don't want to hear your call for help at all. I just want to know why you are so vicious." Xiao Shilei's eyes were filled with tears. After hearing Su Jian's words, she was suddenly stunned. Yes, why am I so vicious? From childhood to adulthood, I seem to have never done anything like this. In the past, I didn't even dare to kill a chicken, but this time, why did I push someone off the roof? How could I dare to kill someone? Why? Ho ho. Xiao Shilei didn't think for too long. When Su Jian came in front of her, Su Jian reached out and held her neck. Forget it, I don't want to know. When you get down, figure it out slowly by yourself. Su Jian brought her to the rooftop indifferently, then threw her hard, causing her to fall headfirst. I did throw you off the roof, but I will let your head face down, and I will give you an acceleration. I want to see how God will save you. Xiao Shilei, who was falling rapidly, looked at Su Jian, who was turning and leaving, and scenes of his life suddenly emerged rapidly in his mind. The experience of just a few dozen minutes stayed in his mind for a long time. Finally, she understood why she did it. When the disaster broke out, all the girls were panicked, but 2 of them were unusually calm. One of them was a school beauty, that was fine, but who was the other one? She was just ordinary, and we didn't even know what her major was. How could she be so calm? Jealousy, incomparable jealousy surged in my heart. Then, everyone was chased by zombies, but at this time, the 2 girls were still very calm and let them run to the rooftop. Why? How can she be so calm? Strictly speaking, she was jealous of both girls, but because one of them was the schoolbelle, a cool and aloof schoolbelle who had learned martial arts, she recognized this girl, but she did not recognize the other girl. It can also be said that her jealousy of 2 people turned into jealousy of 1 person. Jiang Zuoyan endured the jealousy that she shouldn't have endured. This jealousy completely erupted when he saw Su Jian coming over. She doesn't have a boyfriend who would work hard for her. She doesn't even have a boyfriend. But this woman actually had a boyfriend, and her boyfriend ran over to rescue her 1 hour after the disaster broke out. Why? Why? Why is her life so good? Perhaps there is also some jealousy towards Jiang Zuoyan's appearance. Although Jiang Zuoyan's appearance cannot compare to that of the school belle, she is more than qualified to be the class belle. She is truly ordinary. Good looks, a strong character, and a hard-working boyfriend. These multiple shocks directly caused her to collapse, and then she did such an irrational thing. To sum up, under extremely high pressure, the brain stimulated by others went out of control. It can also be said that Xiao Shilei was already mentally ill at this time. But at the last moment, she came to her senses. Bitch. Maybe she is. Xiao Shilei closed her eyes. Bang. He landed on the ground. Although it was only the 7th floor, Xiao Shilei's head was smashed into a puddle of mud. He was deader than dead. On the rooftop, Su Jian put his hand on Jiang Zuoyan's slender waist again. In fact, Xia Ji next to her also had a very thin waist and a six-pack, but she was not my girlfriend, so I couldn't touch her. Are you hungry? Are you sleepy? Su Jian asked softly, as if nothing had happened just now. Jiang Zuoyan touched his stomach, nodded suddenly, and smiled sweetly. I think I'm a little hungry. Let's go and have something to eat. Su Jian brought Jiang Zuoyan to the other side of the rooftop as if no one was around. The rooftop of a building is not a small place, so even though there were 6 girls besides Su Jian and Jiang Zuoyan, it didn't seem crowded at all. As for Xia Ji and the others, they seem to have been forgotten by Su Jian. Although Xia Ji is a bit saintly, she is very strong in fighting skills, so Su Jian actually admires her very much. However, admiration does not mean that Su Jian will lick her. What Su Jian hates most is licking dogs. In Su Jian's opinion, licking dogs can never get true love. Even if they get it, it will only be short-lived. As for the other 5 girls, Su Jian couldn't say anything good about them. They were so timid that they could only curse him in a low voice. Su Jian didn't want to have any social interaction with them at all. Jiang Zuoyan didn't want to pay attention to them either, but she had a different idea from Su Jian. She felt that these girls were too annoying and were useless except for being a hindrance, so she didn't plan to care about them and just followed Su Jian away. Jiang Zuoyan wasn't actually a cruel person, but these people were just useless. They only knew how to yell and make things worse. She was a little tired anyway, so she let Xia Ji take care of it. She should just stay with Su Jian honestly. Why does my boyfriend look more and more handsome? Jiang Zuoyan looked at Su Jian infatuatedly. Strictly speaking, Su Jian is not handsome, at least not as handsome as the popular stars, but among ordinary people, he is still relatively handsome, and his height adds a lot to him. In addition, the +5 to all attributes also made some changes to Su Jian's figure. There was even a mark of abdominal muscles on his stomach. I believe that if he gets another +5 to all attributes, his whole body will be muscular. In addition, Jiang Zuoyan had a very high liking for Su Jian, so much so that in her eyes, Su Jian became more and more handsome. To put it bluntly, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Su Jian brought Jiang Zuoyan to an open space, then Su Jian opened the shopping mall on the panel and started shopping. He first bought a mattress and laid it on the ground, and then exchanged it for some food. There are 3 main categories of goods in the System S Mall. First, the life system. It mainly includes food, clothing, housing, transportation, etc. However, the items here are very expensive. For example, a mattress costs 1 point. Maybe this is nothing in the eyes of many people. Isn't it just 1 point? But the problem is that now 1 point is obtained by killing a monster of the same level. So, in a sense, it is very expensive. Second, the combat system. It mainly includes career transfer cards, skill cards, weapons, etc. By the way, there is no armor for sale here, but you can even buy firearms. However, the price of firearms is very high. Although it is not too high in Su Jian's opinion, in addition to the price, there are also career requirements. Su Jian does not want to change his job now, so he can only enjoy the sight. Third, the prop system, including attribute enhancement stones, equipment enchantment stones, skill elimination cards, etc. Yes, that's right, Su Jian guessed right again. There are really skill elimination cards for sale. However, F-level skills cost 10 points each, but F-level skill elimination cards cost 50 points each, which is 5 times the price. It seems that learning skills really needs to be done carefully, otherwise at least 60 points will go down the drain. What made Su Jian a little helpless was that the things in the System Mall looked quite ordinary. Maybe guns are very unusual, but other things are really ordinary in Su Jian's opinion. Even if there are skill cards, Su Jian has no desire to learn those skill cards anyway. What's the use of learning F-level Fireball and F-level Earth Shield? Apart from daily necessities, Su Jian didn't even want to shop. However, Su Jian was still quite interested in some props, such as hatching fluid for pet eggs, attribute enhancement stones, and equipment enchantment stones. So Su Jian couldn't help but complain. It seems that shopping malls are public. If you really want to get good things, you still have to go to special malls, or like the treasure chests you find in the cafeteria. Chapter 29 of Volume 1, Campus Beginnings. Chapter 29. I was just taking emergency shelter. Jiang Zuoyan watched Su Jian taking things out all the time, and suddenly exclaimed, Don't buy it. Why don't you save the points to buy those useful things? Su Jian waved his hand and said like a nouveau riche, It's okay. In the past, I needed RMB to spend money, and I didn't have much of that stuff. But now, I have a lot of points. Su Jian bought hot meals directly from the mall, but these things were quite expensive. Meat-related items cost 1 point each, and vegetarian items cost 0.5 points each. Although the quantity seemed large, wasn't this too expensive? A mattress only costs 1 point, an attribute enhancement stone only costs 10 points, and a bottle of healing potion only costs 10 points. Why do you sell a meat dish for only 1 point? Ah. Jiang Zuoyan was slightly stunned, then thought for a moment and said, No, you are like a nouveau riche. If you spend like this every day, no matter how many points you have, it will not be enough for you to play. Jiang Zuoyan also turned on the system, so she naturally knew the prices in the mall. In Jiang Zuoyan's opinion, these things are very expensive. Why are the prices of your life-related items almost the same as your combat-related and prop-related items? However, Su Jian was not a fool at all and didn't care what she said, so Jiang Zuoyan had to take out a tube of potion from the warehouse and change the subject by saying, By the way, I have a bottle of blood awakening potion here. Do you want it? Oh, no need. I just got here at 1 o'clock. I killed everyone on the first floor of our building, so I have awakened my bloodline. Otherwise, how do you think I was able to bring you up here? Although Su Jian's behavior just now exposed a little bit of his own trump card, Su Jian didn't care. What he possessed now was far more than just a bloodline. Ah, so you've awakened the ability to fly. That's amazing. Hey, guess what? HMH, if you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I won't guess. By the way, you said you came here at 1 o'clock, so you didn't come here the first moment, did you? Jiang Zuoyan looked at Su Jian with some dissatisfaction. I told you to be careful. If you still die, there's nothing I can do, Su Jian said in a very disappointing manner. Hey, I'm a girl. Don't you know that girls are unreasonable? This guy is such a straight man. If it weren't for me, who would want you? Jiang Zuoyan snorted inwardly. Su Jian stopped shopping, raised her head, took a close look at Jiang Zuoyan, then pulled her into her arms and kissed her as if no one was around. Jiang Zuoyan was very unhappy and wanted to push Su Jian away, but Su Jian looked at her with his eyes open, a slight smile on his lips, and stuck out his tongue. After a long time, their lips parted. Su Jian laughed and said, I'm not reasonable either. Oh, you're so annoying. Jiang Zuoyan stretched out his little fist and hit Su Jian twice with a flushed face. Xia and others on the side looked at Su Jian and Jiang Zuoyan flirting with each other and showed envious looks. Although they were terrified that Su Jian killed Xiao Shilei, they had to admit that they were very envious of Jiang Zuoyan. In such a doomsday, there is a man who risks his own life to save you. How touching is that? Even if this incident were made into a TV series, I guess many people would watch it, right? If the male and female leads were popular stars, there would probably be even more trash watching the movie. However, just when the girls were envious of Jiang Zuoyan, Xia looked with red and swollen eyes at the place where Xiao Shilei had just been thrown down, feeling extremely angry and self-blame in her heart. Xia actually felt guilty for not saving Xiao Shilei. In her opinion, if she wasn't too weak, if she hadn't trusted Su Jian too much and was seriously injured by a sneak attack, Xiao Shilei wouldn't have died at all. I have to say, if Su Jian knew what was going on in her mind right now, he would definitely be very puzzled, because she simply couldn't understand the way this kind of woman thinks. Perhaps this is the Virgin Mary. It's not the Virgin Mary logo, it's the Virgin Mary. After all, Xia really went down to save people in person. But Su Jian was still very clear about one thing, that is, if someone wanted to kill Xia, what would she do? Would she accept the death? Or would she fight to the death? Since you are such a saintly person, you must accept death, right? Xia, lying on the ground, took a deep breath, then closed her eyes and bought a bottle of healing potion from the mall. Although Xia Ji focused her main energy on saving people during that hour, she also killed more than 20 zombies, so she could definitely afford a bottle of healing potion, but this was almost half of her entire fortune. From now on, she needs to kill F-level monsters to get 1 point. She can't get any points from those F-level zombies at all, so these 10 points make Xia Ji very distressed. After taking a bottle of healing potion, Xia Ji immediately felt that her injuries had almost recovered. Xia Ji walked towards the place where Xiao Shilei had just fallen. She stretched her head to take a look and suddenly felt dizzy. Below, a twisted corpse was kneeling on the ground. Xiao Shilei was headless at this time, and her body was covered in blood and brain matter. It was obvious that Xiao Shilei was dead. Xia Ji angrily came to Su Jian and Jiang Zuoyan, who were eating, and angrily accused Su Jian. Why did you have to kill her? There are so few survivors now. If we humans still fight among ourselves, how can we survive in the future? Su Jian glanced at him, took a bite of the braised beef, and said indifferently, maybe you should say this to that woman just now. If she doesn't want to harm my girlfriend, I won't kill her. But isn't Jiang Zuoyan fine? Then why did you want to kill her? Xia Ji's pupils widened, as if she was suppressing her inner anger. Su Jian said in surprise, your logic is very interesting. According to your logic, as long as the murderer doesn't kill anyone, we can forgive him. You are just making up stories. Xiao Shilei is not a murderer at all. She just got carried away for a moment. This has nothing to do with me. I only know that she wants to harm my girlfriend. If I didn't have some strength, my girlfriend would have died. So I have to kill her. Also, please leave and don't affect my girlfriend and I's appetite for dinner, Su Jian said coldly. This woman is too stubborn. Su Jian doesn't want to say anything to her anymore. Jiang Zuoyan was able to survive not because the woman showed mercy, but because he, Su Jian, awakened the terrifying Titan bloodline and gained the ability to control gravity. Otherwise, Jiang Zuoyan would have died without a doubt. But in Xia Ji's mouth, Su Jian actually became the evil party, which made Su Jian feel both ridiculous and amusing. Xia Ji sneered and shouted, okay, just wait, you have violated the law, I will definitely find my father to bring you to justice. There is basically no secret about the identity of the school bell. After all, there are so many people in a school, and there are always a few people who can get specific information about them. Even if Su Jian doesn't want to pay attention to the school bell, he can't stand it because there are always people nagging in his ears. So Su Jian knew very well that Xia Ji's father was the director of a local police station. However, Su Jian was not afraid. Let us not talk about whether your father is still alive. Even if he is, what can he do to me? Su Jian was so angry at this brainless woman that he laughed. He put down his chopsticks, a look of horror appeared on his face, and then he said in a funny way, oh, I was so scared at that time. You know, she wanted to kill my girlfriend. I was so afraid that she would knock my girlfriend off the roof again, so I had to take the initiative. Fut. Jiang Zuoyan on the side covered his mouth and laughed softly, thinking that Su Jian was really interesting. Su Jian sat cross-legged on the cement mattress. Jiang Zuoyan thought about it, then lay directly into Su Jian's arms, then hugged Su Jian and looked at Xia Ji with a smile. Although they had only known each other for a short time, Jiang Zuoyan knew very well what kind of person Xia Ji was. To put it nicely, she hated evil and loved her country and the world. But to put it bluntly, she was just a stubborn saint. However, the key point is that this Virgin Mary actually has very strong strength. After Su Jian finished his weird behavior, his expression suddenly changed. He then looked at Xia Ji sternly and said, guess what the law will sentence me for in this case? Xia Ji frowned and remained silent. Su Jian sneered. It seems that you really have no brains at all. Isn't your father the chief of the police station? Why don't you even know the most basic legal knowledge? For someone like me, this is considered emergency avoidance. She has already pushed my girlfriend once. Is there anyone who can guarantee that she won't push her a second time? So even if I killed her, my situation is legally called emergency self-defense. In this case, the judge will reduce the sentence at his discretion. It's impossible. You are breaking the law by killing someone, Xia Ji said with some fear. Impossible? How is it possible? Can the murderer still get away with it? I'm speechless. Don't you know the current situation? I don't want to explain to you the difference between a disaster and the end of the world, but in this kind of apocalypse, killing just one person is nothing. Perhaps for many people, it is difficult to change their mindset immediately, but that should only be a mindset of not killing innocent people, right? For someone who wants to kill you or your relatives and friends, would you let him go? If there really is such a person, whether he is the protagonist or the supporting role, I really don't understand. Isn't that a mental illness? Su Jian sneered and said, "You are such an annoying woman. Get out of here right away. Don't waste my time and don't affect the mood of me and my girlfriend. Here, have some beef." Su Jian turned his head, and his originally cold expression instantly became gentle. It would take those rubbish fresh meat a lifetime to learn how to control this expression. Su Jian held a piece of meat in his mouth, but did not swallow it directly. Instead, he left half of it outside. Then he lowered his head and moved in front of Jiang Zuoyan. Jiang Zuoyan's face turned red, but she did not lose face to Su Jian. She came forward and bit off half of the beef. The 5 audience members on the side immediately exclaimed in their hearts, "Wow, this is too sweet, right? I also want a sweet love." However, now there is a disaster, which they understand as the end of the world. Finding a sweet love in the post-apocalyptic world is not impossible, but the probability is indeed very small. Chapter 30. The difference between doomsday and catastrophes. Seeing Su Jian being so unscrupulously intimate with Jiang Zuoyan, Xia Ji snorted coldly, shook her hand suddenly, and turned away. Su Jian glanced at her and felt that this woman was really unreasonable. "Does it look good?" Jiang Zuoyan asked with a smile, a hint of coldness in his smile. Su Jian nodded, as if he hadn't noticed anything, and said, "She's a school beauty, of course she's pretty. Not only that, she has a six-pack, and her breasts are bigger than mine, she's taller than me, and she's stronger than me in fighting." Jiang Zuoyan sneered at Su Jian. "What? Are you jealous?" Su Jian finally reacted and lowered his head to glance at Jiang Zuoyan. At this time, Jiang Zuoyan pursed his lips, a serious expression appeared on his cute little face, and he looked at him sideways. "Bah, I'm not jealous." "If you're not jealous, why do you care about these things? That woman is so brainless, I don't like her. But she does have a good appearance, and I do have desires for her, but I don't want to spend my whole life with a brainless woman like that. I have to explain to her even if I kill someone, which is too tiring. But you are different. You are the one I have thought about my whole life." Su Jian said affectionately, "TSK, you are so smooth talking." Jiang Zuoyan spat softly, and a happy emotion emerged from deep in his heart. "Although you are the schoolbelle, my husband is much better than you, and my husband doesn't like you, he. Jiang Zuoyan raised the corners of her mouth and smiled excitedly, and she didn't notice that originally she only regarded Su Jian as a boyfriend, but now she has called him husband in her heart. Maybe some couples would call each other like this for fun in private, but for Jiang Zuoyan, this change of address means that she has already regarded Su Jian as a main focus. Jiang Zuoyan looked at Su Jian, who was picking food for him. His eyes were blurred and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Su Jian said in a displeased tone. Jiang Zuoyan smiled and said, "It's okay, but why did you run so far to save me?" A big question mark appeared on Su Jian's forehead. Jiang Zuoyan seemed to be even more jumpy than him. At first, he asked him what bloodline he had awakened. After being interrupted by me, he started asking if the school beauty was pretty. Now he even asked me why he came to save her. Are women so troublesome? However, since it was something he had found himself, Su Jian didn't mind this little flaw. So Su Jian smiled and said, "You are my girlfriend, so I came to save you." "That's all." "That's all." Jiang Zuoyan opened her mouth slightly, revealing her neat teeth, and then bit Su Jian's arm with some dissatisfaction. "Can't you say something nice?" Su Jian smiled slightly and said nothing more. Jiang Zuoyan raised his head, looked at Su Jian, snorted coldly, and turned his gaze to Xia Ji, who had just returned to the other 5 girls. Xia Ji is a cool school beauty who has practiced martial arts for many years, is a descendant of a police officer, and is heroic. With so many labels, she can almost be considered a very outstanding woman. However, she has a problem. She is a saint. No matter what others did, Xia Ji wanted to save that person. In fact, if Xiao Shilei wanted to push Jiang Zuoyan down just now, Xia Ji would not sit idly by. So Xia Ji stopped Su Jian not because Su Jian was going to attack Xiao Shilei, but simply because she didn't want anyone to get hurt. Even if Su Jian and Xiao Shilei's identities were swapped, she would still stand up. However, Xia Ji underestimated her own strength and also underestimated Su Jian's face. Su Jian knew that Xia Ji was very skilled, so he did not plan to confront Xia Ji head-on. He wanted to find an opportunity to sneak attack her, but he never expected that after seeing him smile, Xia Ji actually turned around. Su Jian would not let go of such a good opportunity, so things turned out like this. In fact, Jiang Zuoyan also felt that killing was wrong, but after all, Su Jian killed for her, not indiscriminately killing innocent people, so Jiang Zuoyan endured the discomfort in his heart. Jiang Zuoyan didn't want to know what choices other people would make in this situation, but if it was her own wish, someone wanted to kill her, oh no, It was not just a matter of thinking, but direct action. That Xiao Shilei had already pushed her down. If it were Jiang Zuoyan herself, faced with such a situation, she would also want to kill that person, but it must be done without breaking the law or violating morality. But now, Jiang Zuoyan closed his eyes, as if he could still hear the roar of the zombies in the corridor. It's the end of the world now, so killing people isn't a big deal anymore, right? And they are right. Jiang Zuoyan suddenly raised his head and asked Su Jian, I remember you mentioned the difference between a catastrophe and doomsday. Isn't this the doomsday, but a catastrophe? Su Jian did not reply directly, but asked, what do you think the end of the world is? Jiang Zuoyan frowned and shook his head. I don't know. That's right, you don't know. Then let me ask you, are zombies equivalent to the end of the world? Jiang Zuoyan thought about it and said, it doesn't seem so. Can zombies be equated with the end of the world? Su Jian finally began to explain, yes, zombies are not equal to the end of the world, but there are always a group of idiots who think that zombies represent the end of the world. Maybe it's because of those Resident Evil movies. In my opinion, zombies are just a representation of the end of the world. Come on, open your mouth, ah. Jiang Zuoyan opened her little mouth and took the food handed to her by Su Jian intimately. Then she frowned and thought about what Su Jian said. I think the theme of the end of the world is despair, the kind where humans are powerless to resist, just like the extinction of dinosaurs. Although there is still no accurate answer, one thing is certain, that is, the extinction of dinosaurs was very short. This kind of doomsday event is the end of the world. So if we look at it from the perspective of Resident Evil, it is indeed the end of the world. After all, there are no superpowers or systems in it. Judging from the setting of that movie alone, it is only a matter of time before the zombie virus wipes out the human race. But what about now? Although the infected are zombies and have infectious properties, will humans perish? No, at least not in the short term. Because of the existence of the system. Even because of the existence of professions, skills, bloodlines, and other things, as long as humans survive the initial chaos, they will become even stronger. The food produced by the system is expensive, but it is also delicious. Jiang Zuoyan rolled his eyes at Su Jian and said speechlessly, can you please finish explaining the difference between the catastrophe and the apocalypse first? Oh, okay, don't be so serious. Su Jian smiled and continued. Although zombies have appeared, humans can use the system to become stronger. What's more, even an ordinary person should have AF combat power, but zombies are F. As long as you don't get surrounded, killing zombies is not a problem at all. So will humans become extinct? No. On the contrary, because of this disaster, they will become stronger. So I don't want to call this situation the end of the world, but a catastrophe. In my opinion, this is a disaster, just like earthquakes, tsunamis, and typhoons. It is very difficult to resist and many people may die. But after the disaster, the remaining people will rebuild their homes, so this is just a disaster, not the end of the world. Jiang Zuoyan frowned his handsome brows, then realized that Su Jian was right. Indeed, zombies are not equivalent to the end of the world. The real doomsday should be the direct extinction of mankind in a short period of time, such as the extinction of dinosaurs. A meteorite hit and all creatures in the world were directly extinct. Although some creatures have been passed down from ancient times, overall, it was indeed the end of the world. And now, although zombies have appeared, the existence of the system gives humans a glimmer of hope. It can even be said that as long as you are not a waste and are not cowardly, after killing the zombies within an hour of the start of the game, you can directly make profits and become more and more powerful. Perhaps the human population will drop dramatically, but after all, it cannot be considered the end of the world. That's not right. What if humans grow stronger slowly, which makes the monsters appear very strong and destroys humans? Jiang Zuoyan raised his doubts. Su Jian explained without hesitation. Then let me ask you, if there is an earthquake in a region right now, and the earthquake itself kills many people, but some people survive, but these people do not receive timely rescue and do not have enough supplies, and eventually all die, can you call this earthquake the end of the world? Jiang Zuoyan thought about it and said cautiously, for the people in that place, yes. But for people in other places, no. Su Jian nodded and said, that's right, so the current situation is also like this. Maybe for many people, this is indeed the end of the world, but in my opinion, this is just a disaster. Even if I die at some point in the future, I won't think it's the end of the world, I just think I'm not strong enough. So when I talk to other people, I tell them it's the end of the world, but when it comes to me, I say it's just a disaster. Jiang Zuoyan stared at Su Jian with eyes wide open. She finally understood. Although it was indeed like Su Jian said, because of the existence of the system and other things, This could not be called the end of the world, but more importantly, it was because of Su Jian's inner arrogance. The gamification of the world made Su Jian feel that this was a disaster, where only the fittest survived, not like the extinction of dinosaurs, where they had no power to fight back. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, it would only be a disaster, not the end of the world. This is also Su Jian's arrogance. But, so handsome. Jiang Zuoyan looked at Su Jian infatuatedly, and his favorability level increased from 85 points to 87 points. Su Jian looked at Jiang Zuoyan's favorability, frowned, and then closed his eyes. Hint: Su Jian's favorability towards you has reached 85. Description: omitted. A system prompt appeared in Jiang Zuoyan's mind, and then she was slightly stunned, and looked at Su Jian with more admiration. Through the prompt, she already knew that if the favorability was above 80, it could not be lowered, and after 90, they would live and die together. They had only been together for more than 2 months, but Su Jian could do this for her. Jiang Zuoyan looked at Su Jian with blushing cheeks. However, Su Jian could actually take the initiative to improve his favorability towards someone? Chapter 31 School Beauty Shia. Please help us get a few more dishes. Just as Su Jian and Jiang Zuoyan were discussing the difference between a catastrophe and doomsday, Xia Ji returned to the other 5 women in frustration. Su Jian, who was standing aside, just wanted to sneer and had no intention of going over to comfort her. In fact, if Su Jian could follow Xia Ji's wishes, he might be able to start a harem, but Su Jian had no idea at all. Now that a disaster has happened, if he really wants to start a harem, does he need to follow women? This is no joke. What's more, a saintly person or something like that cannot be changed by just a few words. What Su Jian hates most is trouble. Unconsciously, Su Jian thought of Confucius again. This figure who lived thousands of years ago was truly amazing. Recently, more and more people have changed the word lun in the Analects to lun. Why? Because everyone has discovered that Confucius is not only a scholar, but also a strong man. He will only talk to you when you want to listen to him. Otherwise, he will beat you down and force you to listen to him. So what exactly is the Analects? If you push me too far, I will kill you with one punch. Well, School Beauty Shia, it may not be nice to say this, but Xiao Shilei was indeed too much. It's no wonder that her boyfriend killed her, someone whispered. Xia Ji said frustratedly, even if she is guilty, she should be punished by law. We citizens are not allowed to use lynching. Forehead. Everyone was silent, and then looked at Xia Ji speechlessly. Sister, do you know what the situation is now? Aren't you already a junior? Why are your thoughts still so immature? Do you think the world is black and white? Do you think that all criminals can? Everyone remained silent and said no more. I don't know how much time had passed, but a girl looked at the fragrance wafting from afar and her stomach suddenly made a growling sound. She blushed and said, well, I'm really a little hungry. It would be fine if you didn't say it. Now that I'm talking, I'm hungry too. I was woken up by zombies in the middle of the night, and then I ran for so long. Now I can smell the delicious food. Who wouldn't be hungry? Xia Xiaohua, what should we do if we are hungry? Everyone looked at Xia Ji, as if she was their mother. Xia Ji said at a loss, I don't know either. Although Xia Ji still has more than a dozen points are so important, how could she possibly spend them on food? How about I take you downstairs and then go to the supermarket next door to find some food? Xia Ji suggested. Oh, there are still zombies wandering downstairs. What if they catch up again? Someone said. That's right, it's so dangerous. One of the girls looked at Su Jian and Jiang Zuoyan, who were eating happily and smiling from time to time not far away, and suggested cautiously, how about, School Beauty Shia, you go ask them if they can send us some food. There was a hint of caution in this person's words. After all, she knew that Su Jian had just beaten up Xia Ji, and Xia Ji even had to drink a bottle of healing potion before she recovered. Even if Xia Ji is a saint, it is impossible for her to have feelings for a man who beat her up, right? That's right, School Bell Xia, please go and ask for us. Even though he beat you, School Bell, as long as you ask, he will definitely agree to you, right? This person just keeps bringing up issues that are not relevant to the topic. Even if Su Jian can forgive the School Bell, can Xia Ji forgive Su Jian? Don't you know how Su Jian beat her just now? He attacked her by surprise, hit her on the head with a shovel, and even stepped on her palm and kicked her away. No matter who it is impossible to forgive Su Jian. If it weren't for the fact that Su Jian's panel attributes were very strong and his combat power was the same as hers, Xia Ji would have gone over there for more than just a few words. That's a good idea. School Bell, please ask for a few more dishes for us. And that girl should have been rescued by you, School Bell, right? In this case, it shouldn't be a big deal to just ask for a few dishes from her boyfriend, right? This person even acted as if Su Jian would give them food as long as Xia Ji took action, and even asked Xia Ji to order a few more dishes. You don't even see how expensive the food in the system is. Oh, by the way, you didn't T-turn on the system, so you can't see it. However, the ugly faces of these women are evident. Xia Ji frowned and looked at Su Jian and Jiang Zuoyan, who were flirting with each other not far away. She didn't want to go over because she really disliked Su Jian. How could you expect the Virgin Mary to have any good feelings towards a murderer? However, Xia Ji knew one thing. At this moment, the entire school was in crisis. Just a few minutes after 12 o'clock, there were still many screams in the school, but now, it was as quiet as a dead city. It is conceivable that at this moment, there must be very few survivors. In other words, there are a lot of zombies. If she was alone, Xia Ji had the confidence to break out of the zombies and reach the supermarket downstairs, but with these 5 girls, even Xia Ji had no confidence at all. After thinking for a long time, Xia Ji finally sighed, stood up and walked towards Su Jian's seat. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Asking for help from a man who just beat me up is shameful. However, she herself could not eat, but these classmates had to. For Xia Ji, who is like a saint, losing face is nothing, as long as she can save more people. So Xia Ji walked with her long legs to Su Jian and Jiang Zuoyan. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Jiang Zuoyan ask Su Jian, "Hey, honey, what are you going to do next?" Xia Ji was about to open her mouth, but when she heard Jiang Zuoyan's question, she stopped, pricked up her ears, and listened very carefully. Although I don't know who Su Jian is, since he is willing to go through so much trouble to run from the East District to the West District to rescue his girlfriend, he must be a kind person, right? If he can save other people, then I can temporarily put aside my hatred for him and work with him to rescue more people. In this way, it can be considered as his atonement. Xia Ji thought in a very self-centered way. However, Su Jian thought about it and said, "I don't know." Xia Ji was very anxious, jumped out directly, and blurted out, "Don't know? How could you not know what to do next? You are so strong. Even though it was a sneak attack, you were able to seriously injure me. Your strength is evident. How could you not know what to do next?" In her opinion, someone as strong as Su Jian must take saving people as his own responsibility. But he actually said, "I don't know." Don't you know that there are many people in the school who are living in dire straits? Seeing Xia Ji coming back and standing in front of him again, Su Jian felt so overwhelmed. "Yun, let's go to another place." Su Jian ignored Xia Ji and spoke directly to Jiang Zuoyan. Jiang Zuoyan looked at Xia Ji's figure, frowned, and an unhappy expression appeared on his face. "Let us say, you wanted to save someone, and then my husband killed the person you wanted to save. Maybe it can't be considered a deep hatred, but it's definitely a dislike, right? And my husband beat you up. Although beating a woman is not a good behavior, he has already beaten you, so I don't want to say anything more. Is it okay for me to just say that the relationship between you two is very strained? We have this kind of relationship. Do you still have to get close to us? Can't we just keep to ourselves and go our separate ways?" Jiang Zuoyan angrily said to Su Jian, "Go. Go quickly." When Su Jian heard this, he waved his hand without saying anything and put away the mattress and food, preparing to move to another place to continue eating. Unexpectedly, Xia Ji took a step forward with her long and agile legs and stood directly in front of Su Jian. "No, what exactly do you want to do?" Su Jian said helplessly. Xia Ji's pupils widened as she looked at Su Jian and said very seriously, "I just want to know, do you really not know what to do next?" Su Jian sighed and said, "Do I know? Is it important? Why don't you tell me what you want me to do? Even if you don't tell me, I can probably guess it." Su Jian spoke the last sentence in a low voice. Xia Ji raised her eyebrows and shouted angrily, "You are so strong, how come you have no sense of responsibility? Our school has nearly 30,000 students, teachers, and staff. Although the apocalypse broke out very suddenly, there must be a large number of survivors. Don't you have any ideas at all?" Su Jian curled his lips and said, "So you want me to save them, right? Indeed, the Virgin Mary is the Virgin Mary, selfless and kind-hearted. I just want to live my own life. Why do you have to morally blackmail me?" Xia Ji raised her eyebrows and said, "That's right. Also, this is not what I want you to do. This is what you should do. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility." "Oh, I knew it was like this." Su Jian sighed, feeling very helpless. The Virgin Mary's thoughts are indeed incomprehensible to others. "Let me save someone? Sure. But why are you so arrogant? They even said that this is what I should do. Please, how can I say that this is what I should do? Who are they to me? Why should I risk my life to save them? Do you think I'm a soldier, a firefighter, or a policeman? I'm just an ordinary citizen. Can I save someone? Yes. We are all children of Kyushu. Even if we are not related by blood, we are still one big family. But the thing is, I save people out of friendship, and not saving people is my duty. How come when you say it, it becomes like I have to save people? With great power comes great responsibility? Bullshit. That's all brainwashed by Westernism. Do you really think that people are so noble? Do you have any brains? Don't be so careful when foreigners fart and think about what they had for breakfast. If he was so noble, there would be no war in the world. Our country would not be plundered. Think carefully about what they did when they had the power. They plundered you and started a war. Now you have watched a few movies and then told me that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Don't you think it is ridiculous that they put forward such a theory? You are a bunch of idiots. Do you really believe whatever others say? Chapter 32. Don't worry, I won't hit you this time. Su Jian rolled his eyes at Xia Ji, and then did not reply. Instead, he turned to Jiang Zuoyan and said, "Did you eat enough just now?" Jiang Zuoyan touched his flat belly and said, "I'm not completely full, but 70% full, that's enough." Su Jian touched Jiang Zuoyan's abdomen as if no one was around, and said lovingly, "You are so thin, there is no meat on your stomach, there is no need to lose weight." "Oh, that won't do. Maybe you won't want me anymore if I get fat." Little fool. Seeing Su Jian and Jiang Zuoyan being intimate in front of her, Xia Ji suddenly felt jealous, but she couldn't explain what the feeling was. It feels like, I'm full. Not only am I full, I am stuffed. Okay, let's go straight to the comprehensive building. Su Jian nodded. What are you going to the comprehensive building for? Jiang Zuoyan asked puzzledly. Su Jian did not explain directly, but looked at Xia Ji and said, "Can I ask the Holy Mother a question?" Xia Ji frowned, feeling that the term Great Virgin was very unpleasant to the ear, but she still nodded and said, "Ask." If you have two options, the first option is to save people one by one, and the second option may take a long time, but if successful, it is possible to save all the survivors in the school. Which option would you choose? Xia Ji frowned, very puzzled. From her previous behavior of taking Jiang Zuoyan to knock on doors one by one, it can be seen that this woman has brains, but not much, so she can't understand what Su Jian is talking about at all. What method can be used to save all the survivors in the school? Can you be more straightforward? Xia Ji asked without blushing at all. Oh, I don't understand if you are really asking. Su Jian exclaimed first, then said, As for the former, of course you have to open the doors one by one, then kill the zombies, save people, one dormitory at a time, and then one building at a time. There are more than 20 dormitory buildings in the east and west districts of our school. If you choose this method, I really don't know how long you will have to work. As for the latter, it's very simple. Our school still has electricity, so the broadcasting room can be used. We can go directly to the broadcasting room and tell other people the known news. On the one hand, it can help them save themselves, and on the other hand, it can also make them less panicked and wait for us to save them. Well, which one will this great Madonna choose? Su Jian looked at Xia Ji with a smile, and as expected, Xia Ji said excitedly, Of course I'll choose the second one. After Xia Ji shouted, she paced excitedly on the spot, muttering to herself, Yes, in this way, many people can save themselves, like Jiang Zuoyan did, by directly leading the zombies out or escaping by themselves. Even if they don't have the courage to save themselves, they can wait for us to rescue them, so they don't have to panic and do some irrational things. What a great idea! Xia Ji raised her head and looked at Su Jian excitedly. Su Jian smiled slightly and said, Why don't we go to the comprehensive building in the North District with this school beauty? What is the comprehensive building for? In fact, it is a gathering place for various clubs, such as dance clubs, music clubs, street dance clubs, etc. In addition, the broadcasting room is also here. But more importantly, next to the comprehensive building is the office building, where the principal is located. Su Jianka still remembers the meteorite that made him unconscious for a moment. Moreover, meteorites fell all over the world, and then a catastrophe broke out that night, which made it difficult for Su Jian not to put the catastrophe and the meteorite group together. As for the whereabouts of the meteorite, I heard that the principal had someone move it to his office. Su Jian had thought it was too troublesome and was too lazy to look for the meteorite. But now that the catastrophe had already happened and the system had been activated, and he had also obtained a super powerful skill that increased the points by 100 times, Su Jian didn't care much about the meteorite anymore. I thought that when I have time in the future, I can just go there slowly and take a look. But now, Xia Ji directly blocked Su Jian's way. In a head-on battle, even if Su Jian could win, it would be a narrow victory. Although Xia Ji's physical strength and intelligence are relatively low, her strength and agility are definitely the greatest manifestations of her combat power. Therefore, Su Jian does not want to fight Xia Ji head-on unless it is absolutely necessary. In that case, I have no choice but to bring forward the plan that I wanted to postpone. It just so happens that this Madonna can also serve as a thug along the way. Although Su Jian came here very quickly, he actually saw several zombies along the way. In this situation, there are probably two possibilities. One is that someone has a brain disease and opened the door without closing it, thus letting the zombies out. On the other hand, there are people who really sleep with the door open in the middle of the night. However, Su Jian doesn't understand it. In this society, it's okay for you to open the window, but are there really people who sleep without closing the door? The world is so big and full of wonders. So since there are zombies in the school, it wouldn't be a big loss to get a free thug over there. Anyway, this great Virgin Mary is absolutely dedicated and hardworking. Xia Ji nodded and agreed to Su Jian's request, then was about to turn around and leave. However, as soon as she turned around, Xia Ji jumped subconsciously, then turned her head back and stared at Su Jian. Su Jian was slightly stunned, then he smiled and said with sudden realization, "Don't worry, I won't hit you this time." Xia Ji made a big face and turned away. "But I'm sure those girls will go crazy when she goes back. We clearly asked you to come over and ask for food. Why did it turn out like this?" Su Jian glanced at Xia Ji's back and sneered disdainfully. Jiang Zuoyan whispered, "You won't cheat her again, will you?" Su Jian sneered and said, "It's not a trick on her. My method is really good. If I make it public that the system and zombies can only be infected by biting, someone will definitely stand up and kill the zombies." "But..." Jiang Zuoyan raised his eyebrows. "Yes, but..." Su Jian nodded and continued. "But most people are still too cowardly to stand up. You might even think, what are the survivors doing now? They might be hiding in the closet or in the bed. If there is only one zombie in their dormitory, then it's okay. If 3 people rush forward, I think the chances of winning are still very high, provided they have the courage. But what if there are 2 or 3 zombies? Do you think they have the courage to stand up?" Jiang Zuoyan pondered for a moment, then sighed and shook his head. If they could have stood up, they would have done so long ago, so broadcasting seems to be of no use. Not only that, they have no weapons and are unarmed. Maybe they are afraid of zombies? After all, the zombies in the movie are very scary, and everyone has already had preconceived notions about them, so it seems understandable that they dare not resist. So I said, my method is very good, and I also believe that there are many people who dare to stand up, but there are also many cowards who just wait for others to come and save them. Su Jian sneered, then stretched himself and said, "But that has nothing to do with me. I just stopped by the office building." The meteorite. As expected of my wife, she and I are so in tune with each other. Su Jian hugged Jiang Zuoyan, then rested his head on Jiang Zuoyan's shoulder and kissed Jiang Zuoyan's face intimately. Jiang Zuoyan's skin is very white, tender, and silky, with a hint of coolness. It feels like the finest silk to the touch, smooth and cool. It feels like fine wine to kiss, making people unable to resist drinking more. Click. At this moment, the door to the rooftop suddenly opened, and then Zhao Wumian and others came out. "Oh, Su Jian, the 7th floor. We were so tired climbing up here. I don't know which Shabi released the zombies. There were more than 20 zombies on the 4th floor. It was so scary. We even took a detour to get up here." Zhao Wumian's shout made Su Jian smile, and also made some girls blush. Su Jian smiled and said, "Oh, then congratulations, you won the prize. We will go downstairs soon." "Fut." Jiang Zuoyan on the side covered his mouth and laughed. Zhao Wumian, Jiang Chen, and Ma Hao, who had just come up, looked at Su Jian in confusion. After knowing the whole story, the 3 of them were in tears. If they had known this would happen, why did they come up here? They might as well have waited down below. Zhao Wumian stared at Su Jian with an unhappy face. Ma Hao went straight to Xia Ji and greeted her. "Wow, this guy is actually a lecherous fat man." Jiang Chen looked at Su Jian's legs, thoughtfully. Although they arrived a little slowly, they also saw Su Jian's feet of flying up to the 7th floor rooftop by stepping on the wall. This frightened the 3 of them. They stopped the car, rubbed their eyes, and looked at the figure in disbelief. Finally, Zhao Wumian said, "Fuck, could it be the treasure chest in the cafeteria?" It could be that a flying item or a bloodline awakening potion was found in the treasure chest, which allowed Su Jian to gain the ability to fly. However, Jiang Chen remembered that when they were on the first floor of the dormitory, Su Jian said he wanted to go to the toilet. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, stood beside Su Jian, and glanced at him stealthily. This person is too cautious. Moreover, it is so powerful. Jiang Chen hid the jealousy and envy deep in his heart. Meanwhile, Zhao Wumian shouted in a muffled voice, "Su Jian, why can you fly?" Su Jian smiled and gave the reason he had just thought of. "This is not flying. To be precise, it's called the cloud ladder, which allows me to run on walls." "Oh, not only walls, but trees too. Anyway, I need something to leverage on. This is a skill I got from the treasure chest in the cafeteria just now." "Fuck, I'm so envious," Zhao Wumian said directly. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, and it was obvious that he didn't believe it. But what if you don't believe it? Just go up and ask. Don't take yourself too seriously. Jiang Chen was very perceptive. He might not know why Su Jian was so cruel, but he just needed to know that Su Jian was cruel enough. They saw the body downstairs when they came over. "Oh, by the way, this is your girlfriend. Hello, my name is Zhao Wumian. Jiang Zuoyan." Not long after, Xia Ji came over with other girls. There was visible dissatisfaction on those girls' faces. It was obvious that Xia Ji did not get the meal, but instead involved them, which made them very dissatisfied. But obviously, Su Jian didn't know why these women were dissatisfied. Su Jian just smiled slightly and said, "Okay, let's go." Su Jian took the lead and walked downstairs. Chapter 33. Neither rationality nor sensibility is right or wrong. I originally just wanted to find a girlfriend, but I never expected that there would be so many people along the way. First it was Zhao Wumian from his own dormitory, then Jiang Chen and Ma Hao who he picked up along the way, and now there are Xia Ji and 5 other girls. Altogether, including Su Jian and Jiang Zuoyan, there are 11 people. However,